I would now request everyone to settle down as our guest of honor is arriving. And to reiterate, could you please put your phones on silent or on airplane mode? Thank you. The day we decide to be satisfied with where we are, that's when we stop growing. Change is the only constant. And in this ever-evolving world, we need to push boundaries and perspectives, explore new ideas, and innovate. Indian School of Business's annual flagship event, the ISB Leadership Summit, lies at the heart of the effort of constantly pushing these boundaries. Our theme for ILS 2022 this year is Prism of Possibilities. And through this prism, we want everyone to look through the myriad of possibilities and carve out their unique journeys. Good morning, everyone. I, Sanand Sachdev,
And I, Ashita Singh,
would like to welcome you all to ISB Leadership Summit 2022.
this is an immensely exciting day for all of us as we welcome our eminent guests, students from colleges across Hyderabad, professionals, our dear ISB students, faculty, and their families. It is indeed our pleasure to have amongst us the Honorable Mr. N.V. Ramana, Honorable Mr. Justice N.V. Ramana, who is the former Chief Justice of India. Sir, we request you please to join us on the stage. We also request Mr. Rajiv Kumar, Managing Director, Microsoft India, Dean Professor Madan Palutla, Deputy Dean Professor Ram, Mr. Shiv Kumar, Director SEAL, and Shreya Chabra, the lead coordinator of ILS, to join us on the stage to light the lamp.
Thank you, everyone. If I could kindly request Honorable Mr. Justice N.V. Ramana and Dean Prof. Madan Palutla to stay back on the stage. Yeah. Thank you, sirs. We now request our respected Dean to deliver the welcome address and kickstart the ISB Leadership Summit 2022.
Good morning, all. So it's really wonderful to see such a large gathering. I've been here a little over a year in ISB. I came here July of last year. And it's the first time I'm seeing such a large crowd in Khemka. I think it's all in honor of the former Chief Justice, Mr. Ramna. Thank you, sir, for agreeing to come here and provide the keynote address. I'd also like to thank Mr. Rajiv Kumar, who you saw very briefly on the stage, Managing Director of Microsoft India. He's going to be the next speaker after the former Chief Justice. Mr. Rajiv Kumar. So the Leadership Summit, the ISB Leadership Summit is a marquee event for the school. It's the significant event on our calendar. The last 3 years have been really bad for the world, but it's also been not very good for the ISB Leadership Summit because we've not been able to attract this kind of enthusiasm, even though the previous batches did a fantastic job of moving a few of those things online. I'm delighted that at the lineup of speakers that you've had, we all, we just look at and we understand the importance of leadership, not just in business, but in society, which is why you've got a whole range of speakers to come and talk to you about their leadership journeys. I also like the metaphor that you're using, which is about the prism of possibilities. So I tried to make sense of it. I was reading it, but ultimately, really, what you're talking about is the fact that everyone's leadership journey is unique. You come in, as into the prism as white light, but then you can go out in any which color that you really want. So the idea about leadership journeys being unique is what you're going for, and the range of leaders that you've brought across the spectrum is wonderful. So what I want to say is this, right? So with the world right now is facing numerous challenges. Okay, so when it comes down to the environment, whether it comes down to political conflict that rages on, whether it actually comes down right now to economic difficulties that various countries in the world are facing. What is lacking in all of this is is very thoughtful leadership that clears the clutter and takes us forward. You see it in sports, you see it in different places, but what the world is currently facing is it's facing a challenge of people taking charge and people saying that this is the way that we need to be going forward, rather than allowing some kind of populist sentiment, which in and of itself is not wrong, but when you're trying to solve a lot of thorny issues, a little less populism, a little bit more leadership is what we are looking for. So what you're going to be hearing over the course of the day is people who are cutting through the clutter, who are providing direction to society, who are providing direction to organizations. I myself, I'm feeling a little jealous because I have other kind of responsibilities. I'm not going to be able to listen to everything that is going on here, but I'll catch up later at some point. I'm jealous, and you're going to have a great time. I want to congratulate the team that has put this event together. Well done, wonderful. You'll be really relieved at the end of this evening, but very positively relieved, I'm sure. You've been tense, but I'm sure you're going to be relieved. So congratulations to you. Great job. Very well done. I also just want to acknowledge that in honor of the former Supreme Court Justice who's joined us here, we have a group of very illustrious judges from the Telangana High Court. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Thank you. With this, I'm not going to hold you like hostage to me talking. I think you have the lineup of speakers who are going to be speaking next. So I'll step aside. Good luck for a great program for the day.
Thank you, Dean, for your speech and for your wonderful words. You're someone whom we look up to, and thanks for embracing the stage with a grace today. There are many people who become part of history, but only a few, through their devotion and dedication, make history. We are indeed fortunate to have one such person whose name and deeds would remain in the history of India for taking judiciary closer to the public. We are grateful to have Justice Nutalapati Venkata Ramana Garu amidst us to share his journey from an agrarian family to serving as the 48th Chief Justice of India. Justice N.V. Ramana is one of the few judges who advocated the importance of digitization and technology for better dispersion of judicial functions. He constantly propelled the implementation of justice system in regional languages and advocated for adopting suitable measures for delivering speedy justice to the masses. He oversaw a nation that had reeled and then rallied from a deadly pandemic. When COVID-19 brought everyone to its toes and stopped the nation on its tracks, Justice Ramana held tightly on the reins of the judiciary, and his measures allowed the courts to function seamlessly. There can be no doubt that Justice Ramana's judgments and opinions created significant jurisprudence for the legal and non-legal fraternity. Coming from a humble background, Justice Ramana rose to the ranks and created his own mark with a career spanning over 3 glorious decades. Sir, on behalf of the Indian School of Business and the team of ISB Leadership Summit, we invite you to deliver your inaugural keynote address to this vibrant audience.
Can you take this? It's not necessary for me. Laptop. Professor Madan Pelutla, Dean, Indian School of Business. Mr. Sundeep Jemmalamadka, Associate Director of External Relations, ISB. Leaders from various walks of life, teaching, non-teaching faculty of this ISB. Judges of the High Court of Telangana, my dear students, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy today to be here and meet all of you across the country in participating this event, that is ISB Leadership Summit 2022. Education alone is capable of laying a solid foundation for the nation's all-round development. It is for this reason that the Independent India embarked on opening professional institutions of higher learning. These institutions offered a platform of great social and economic mobility. The demand for management and business schools has gone up considerably since liberalization. The Indian School of Business came into existence as a result of collaboration between premier corporate bodies. In fact, this has now become an ideal template for business education. On various metrics, the Indian School of Business ranks as the best business schools in India. It is recognized not only in this country, but also globally. Alumni of this institution have risen to the top in its various fields and are making waves wherever they go. All of this was achieved in short span of 20 years. The way leaders of the business and consultants worlds had come together to establish this institution is a story in itself. The state government, that particularly the then Chief Minister of undivided Andhra Pradesh, Sri Chandrababu Naidu, had provided resolute assistance for setting up of this school. Without his efforts, this business school would not have been the successful institution that it is today. Years after years, you have heard prominent leaders, business in community, leading entrepreneurs and erudite economists. I must admit, I am not an expert in business, accountancy, or economics. In that sense, I am least qualified to address your leadership summit. I was brought up in an agriculture household So I have some experience in managing limited resources. Yet, I'm very happy to be in this campus today because I too have some connection with this institution. As great Telugu poet Mahakavi said, Taj Mahal nirmananiki rallettina kuli levaru. I am like one of those thousands who carried the stones for building this ISB. My connection with the ISB goes back to the initial days. Even prior to the setting up of this institution, which was fought with challenges. I know about it because I was the additional advocate general of the Andhra Pradesh state at that point of time. A major stumbling block was a petition filed in the High Court of Andhra Pradesh, questioning the allotment of land to this business school. And that is the subject matter of the case in the High Court. I was deeply involved in strategizing the legal battle in close coordination with the government of that day. Ultimately, due to collaborative efforts, the High Court intervened and upheld the great and the grant of land to which was done in the public interest. On this occasion, I want to present a copy of the judgment which I argued before this court to the dean. And I want to say a few things about the facts of the case. One of the famous judge, one of the greatest judge of this country, retired Judge Justice B. Sudarshan Reddy, a single judge of this court, he wrote a very wonderful and beautiful piece of judgment. It has the literature, law, everything. It's really a wonderful judgment. I request all of you must study. It is like reading a novel. He explains, he says, there is a beautiful and tiny village called Manikonda, surrounded by hillocks, adjoining the Hyderabad metropolises, which remained unaffected by the modern civilization till recently. That's how he started. And he says, 250 acres of the land was given to set up a primary business school, management school, in important training in the fields of business and allied areas to the students all over the world. It has wrote a wonderful judgment. And I request, it has discussed about the policy, how the admissions in the school, like everything. And it's a good judgment. I remember the dose, how difficult to write these judgments. Thank you, sir. Please keep it, circulate it to all the members. And I also want to remind the Honorable Dean as well as the administrators face. While coming, I saw the pictures, various pictures, and they are showing me different leaders, world leaders, particularly from the business community and heads of the state, presidents, prime ministers, etc. And I felt a little bad. I explained, I indicated my mind to the dean also. It is Chandrababu Naidu who has really fought and established this. I request at least one photograph has to be put here. I am extremely proud to be able to say that I was a part of the establishment of 3 world-class institutions in Hyderabad city. One is NALSA, second one is International Arbitration and Mediation Center. 1 year back, I have established it here. Third one is this business school. For us, this is about just introduction. I will go to my experiences. For us to succeed in any profession, we must follow certain principles of management. Even when it comes to management of courtroom by judge, or management of cases and clients by a lawyer, or management of a law firm, the principles and techniques of management have a significant role to play. As I said earlier, I will not be able to add to your understanding of business, but I would like to share my experiences in administering the affairs of the Indian judiciary. I hope you will be able to analyze the same and draw appropriate conclusions. In fact, when the offer was made to speak in this gathering, the request was specific that I have said that law is administration of justice has nothing to do with the business students. They said, no, you have to explain your experiences as a chief justice or a judge. So that's why some paragraphs I have narrated about my experiences and about the running of the judiciary of this country. Speaking of my journey, I started as an ordinary first generation lawyer from the taluk level from Vijayawada without any support. I moved to Hyderabad with the hope of gaining access to a wider canvas. I believed in my ability to work hard with dedication and sincerity. With a bit of luck on my side, I could represent a wide range of parties from workers to chief ministers. I was a practicing advocate for about 17 years. I worked as a judge of High Court for 13 years. Thereafter, I assumed the position of acting Chief Justice of High Court of Undivided Andhra Pradesh and went to become the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court. Since my elevation to the Supreme Court, I worked 7 years as a Supreme Court judge and 1 year, 4 months as a Chief Justice of India. I completed 22 years, 2 months. Chief Justice of India assumes the office under a set of circumstances that are unique to his time. With people think that the office carries a wide range of powers, we must remember the responsibilities and challenges which come with it. The role of Chief Justice India calls for leadership, long-term vision for the institution. I assumed when the country was going through the most lethal second wave of COVID-19, the pandemic was completely disrupt physical hearings. During my tenure of 16 months as the Chief Justice of India, despite our best efforts, the Supreme Court could sit for just 50 days of physical hearings. Vacancies has piled up. Pendencies was a massive challenge. Based on my own assessment, I felt I needed to focus on 3 key issues: filling up of the judicial vacancies, augmenting the judicial infrastructure, deployment of modern technology in functioning of courts. Filling up of the vacancy is not an easy achievement. It is a result of determined consensus building exercise. In my 16 months, the Supreme Court Collegium could ensure appointment of 11 judges to the apex court. And out of 255 persons, I have recommended for the judgeship of various high courts, 233 already appointed. This amounts to nearly 20% of the total sanctions of the high courts in the country. Due to concerted efforts, we could make considerable progress in appointing more women judges and promoting social diversity on the bench. We got 15 new chief justices of various high courts during the same period. About 100 vacancies in various tribunals were filled during this period. To complement the strength of the judiciary, we need to have state-of-the-art infrastructure in place. The nationwide study that I had considered and commissioned revealed certain hard truths about the poor state of judicial infrastructure in this country. The state of judicial infrastructure in India, even after 75 years of independence, is disturbing. This prompted me to propose an institutional mechanism to address the issue. Since no one understands judicial requirement better than the judiciary, in my proposed structure had given primacy to the judiciary. Unless a comprehensive study is made in place, this problem is going to haunt the judiciary for decades to come. The pandemic forced us to depend on technologies. I wanted to build upon our entry into the virtual world. In the model court complexes I had proposed, technology was inseparable part. We must co-opt modern technologies in every aspect of the functioning of courts to be able to catch up with even the feelings. As you are already understood, the whole issue revolved around the burden on the judiciary in terms of pendency. While we try to find solution within the judiciary, we need to look the root causes of as well. During the Chief Ministers and Chief Justices Conference in the last April, had the occasion to highlight my understanding of these problems. As I told in the presence of the Honorable Prime Minister, one of the major concerns is the government is the biggest litigator. The number of interdepartmental disputes, service matters, and those relating to interaction of authorities clogging the system is appealing. Half of the judiciary's problem would be solved the moment the government decides to put a halt to the state-sponsored litigation. Contrary to the public belief, the independence of the judiciary is limited to only adjudication. The judiciary does not have the power of the purse or the sword. When it comes to the financial support and appointments, coordinating with the government is always like walking in a tightrope. During my tenure, I also wanted to foster a sense of belonging among the people towards the judiciary. The fact the judiciary is there to serve the people needed to be emphasized. And this is what I tried to do through my public speaking. I was happy to note that the media acted as a collaborator in my mission by spreading the message. From the above, I think I have made it quite clear that the duties of Chief Justice of India are not just limited to the Supreme Court, but extend to the entire judicial system across the nation. The Chief Justice of India has to pay attention to the standards of legal education, to building a constitutional culture among the people, apart from the problems being faced by the district judiciary and the high courts. The Chief Justice of India must not only highlight these issues, but must also attempt to resolve them within his or her limited time in office. And the Chief Justice of India must do it in the face of various pressures from different quarters: the government, the opposition, the lawyers, judges, NGOs, civil society, social media, etc. The Chief Justice of India wears many hats. Of an impartial and fair judge, an able administrator, a visionary and a leader, I tried my best to fulfill these duties. Within the available time, I tried my best to take care of the institution, to improve the pay and working conditions of the judicial officers, and to resolve pending issues with the bar and the Supreme Court employees. I tried to be approachable and create an environment where everyone has motivated to work. I tried to ensure that the courts were welcoming spaces for the litigant public. I made sure to reach the public so that they could realize the importance of the Supreme Court, the judicial system, and the Constitution. Through my speeches, I attempted to create awareness about the rule of law and to signal to the people and the judges that the system would protect them. Ultimately, whatever name I may have earned, the people judge or common man's judge, I will be satisfied if I have contributed to the revival and renewal of the image of the court in the eyes of the public. It is the faith and confidence of the people that will boost the morale of the judiciary. For those among who are interested, it may be a good case study to analyze and draw conclusions about the efficacy or otherwise of the path that I visualized for the judiciary during my tenure. Apart from recounting my experiences, after looking at the audience and the occasion, I thought it would be appropriate to share some of my thoughts relating to the responsibilities of young business school graduates in today's world. The significance of business education in contemporary times cannot be understood. The true strength of our nation lies in the youth of our country. 1/5 of the world's youth live in India. These huge human resources, if properly trained, will drive economic progress. With the West falling short of skilled human resources, it is India to turn to fill the gap globally. Education and social development are closely connected with each other. Addressing the issues affecting our society requires contributions from all fields and all players, be it medicine, law, science, or business. None of these fields can find societal relevance if they operate in an isolated manner. The world of business is no exception to this. Business is not only a means of generating wealth, It is a means of economic liberation. While trying to maximize profits, we must draw a line and stay away from exploitation of all forms. This is the reason that I think a basic understanding of the Indian Constitution is essential for all, including business students. Of course, when the government is at its maximum, it is necessary for business managers and owners to stay abreast for the changing legal landscape, be it labor laws, environmental laws, taxation, corporate laws, etc. We need to understand that raising inequity is the key aspect which will deter economic growth. In fact, this raising inequity is a profound challenge on all levels, be it in social, economic, or political. These growing economic disparities will inflict huge social costs on individuals who will slowly fail to afford the basic necessities of life. This has the potential to stir great social unrest and disharmony. In this context, I have a piece of advice for you. You are trained to emerge as business leaders. While generating wealth, you must adopt models which will ensure proportionate distribution of wealth among the stakeholders. Accumulation of wealth disproportionately in a select few hands is a sure sort of formula for friction in the society. Poverty elevation and equitable income distribution are the need of the hour. Apart from the above, one thing that may be considered is the revival of rural and cottage industries and increasing the robustness of local industry. For instance, the local neighborhood retailers have shown great resilience to withstand the challenges of multinational corporations. The reason may be the unique role that these stores and the local marketplaces play in society. They are not just sites where business is conducted, but are places where people find support, assistance, and social connections. This needs to be kept in mind during any analysis. Our local models, which are integral to our social fabric and culture, have to be protected and strengthened. I hope my words are good enough to provoke new ideas and thoughts. Don't be afraid to take risks and to innovate. There will be no shortage of cynics who will always attempt to undermine any good job that is done. Fortunately, the world does not revolve around cynics. Remember, as they say, if you do not ruffle any feathers, you are probably not doing anything worthwhile. I have always believed in this. As Aristotle said, the only way to avoid criticism is to do nothing, say nothing, and be nothing. I congratulate the ISB community for successfully leading the institution to become one of the top ranked in India and abroad. I wish ISB all the best. I hope you continue to mold future leaders and entrepreneurs and create a strong workforce to meet Indian and global requirements. Your campus is ideally located in the city of Hyderabad, which offers unlimited opportunities for innovation and incubations. Due to consistent efforts, the city of Hyderabad and the state of Telangana have emerged a role model for attracting investments and in creation of wealth and employment opportunities. The Chief Minister and the Telangana state government deserves rich compliments for this. The government of Telangana continues to build on the solid foundation laid in the late 90s and early 2000s in the wake of liberalization. This is how the government should function. Irrespective of which party is in power, the successive government should strive to improve upon what they have inherited from predecessors. No one understands this better than the Chief Minister and the government of Telangana. I wish them all the best in their endeavors to take the state of Telangana to greater heights. Professor Madan Pilutla, Dean Indian School of Business, has been requesting me to attend this event from much before I demit office. Surprisingly, he has not given up even after I became the former Chief Justice. Sandeep Jamalamadaka, Associate Director, External Relations, has been relentlessly pursuing my office for this event. As I could see, you are going to have 10 stimulating sessions where leaders from diverse backgrounds such as arts, sports, bureaucracy, fashion, etc. are going to enrich your thinking. And I also requested, I heard few students who studied here told me that the course is so tough and the time limit is very less, 1 year you have to complete. I request them to consider to expand little bit more, so you should not be under pressure. I wish you all the best. I thank you for giving this opportunity to address some of the brightest minds of this country as part of the prestigious ISB Leadership Summit. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Your journey is an inspiration for all of us. I would now like to invite Teja on the stage with the memento and request Dean Professor Madan to present Honorable Mr. Justice N.V. Ramana with a memento as an expression of our gratitude and facilitate signing of the prism.
Can I take out? Please. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I would now request the ILS core team to join us on stage for a photograph.
It was an honor to have your presence, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Sitting in the comfort of our homes in metro cities, we are often unaware of problems such as clean water, food, and a roof over our heads. We take them for granted, but these are luxuries for the majority. We are talking about the real India, not real India. Our next speaker is someone who has seen both Indias and is passionate about developing inclusive technology to build products that solve population scale problems. Coming from a humble beginning, a small village in Ranchi, all the way up to higher echelons of a software giant, he impacts billions of lives every day. Divine serendipity and his constant pursuit of learning got him to IIT Roorkee, followed by masters at UT Austin. Mr. Rajiv Kumar, as Managing Director of India Development Sector, leads the largest offshore engineering center of Microsoft. His vision for 2025 is to create a world-class development center and be the source of innovation for the next billion users. He's a spiritual seeker, meditates regularly, and this is his source of being actively calm and calmly active. He's a love leader at Microsoft, well known for his humility and optimism. With great excitement, I welcome you, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, to the podium to share your journey with us.
Thank you. Two mics. Okay, this works. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. So, good morning. This was an awesome talk by our Chief Justice. So it's very hard to follow such a big known speaker. So what I'm going to do today is really talk about my own prism, my own possibilities. Actually, I don't know if it's prism of possibilities, but possibilities, the way I'll say, is the journey of continuous learning. If you think about possibilities, this really starts with learning. If you don't learn, the possibilities are limited. This basically becomes a fixed mindset. And Microsoft really believes in growth mindset. And the word growth mindset is very popular now, but Microsoft has always lived that for the last 30 years that I've been there. So what I thought I'll do today is just talk about my own learning, my own continuous learning. And so I wanted to start with just quick background to set the perspective of where I'm coming from and what I learned and how I learned. Born in a very small place in Jharkhand called Sahibganj, small town. In fact, I was born even further out from there, and there was no light, no electricity, no water. I just happened to go to St. Xavier's Sahibganj, and the father, Gut, who's from Malta, he thought I should go to St. Xavier's Calcutta. He sent me to Calcutta. I found out about IIT there, got into Roorkee. From there, somebody talked about going to US, ended up in Austin, Texas. Life was really one step at a time, actually. And then I joined Microsoft because I was going to do PhD. My PhD prof, he left to join AT&T, and I said, well, I don't want to restart my PhD, so I'll go take a job. So I took a job, and I got 2 jobs. Microsoft, I'll just give the numbers because that was my first good decision, I would say. Microsoft, and there was another company, oil rigging company, $59,000, Microsoft $29,000. And guess what I joined? Microsoft. And people ask me, why would you do that? You know why I did that? Because the questions they asked me, they grilled me for a whole day. And I felt challenged actually that, oh, I thought these people really get computer science. The other people were just trying to get me. And that changed it, So I would say, coming out of MBA, I'm sure you think about money, but money is not the thing you should run after. You should run after the purpose. And what I felt that time was Microsoft trying to really change the world actually. And that's the reason I joined. And I think that's one of the best decisions, or maybe my second best, because if I say first I can't say because I've married my wife who was my classmate. So I can't say that was the first, the second. So, and then I joined, and I never left Microsoft because I love working at Microsoft because I learned a lot. So today I just want to talk about a lot of the learnings. This really defines my life. In the bottom, continue to learn. I learned tabla after coming back to India. Love traveling. Cycling is my way of keeping healthy. And my family with 2 daughters and 1 wife. Good problem to have. So with that, what was my first learning on the first day at Microsoft? I joined Microsoft. I was doing a PhD at that time in machine learning. It was really a hack that time. There was no machine learning. It was like artificial intelligence. They put me in compiler team. Like Microsoft was a compiler company. If you remember, Bill Gates started the compiler for BASIC and joined that team. So I got the offer letter and I called the recruiter saying, look, I think you made a mistake. I never done any compiler. I went to IIT Roorkee. The person who taught me compiler, I don't know if he knew it because I never learned anything. And she said, look, we don't hire people because you know something. We hire because you can learn something. And that was just so powerful, so powerful. I joined the first day. Dennis Kennedy, he was probably the 100th employee of Microsoft. Like he joined in like 81, a year after Microsoft moved to Redmond or Seattle. And at that time, like the culture was that you join a new kid from school. He made me meet all the other 15 engineers in that group. And they were like PhDs in compiler. They were like Tim Patterson, the person who sold DOS operating system to Bill Gates. He was part of the compiler to do the runtime. And I am just like, I don't know compiler. I don't feel good about getting a job. And then I meet these people who are world-class compiler people or some technology. It doesn't matter what compiler is, but it's just a technology, right? And Dennis Kennedy, at the end of the tour, he saw that fear in my face and he said, I know everybody's smart. You saw them. You think you're smart, probably you are smart, but I'll tell you a secret, how to succeed even if everybody is smart. And I'll tell you, like that moment, my heart stopped saying, please tell me. And he said these words, work hard to differentiate. Ronaldo last like few months back said, talent without hard work is wasted talent. Hard work is what's going to differentiate. And the work really starts after school, after you leave school, education is not hard work. Hard work is after you leave school and you start working actually. So what is hard work? That's the question to ask. It's not equals to the time spent. It's really about doing 20% more than you think you can do. Don't try to compete with your peers because that's the best way to be unhappy is to compare with others. The best way to be happy is to compare with yourself. Can you do 20% more than yourself? Yes, just work 1 day extra in the worst case. Learn new things in that 20%. Find your purpose in the job you're doing. People say, love your job, do the job that you love. The question is, how do you know what you love? When you are 23-year-old, 24-year-old, you don't know. But if you can find a purpose in whatever you're doing, you will start loving the job actually. So you have to love what you do, not necessarily you do get to do what you love actually. So anyway, that I think was I'll tell you, that became my mantra. I just worked like crazy. Like I've probably worked 18 hours a day, and software are like, they just turn off the light and shut the door and sit in the room and just write code. And I loved it actually. And I think that was the best time. I had no life, but that was the best time. It did not help that my wife Rekha was also working in Microsoft and we both had no life. So that worked out well actually. So anyway, at some point I decided, hey, I need to do something different because it was like getting boring. So I'm going to switch over as a manager about my learning and see. I have been very fortunate to really work with all the 3 CEOs of Microsoft. This is an amazing picture. All 3 CEOs in the same room, all three smiling at the same time is rare. So this I think is an amazing picture, and I have learned a ton from each one of them because when I joined Microsoft, it was a startup actually. People thought like you're wasting your life joining this startup with like few thousand engineers. India Development Center is almost double of what Microsoft was when I joined Microsoft. So what did I learn? So I'll just go through each one of them. I learned three things. Well, then I learned many things, but at least the top three that I learned from Bill Gates was decision making, thinking big. He really thought big, actually, always. Being generous. It's not just the Melinda Gates Foundation. From day one, he shared his wealth. Microsoft was the first company that started doing options, started doing stocks to the employees. Probably the one company that has created more millionaires on this world than any other company even till date is Microsoft, by the way, because of the generosity of Bill Gates. Of course, I don't have all the time to talk about all the 9 learnings from this CEO, so I've decided to pick only one and talk about one. So what I want to talk about today is decision making for Bill Gates. As I said, I was getting bored as IC, so my wife said, maybe you should try being a manager, which I became very quickly. And I remember in the first 6 months, I struggled. I struggled because I realized I don't know how to make decisions. I don't know if MBA teaches you to make decisions or not. At least in India, education system doesn't teach how to make decisions. So here was my situation. I'll give you the story that happened, real story. I was the lead of a team of about 10 people. There was Suzanne. She was a compiler writing code. She said, I'm going on vacation for the next 2 weeks. Rajiv, when I come back, I'll finish this piece of code. I said, yeah, great. Go home, go have fun. This is on Wednesday. On Thursday, I met a partner level, world-class code writer that I'd hired from Borland, Andrew. And I said, oh, Sue is going on vacation and stuff. So he said, oh, I can finish whatever she's doing because I really know all the compiler stuff and I'll just get it done. I said, yeah, fine. Help, no problem. Very simple, right? Like it's easy decision. And then I told her on Friday that Sue, just go, have fun. Andrew can back you up, complete the code. And she said, no, Rajiv, I don't do that because when I come back, I really know how to get this done. This is what I want to do, blah, blah, blah. And she left. I was okay. And I did not pay attention to it because it was all the right things were happening. Andrew goes and checks in the code within 2 weeks. We were happy. The piece of code is done. The product is done. She comes on Monday after and she is upset like nobody's business. She comes to my room really, really angry saying, how can you let this happen? Because I know how to do this better. How can you let this happen? I'm going to undo everything he's done and redo everything. And I said, wow, she's so passionate because it was pride. It was a moment of pride. Like this is like pride of craftsmanship, pride of what you do, the best possible thing that you want to do. And so I went to Andrew and said, look, she's very upset. So we'll let her undo that. And you just do something else. And he said, how can you let that happen? Because I'm one of the best. You hired me. I'm the world-class architect that can do this job. And you're saying I did not do a good job. I don't feel good. I don't feel respected. Where did I go wrong? What is the right decision? I did not know. I did not know what to say to whom. I could not push back on Suzanne. I could not push back on Andrew. I just knew something was terribly wrong. And that's the time Bill Gates sends a mail, how to make good decisions, and 10 things that you should look at when you make good decisions. And I basically was struggling to make a decision, but whom should I favor? Whom should I pick? And he said many things actually. And I have an email, I kept it for a long time. He talked about many things like get all the data and don't get into analysis paralysis. He had like 10 things to look at. The 5th or 6th was clarity of goal. And that hit me. You know, the good decisions are function of the goal that you're trying to achieve. In this case, if my goal was to keep morale, then I would go with Sue or Suzanne. But if my goal was to get the product shipped as soon as possible, then I would go with Andrew. I just did not know that. That one thing changed the way I was going to be a leader actually in the world. You know, if you ask anybody, any leader, CEO, what is the most important thing to do as a leader? It's decision making. I hope ISB teaches that because that nobody taught me in being an engineer actually. And in India, people don't teach you actually. Then I reflected, why do I don't know how to make decisions? As a kid, I remember growing up, Diwali is coming. Beta ye kha lo, ye pehen lo, right? Eat this. Those who don't know Hindi, mom or dad will say, eat this or wear this. Here is a good shirt, good pant. In fact, when you are ready to marry, here is a girl to marry or here is a boy to marry. We just don't teach our kids to make decisions. Forget about the good decisions. So anyway, that's my analysis of life at Microsoft in India. So anyway, but that's what my learning was. So when you are confused, think of the goal to help you make a decision. But I've also learned over time, last maybe 5 years, nobody makes any decision. It's really all about choices. Decisions are hard. There is cost to decision. There's no cost to choice. So think about making choice. It will become easy. All right? Okay, I'll move on. I can talk on this for like half an hour and that's all I have. So I'm going to just move on to my next second learning. So what did I learn from Steve Jobs? Steve Ballmer. I learned from Steve Jobs also, by the way. That's a different talk. He has a presence. If you are standing on the stage, this room would be full of Steve Ballmer actually. He has this booming voice, this persona that projects, like it just grabs your attention. That's nobody's business. And I remember when I became not the first level manager, but I became the general manager, what we used to call product unit manager. I struggled actually. My biggest time when I was most stressed, I almost wanted to quit the job and not do anything, was when I became a general manager. And I remember going to that time, Kavi Singh was my manager. He was the VP or whatever. I went to his room one day and said, Kavi, what's wrong with that meeting that just happened? He said, what happened? He said, I told him, look, I said the same thing. And after 20 minutes, and like, I don't know what his name was, but somebody said, Dave said exactly what I was saying, and everybody agreed with him, but nobody paid attention to what I'm saying. And I'm frustrated. You made me general manager, people need to listen to me. Nobody listens to me. And he said, yeah, I know. I said, what do you mean you know? You should tell me. What's wrong? He said, you have no presence. I said, okay, tell me, what do you mean by that? He said, oh, you came into that room, nobody noticed you. Sat there, nobody noticed you. So you said something, nobody noticed you. So you have no presence. I said, okay, great. Tell me how to fix it. And he said, I don't know. I said, that's very helpful. You tell me I have a problem and you don't tell me how to fix it. Anyway, Microsoft is just an amazing place because you really own your career. You can ask for anything, you'll get everything, but you have to do what is needed at that point in time. So what he and I decided, basically there was a time I had almost 4 coaches. Right from what to say, how to say it, intonation, how to look. Because in India, people are taught, kids are taught, Hindi mein kehte hain na, like, nazar niche karke baat karo out of respect. But if you go to US and you say like this and speak, they will either think you're not confident or you're looking down on the other person. She taught me how to look in the eyes and speak. It was so hard in the beginning. To have presence, you have to speak with certain posture and certain, so I have like, what did all I learn? I learned a lot. How you come across, how you wear, what you say, what you don't say, where you stop, at what speed you speak, all this accent, everything had to be fixed actually. So what you see me today is a fixed up version of Rajiv Kumar. I was a geek. I would love to turn down the light, shut the door and write code. Life was great. But when you become a manager, you got to learn these things and nobody teaches you, right? Language matters. The words you use matters because it has impact. And so my point here is that don't take it for granted. Those you see they are great. They were not great. They were just human beings like you and me. They worked on it. So my ask is work on it. Identify things that you need to be, you want to be. You can't do everything, but pick few things. And I thought maybe I should work on my presence. I will talk about politics because sir before me also talked about politics. One thing I could not master is politics, by the way. But I did master how to diffuse politics. You know, thank you. So you know how to diffuse politics? Those who do politics, you know what they do? They will tell these people something, these people something, that people something, and then they will manage this. Your job is to make it public like anybody's business. Copy everybody who needs to know. They will run for the cover. That's it. It's so simple. So I learned how to diffuse politics because politics is hard. It's just not worth it. But you need to know because the world is full of politics, by the way. Whoever humans are, there will always be dynamics. Wherever dynamics, there will be more management. Anyway, I don't know if they teach you MBA politics, how to kill politics, but diffusing politics is probably the most powerful thing I learned in those days. Okay. In the interest of time, now I'm going to go to my most favorite CEO was Satya. I worked for him almost for 5 years, traveled around the world with him. He put me here. He sent me to India. I asked him, should I go to India and work on that? India was just like 40, 50 people when I came here for 5 years. It was not growing. And we wanted to kickstart that. So in 2003, basically I came under him to start, or not start, but really take it to a scale, an amazing scale. And I think, as I said, just the India Development Center is twice as big as the Microsoft I joined, 4 times as big in terms of revenue that I joined Microsoft. So I can't give numbers, but it is big. What did, like, there are many things I learned from it. Just continue to learn the growth mindset. He personifies that actually. Clarity, synthesis, he is just master at it. But the most important thing I learned is ability to communicate. You know, I'm sure MBA, you learned that, but as an engineer, I never learned that. But there is science behind communication. It's not theory. And I'm going to, I remember I was having dinner with him, like after one of the conferences in San Diego. And so I asked him, so tell me, how do you do this? This is just too good. There will be meetings where there will be 10 people and people, one topic will just, people will rat hole and they will go all over the place. And after some time, you'll come back and say, well, I said this, here's the next step. How do you even keep track? And you know, those who have done any kind of flow chart, writing code or process or whatever, he said, it's all flow chart in my mind. So I'm here, I know where I am in the flow chart. If somebody randomizes, it doesn't matter. I know what the next box is. And I'll say that. I said, wow, that is just amazing. It's like communication is like writing code. Code is exactly that. You know, it's all logical, one step at a time. I learned a ton from him. So, but I'll tell you, communication is not about speaking. Communication is about listening first. Generous listening. I don't know those who are managers or when they become a manager, 90% of the time, if you listen, half the problem will go away. People will just they'll feel heard and they will calm down. Those in my team knows. Bill Gates, like Satya is just amazing listener. He listens generously. But then you also have to say things to create clarity, but you have to understand the context, the background, have the clarity, be able to synthesize, make it simple, make it memorable, you know? Like, I'll give you an example that he told me, like, I was going through some tough time and I was saying, oh, I don't like this. He said, you know, he said just 3 words. He said, everything has half-life. Those who know science, you know, half-life is like every substance in the world has a half-life, it will decay. And all the uranium and all has very short half-life. That's why you can create energy out of it. And that he was saying everything comes to an end. Don't worry about it. But he said it in a scientific way. 3 words, nailed it. I was calm. Anyway, so that's, but then I'll go to the third one. How do you communicate? You have to learn how to communicate. Pyramid Principle is a book, big book. It just has one idea. I don't know how people write a full book on one idea, but they do. Maybe in MBA you learn that. I'm joking. The idea is that, hey, talk in a pyramid, like say yes, no, what you believe, the summary, then you go into detail. Have you met any friend who starts from the bottom and keeps saying, and you're saying, where are you going? Do you agree, disagree? That's not how you do. So you need to really do a pyramid principle. Start from the top, say a few things, the detail of that, and then you go down. Then Satya taught me about the flow chart. And the other thing he taught me was like, everything is a model, you know, like you can have a chair with 3 legs or 4 legs. You can say, hey, because of this, this, and this, I think this. So if you have a mental model, you have to have, basically communication is also science. You have to create structure that will help you synthesize and make it simple and memorable. So you got to learn that. So these are, I picked all these learnings because these are not things we get taught, at least in India. In US, kids do get taught. My daughter was born there. I remember she was in kindergarten, and they have this thing called show and tell. Basically, they are told, bring the best toy that you love and talk about that toy. What they're really teaching is how to talk about something you're passionate about, how to use the words, how to describe that thing, why you like it. And that I thought was beautiful. That country is just amazing in terms of communication and synthesis. So anyway, from Satya, I learned that. Of course, I've learned many things, but I'll stop there. Then I thought I'll end my talk with some of my personal learnings, things I really believe, and that has helped me be a good leader, very centered leader. So I'll say three things. Can I get water, please? 3 learnings from my own life. One is work-life balance. What is it? It's not about time. It's about priorities in life and grit and fearlessness. What is work-life balance? Let me talk about. People say, okay, 8 to 9 job, and then it's my life. No, it's not like that. It's not about time. It's about what you prioritize across your life time of next 50 years, 60 years. Think big. So here's my scientific way of thinking work-life balance. You know, when I come to ISB, I come here, or I go to IIT Delhi for hiring. What is the first thing you ask me as a student? How much money you'll give me? Then it's day 0 or day 1, day 2. Then you ask me, what is the job, right? Then then basically when you're 23, 24-year-old, you first the money, then the work, then the family, or marriage, or kids, or parents, and then maybe self-actualization. If your parents are spiritual, they will say, okay, go puja kar lo, ya pranam kar lo. That's it. You don't have time. That's the priorities that we all live. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, when you get to fast forward it, if you ask my father, what is the most highest priority in life? None of this. He's 85-year-old. For him, health is number 1. If you don't have health, it's all useless. Your title, your money, your relationship, nothing matters because you're sick. Got to focus on health. And health is one thing. Once you lose it, you lose it. Very hard to get it back. It's better to pay attention from when you're 22-year-old, coming out of ISB or wherever you are today, and keep yourself fit and healthy. It's not about looking good. It's about just being healthy, actually, right? It's not about fat or thin, nothing like that. It's like if you are healthy, it's a good life. Then, at least for me, at least for my parents, or even Bill, if you look at what he's trying to do with all the philanthropy, he's trying to do self-actualization, realizing who he is. Then relationship matters. From my dad, he says, I don't need any money. Tell me, me and Rekha, do you love me? Do you come to meet me? Will you come to meet me? That's more important, actually. Job is probably doing something good for others. Money is the last thing, actually. You know, it is reversed. Absolutely reversed. But does it change at 40 years old? No. It keeps changing. Like, for example, in the middle, my family was important. My daughters were important. I need to get them educated, get them settled, give them values, give them travel and experience, and all these things matter. My point is, things change over time. You have to pay attention to what you want at that point in time. It's not about one thing. I have a derivative. You know, you have a theorem, then you have axioms. The axioms is, you know, what is midlife crisis? Midlife crisis is confused about priorities, actually. You want better wife, better husband, red car, because you're stuck at 22 years. It's all material. But if you change your thinking, you'll realize that's not what you want. You really want a good family. You want love, which is more divine and more relationships. You want to do meaningful things for others as a leader. Be generous, right? As Satya, Bill Gates talks about. So anyway, that's work-life balance in my mind. Not time, but priority. I just published one LinkedIn post today. We created a new product called Union internally. It's an office mobile, or it's a super app for productivity. In 2.5 years, we went from 0 to 100 million monthly active usage last week. And people say, wow, that's success. That's all. That's so good you did it. But really, for every success, there's many, many, many failures. The article talks about it. For 5 years, we kept failing. We created Koyo, which was WhatsApp before WhatsApp on AAD for enterprise. Then we did Sprightly, which was creating mobile content, or it was connections, doing CRM. Everything failed, but every failure taught us. So the first product was 10 people used it, 100 people, 1,000 people. Kaizala was the previous one, 10 million people. Union, 100 million people. It was almost 10 to 100x. Every failure pushed us higher in success. And I love this quote because Michael Jordan is my, I look up to him, a billionaire just by playing basketball. And he said these words: I have missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I lost almost 3 games. 26 times, if I could just put it in, we would win. And I failed over and over again. And that's why I succeeded, actually. Success is the tip of the iceberg built on failures underneath the water, actually. It is just amazing. That's how life works, by the way. That's how life works. So thank you. So when you fail, remember you are one step closer to success. That's the way to think about it, because you learn something. Grit, people talk about a lot. Grit is resilience plus learning, actually. If you don't learn, then it's not grit. Then you're not succeeding. If you learn, it is taking you one step towards your success. I'll just close with this. One thing every couple of years, I take one thing and try to learn that, master that. Fearlessness is something I've started working like maybe 9 years back, 8 years back. It's hard to be fearless. But this quote is just amazing. 20 years from now, you will be more disappointed with what you did not do than what you did and failed. It's better to do and fail than to not do. And then later you'll realize I should have done that. And you have to find ways to be bold, actually. In corporate world, you write email, they're called flame mail sometimes, or it's something that you don't like to send, but you have to send because you believe in it. And I have learned, when I write such a mail that I don't feel comfortable, I'll ask, if I was bold or fearless, will I send this? If the answer is yes, I just send the button and I'm done. I don't want to think after that, So you have to figure out ways to be bold. But I'll also say, and it's not here, but in my leadership principle slide, it is really, you have to learn to be humble, respectful, and yet confident. 3 very important words for being bold and fearless. You have to say what you believe in, but say it in a way that is respectful and humble. Arrogance, nobody likes. Humbleness, everybody loves, actually. Arrogance was the reason we almost died as a company many years back. But Satya turned it around by, how? He made us humble, actually. I remember after he became the CEO, I asked him, so what is your learning in the 6 months, Satya? And he mentors me once in a while. I'll go whenever I go to US. And he said, what was most surprising, I went to Bay Area and I met all these CEOs. Nobody believed that the CEO of Microsoft was in their office to meet them. That is the arrogance, What he did was change that to be, I'm here to help and work with you. That is humbleness, That's collaboration. So anyway, I'll just stop here. But of course, I have to end with my most favorite learning of life, mindfulness. That's what brought me back to India. And if you can make time to be mindful and meditate, nothing better than that. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
For your incredible journey.
Yeah.
Could you please say? It is true that there is no replacement to hard work. And through your personal and professional learnings, we saw the reality of the prism of possibilities in our daily lives.
Thank you so much.
I would now like to invite Abhishek Thamman and Vishal Jodani from the ILS team to give a token of our gratitude to Mr. Kumar.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
And also facilitate the signing of the prism.
Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Our next speaker needs no introduction. He is one of the most celebrated ISB alums. For him, success is to be able to make a difference. It's nothing short of an honor to have with us Mr. Kedar Lele, Executive Director HUL and Chairman of Unilever Bangladesh. Mr. Kedar joined HUL in 2004 and is a well-rounded business leader with over 2 decades of experience covering general management, sales and customer development, FMCG marketing, internet companies, and advertising. As Chairman and Managing Director of Unilever Bangladesh Limited, he played a key role in achieving the company's steady growth while also having a positive impact on the nation and its people. Mr. Kedar's mission is to unleash hidden energy that benefits society, businesses, and individuals. He is known to be a compassionate leader who balances the team's energy and drives accountability at the same time. Please welcome Mr. Kedar with a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much. I'm just testing if this is working. Yeah, it sounds like this is working. Right. Thank you very much. And yeah, okay, I was just crossing over to the afternoon. So very good afternoon and namaste. It's of course always fantastic to be back on campus. It's wonderful to see Khemka fully filled up. This is a joke amongst ISBians, of course. So people who are coming here for the first time, you will not appreciate this, but for the organizing team, filling 600 seats in Khemka is an achievement to begin with. And these morning 2 sessions have been, of course, outstanding. I was listening since the morning, and I'm delighted to be here. What a great theme, in fact, of Prism of Possibilities for a ILS event. Because each one of us, when we think of ISB, we actually think of possibilities. It warms our heart to see what coming to this school can do to your careers. What coming to this school can open up the doors of opportunities for you. The network that you build here for life, and of course, a purposeful journey that you start from the campus. Now, I was thinking, how should I bring a little more interactivity to this session, because I've been there where you are, and possibly at 12 o'clock, you're beginning to get a bit hungry. You've been here for a while, so I've decided that we'll make it interactive. So we will do it with a Menti. And how do we run Menti? We run it very simply by pulling out your cell phones. When was the last time a speaker said, pull out your cell phones and do something with it? Yeah? So pull out your cell phones, open the browser, go to menti.com and pump in the code. Sorry, somebody else is running the slides, I think. Okay, yeah. Put the code 48031049. So go to menti.com. It'll ask you to put a code. Put a code 48031049. Okay, and how we do this is, I do a dry run that establishes a baseline, correct? Because this is a democratic process, everyone has the ability to vote, and we are trying to see how many of us do vote. So if you see this, okay, so how has this year's ILS been? We've just started, guys. It's just been 2 hours, and already 65–67% of people saying the best because class of 23 is hosting it. Well done, right? But there are also 7% people, I couldn't care less. Yeah, you'll always have in your life. That's the learning number 1. However well you do, whatever positive expectations you have, there'll be some people who will say, this doesn't work. Yeah, this does happen in the dining hall actually. Yeah, when we were here, Sarovar used to make wonderful food. After 7 days, people started complaining about the food, saying, we can't have this kind of food anymore. But thank you very much. This was just a dry run to work this out, right? Okay, now if you guys run the presentation like this is going to be crazy. Why is it going all over the place? Okay. Okay. All right. Now, so this was the first trial, and hence on your mentees, now you have a fresh question, which says, what does the word possibility really mean to you? So there are 4 options there. Okay, so tick one, which suits you the best, and we'll go and see. So what does the word possibility mean to you? Now, if I think about the word possibility, and I was, what do we do when we hear a new word? We've all learned these words while growing up. But I said, okay, let's go to the dictionary and check what is possibility. And the dictionary meaning is the fact that something might exist or happen, but is not likely to. A possibility is something that might exist but is not likely to. That's what the dictionary meaning is. And what have you chosen? 63% people are saying it's a matter of hope or a chance. That's human mind for you. That's positivity in the room. That's your ability to see the glass half full. That's you all wanting something better from your own lives and around you. You yourself in last 10 seconds have defied the dictionary meaning. You're saying it is something that will and shall happen. So thank you very much for that, because that's really the emotion with which we want to start this conversation. Now, so given that it's a democratic process and you got used to it now, I decided to ask you a question, because we do this for living, presentations, meeting people. I said, okay, if we are here in the conversation of limitless possibilities, should I run you through a deck for 20 slides? That's the next question coming on to your mentee. We can do that because I have 25 minutes. Typically, all presenters in the room know 1 minute a slide, right? 20 slides, we can zoom through it and we can leave last 5 minutes for questions. So that's your code there. Or I can tell stories, because I've just been inspired by the last 2 sessions. And I'm told that people are still voting. See, I have Surbhi here, my colleague, and she's put that picture of people who are saying, run the deck. If you really wanted to have a snooze, maybe Khemka was not the best place for you. All right, so, okay, 90% people are saying, tell the stories. So, pollsters usually understand how to predict the Rujhan. So I predicted the Rujhan and decided that I don't need to bring a PPT. I only have to tell stories this morning. So we are going to be telling some stories to you. So let's first hear the story of someone who I know really well. Here's a story of a boy, and this is now becoming maybe a theme since morning. Growing up in a smaller village with a nuclear family, getting transferred every now and then because father was in a transferable job, and enjoying those shifting of locations, new challenges, what the government schools bring to you and so on and so forth. Seem to be doing pretty well, gets admission into engineering, yeah, just like our previous speaker was, and he spoke about it quite elegantly. But this guy decides to say, no, this is not working out. Let me not go towards engineering and take up a commerce BCom. And he decides to go to a BCom and says, I will go to UPSC, because my following speaker is actually a IS. She went to UPSC and now she is working with the government here. So you will hear Ms. Sabharwal a little later. By the time the graduation comes to an end, there's also another thought saying, BCom kar rahe hai, to CA karna chahiye. So the guy goes to a articleship for about 3 days and can't survive the articleship. People who have done CA know how difficult it is to do articleship. Guy comes back and says, no, this is not for me, gives up on the CA foundation. And by the time the BCom is getting over, the whole idea of going and serving the country with UPSC and taking LLB as a profession has also gone out of the window. Now, at this stage, it's a good question to ask. There's a 21-year-old going through these 3, 4, 5 decisions. What is this an example of? So the question is on your mentee now. This story is emerging to be an example of indecisiveness, which youngsters have, emerging possibilities, or maybe the third one is unmitigated disaster. It's quite possible because all of us go through these decisions in our lives. All of us. I am now getting to an age where my son is deciding to do what he wants to do, and we are debating what would be right. And we are putting that career around. So listen, this is an example of how you prime the audiences. Yeah. So in research, this is called the leading question. You tell a story, you build the positivity in the conversation, and automatically an answer which should have been unmitigated disaster becomes emerging possibilities. 3/4 of audiences here, and we have 500 cell phones out here, are saying emerging possibilities. So what happens in KBC? We go with the audience poll. So we go with the audience poll. So the story emerges that somewhere, we all get books. So the guy get a book called Ogilvy on Advertising, decides to apply for a school in west of India called MICA, does a communications PG, brand management, works 5 jobs, and lands up at ISB. Wow. And after ISB, chooses, just like Rajiv did, the lowest paying job out of the 3 which were on offer. Now, why am I telling this story? Because I've never told this story to anyone, but somebody reminded me sometime back when we were having a conversation saying, listen, you've reached a place here, you must tell this story. So if the person joins a company like HUL, having done nothing that I had not, and over a period of time works in ice cream business, which should have been shut down in 2005, was sent to a joint venture company, which of course the company walked out of a little later, was sent to a branch in Calcutta, which was the smallest branch that we had in the company, and then runs a country in Bangladesh and comes to the management committee of HUL and does what I'm doing now. I think if I could do this, anyone who could think about anything can do it. Now, I didn't tell you this story to just clap and feel impressed about what I'm doing, because you know what? When I go to the villages today, when I walk and I do the market visits across India, the hope is so much better than what it was 20 or 25 years ago. Youngsters are so aware of what they want to do, and the capability and the heart. Okay, this light is too strong, and their ability to say, listen, we can do it, is so much in your face now. That confidence of new India is for here and for us to experience. And hence, I do believe that each one of you have the ability, potential, and opportunity to achieve and deliver what you really want to. So have a dream and pursue it well, because the environment will make it possible for you to achieve it. Yeah, just like that Hindi movie, Kainat aapki madad karne aayegi. Okay, so I thought maybe a relevant story for us to think about is a story of Karoli Takaks. Anyone knows Karoli Takaks? Okay, there's 1 hand, 2. Yeah, okay, good. Thanks. 3. You know what? It's a challenge these days. You're invited for these talks and everyone knows everything. What do you talk about? Because everyone has either seen or commented already, or has already followed someone. Very difficult to find something which is unique. So maybe 3 out of you know the story, but let me tell you the story. Karoli Takaks was a shooter and born in Budapest, Hungary. He was part of the Hungarian army, pistol shooter. Very good shooter, became very popular in the country, and was very, very keen to participate in the Olympics. 1936, Summer Olympics are going to be, I'm just checking whether my data and facts are right or not. Yeah, so Berlin Games happened in 1936. Remember Dhyan Chand playing in Berlin, and of course, Hitler coming in there. So 1936, Berlin Games were going to happen. The guy was hoping to be on the team. But Hungarian army told him that, listen, you're not a commissioned officer, and our policy is only to take commissioned officers as part of the team. So you're going to be sitting home. You're not going to go. Okay. Stays back. Another team goes. He hopes, no problem. Maybe I'll keep shooting. 37, Hungary changes the rule, saying we will take non-commissioned officers also into the pistol team or shooting team. Great idea. The guy is preparing for it. 1938, he's on a drill with the army, and his right arm has the clip is gone and the bomb blasts in his hand, and his shooting arm is damaged. No opportunity left for Karoli Takaks to be able to shoot anymore. It's 1938. He recovers after the bomb blast incident, and he thinks, should I give up on this dream of mine? Should I give up or should I try something? And he is quite despondent, isn't it? So he goes into jungles and starts thinking about practicing with his left arm. It's not his preferred arm, but he's practicing with his left arm. That's the picture that I got for all of you. He's practicing with the left arm to the extent that suddenly in 1939 in Hungary, there's a championship being called for, and the guy gets a wild card and goes and wins it. And people are shocked and surprised that Karoli Takacs, who used to shoot with his right arm and was part of the national team, could have gone to Olympics team as well, is here shooting with his left and winning. He's sure that 1940 Olympics, he's going to be part of the team again. What happens in 40? Games get cancelled because Hitler had other plans. Karoli Takacs, all his dreams are now shelved for life, because not just the 1940, but 44 games also don't happen. Okay, war gets over in 45. World is coming to its world is recovering, hobbling back to its feet. 1948, I think, the next Olympics are planned. And I'm just checking if the number right. Yes. 1948, Summer Olympics are planned in London. Here is Karoli Takacs. It's been 12 years since his last dream of competing in Olympics. And Hungarian government and team decides that they're going to send him because he's there and he's the best shooter they have. He goes to London Olympics, beats the favorite, and wins the gold medal. "12 years of perseverance, changing the arm, hoping against all odds and hopes that post Second World War, he'll be able to come back. And he does win the gold medal in 1948. But the story is not over. The guy is already 38 years of age. And he says that I have not finished yet. 50 to Helsinki, he comes again and wins the gold again. That's the story. When you think about the grit, when you think about the perseverance, when you think about odds, here are the odds. And if you do believe in the realm of possibilities, if you do live in the realms of possibilities, just imagine if only this could be done. Then remember the story of Karoli Takacs, because this is a story of what I call as unconditional performance culture. I'm a sales and marketing guy, I've been running companies. What do you want from people? Not excuses, you want results. You don't want them to tell you that, listen, I've been working all day, all night. What you want is an outcome. Yeah, I'll come to the means to the results as well, means to an end conversation also maybe. But what you want is an outcome and not excuses. So remember the story of Karoli Takacs. Ever again, you're thinking about how to do this when you're surrounded by such difficulties, unsurmountable odds against you. Let's go to the next story. The story says, "Aao gaon chale." If all of us are in India, you know that a large number of our people, right? Mahatma Gandhi said that this country lives in the villages. And that's true even today, 75 years since independence. We do believe that in the next 3 years' time, about 40% of India will be urbanized. But since the beginning, it was 85, 90, and so on and so forth. So villages do have a large number of people staying there. Of course, you know that 70% of the population was there. Do you know how many villages India has? Any number? Yeah, 6 lakhs. I heard someone saying. Yeah, 6.4 lakh villages is what India has. So imagine a company like HUL, which wants to go to every individual, every household. Wouldn't rural present a great opportunity? Of course it does, isn't it? Because in rural India, you have a large number of people. And we do say that if you're alive and kicking, you need roti, kapda, makan, and FMCG. And if you need FMCG, then you better have HUL there. So we do want to go there. But the opportunity, which is large cumulatively, is very small individually. You find it very difficult to reach out to those places. And I'm talking 1998, 99, when this company was thinking about putting together new designs of go-to-market models in order to, one, protect the business, second, unlock the potential, and third, prepare this company for the future. And I'm talking 98, 99, when the turnover of the company was less than 10,000 crore. And this plan was being rolled out to say, is there a way to go to villages, appoint individuals who can work for us? And that became the story of Shakti. Why I'm talking about Shakti? Because ISB itself has written a case about it a little while back, after Harvard Business School also did a case. Now, we could have worked with anyone. We could have worked with Gram Sevaks, we could have worked with Sarpanch, but we decided to start that project. And that's why the relevance in Andhra Pradesh, in a small town, in a small location in Nalgonda district, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So it started from Nalgonda district of Andhra Pradesh with some NGOs saying that, listen, we do have women who are part of a self-help group. Could they come along with you and start distributing your products, because these are products of everyday use that consumers want? And would you create a model, while it will be a little more expensive for the company, but would you create a model which would not just bring the products to the consumers, but also build relevance for categories of health, hygiene, and nutrition over a period of time? It started as an idea. 20 years from then on, this year we'll close the number of Shakti Ammas who are with us at 195,000 women in 150,000 villages. Now, you all know Professor C.K. Prahlad, yeah? And Professor C.K. Prahlad has had a big impact on guiding the thinking of a lot of organizations on saying, how do you create fortune at the bottom of the pyramid? You have to be innovative with your business models. You have to be ambitious. You have to have the scale. And over a period of time, then of course, the amount of impact you can have, the amount of top line you can gain is also fabulous. Now, that idea of fortune at the bottom of the pyramid comes alive here for a large company like HUL, because you know that when you're serving women and families in rural areas, you're actually doing something which is worth its while. And I was reminded of this during the COVID times. Until the vaccines came, what were we all doing? We were washing our hands 6 times a day. We were wearing a mask, because that was the only way to protect yourselves from the deadly virus. And we did exactly that during those days. So we don't recognize this often enough, that a life of dignity of human beings starts with health and hygiene. The hygienic practices in rural areas can save lives and can help children get to the age of 5 and then get to the school and get to the economic value that they need and that this country needs over a period of time. Shakti wouldn't have been possible if that idea was not rolled out and pursued for a few years. So big ideas require patience, and big ideas require commitment. Do the same in your lives and the projects that you pick up, and you will be successful at scale. Third story is about something that is going on in your neighborhood. And I thought I'll bring this up because, bunch of you are talking about digital first, disruption being caused to companies, and a sense that all companies must have to avoid what I call as Kodak moment. You don't want Kodak moment in your life, isn't it? Yeah, in your organization's life. And hence, 2015, 7 years ago, e-commerce had started coming into India, right? More in, of course, presentations than in the profit and loss accounts of the companies. But cell phones were visible. E-commerce was making its impact. That time, a team decided to just think about an idea while working the market, that would it be possible one day that the retailers that you have would have a smartphone. They will order what they want directly on the app and they will get it. Now, just as Ramanna was saying, that be conscious about the interests of the neighborhood retailers, because these multinational companies are challenging them. Of course, made a note of the comment, because as a matter of fact, multinational companies like ourselves are here for such a long time. You know why? Because we do not take away from the neighborhood retailers. We survive and we thrive because we work along with them for their development, for their growth. Now, you're all thinking about eB2B and eB2C disruptions. This disruption has been created by the organization itself. So why am I telling you this story? Because nobody disrupts their own business, by themselves, but we decided to. And I thought of telling you this story because when you think about an app which will make your own people redundant, it's quite gutsy. But this app today is being accessed by over 1 million retailers. And while we don't announce these numbers, I can only say thousands of crores of business for this company happens on the app, helps the salesman or the salesperson, because I also have women salespersons working in the market now, achieve their objectives, because what you're able to do is allow the retailer to buy what they want to buy on the app and allow him or her to engage with the salespersons in a conversation to buy what is the future, where you have to have a conversation. Now, what is the learning here? Think about the future and be a little more gutsy, a little more ambitious about how that future would be and what it would entail. Many a time, when we paint the picture of the future and it becomes dangerous, we change the picture. Then we say, no, aisa thodi hoga. Because we are going to be playing a role in this. Yeah, government will play a role in this. It doesn't work like that. Yeah, look at the evolution of UPI in this country. Look at what ONDC will be doing in the future. So paint the picture of the future and create a plan A for situation A, another plan A for situation B. Because if you're going on to the plan B, it's not as good as your plan A. So I usually ask my teams to create plan A for a situation. And if the situation does come, please deploy that plan A, because that's what you need. The best plan for that possible, probable situation. Okay, I'll end by thinking about something which I thought I must have, because it's not just about the stories that I could tell you. It's also about each one of you. I thought I'll leave a gift for all of you. And this gift is not what I'm going to give you. This gift is what you've got. I'm just reminding you of that gift. It's coming in because I attended a program by a guy called Lancioni. That's what his name is. And a little while back, and Patrick Lencioni talks about a model of 6 wizards that everyone has. And these are working geniuses. So 6 geniuses that everyone has. So what are the geniuses? Each one of us has 2 working geniuses that we are born with. We've got 2 competencies and 2 frustrations. So I'll put all 6 of them and you will know what I'm talking about. The first one is called genius of wonder. There are people amongst us who are looking at things and saying, why? Why is it like this? Why can't it be like that? How can this world be like that? Why can't ISB be established in Hyderabad, 1999? People who are wondering. So you need that genius of ability to wonder. And that wonder gives you an amazing idea in the direction of future and looking at opportunities and possibilities. But this alone is not enough, because there's another genius that you get, which is invention. Having wondered, how do you really get this? These are the solution seekers. Yeah, there are solution seekers amongst you who look at that wondering and then design a solution. They do the invention. Then there are people who do discernment. Now, who are people who discern? It's like you've done something and you go to someone and say, "Kaisa lag raha hai?" And the guy says, "Listen, this is good. You can make it happen," right? Or if you're at home, many a time, my wife will come and say, suddenly I'm doing something, a spoon will come into my mouth saying, "Taste." So what is this? Sambar. How is it? I'm supposed to tell that, whether the salt is okay, masala is fine, dal is tasting okay, does it require something else? Now I have to first say, no, it's tasting nice. But then she expects me to be a discerning person, isn't it? That's why she's asking me to taste. So then I have to say, acha, ek aur chammach kha ke dekhta hu main. Then I can tell you what is not. Tetul is missing. Tetul is it's called, no, tetul is in Bangla. So maybe, what do you call tetul here? Imli. Imli is missing and so on. So people who are discerning have built a gut. They have a sense of judgment. They can tell you कि ये ठीक लग रहा है कि नहीं लग रहा है. And they are the people that you want to be or you want to have in your team, because they will help you decide where not to go. Fourth is galvanizing, right? You need people who can galvanize a team, who can bring those 30, 40, 50 people onto this journey. Because it's not enough to have a great idea. It also requires a passion of collective team to get going. Because, you know, what's that शेर says, अकेला ही चला था, जाने में मंजिल मगर लोग मिलते रहे, कारवा बनता गया, something like that. And that karma can only be built when you have people who can galvanize. So you need the ability to galvanize, and you're blessed with that working genius. Then there is enablement. And I'm spending time because each one of you are thinking, कि मेरा इसमें से क्या fit हो रहा है, right? So I'm letting you guys all think about it, because there are two that you're born with, there are two which are your working geniuses, and there are two that you suck at. So enablement are those guys who provide encouragement, who provide the system, and then help you get through the process to the finish. And you need people with tenacity to really bring you to finish. Because if it doesn't get over, it ain't over. So you need people who have that tenacity. Now, you know, if I were to say that there are stages there are ideation stage, there's activation stage, and there's implementation stage. And that's exactly how any idea, any possibility gets realized. And you want a team, because business at the end of the day is a team sport. I was so grateful that the GOAT in tennis decided to retire in a doubles game. There's a message out there. Business is a team sport, and you want to construct a team with the people who are of different abilities than your own, because then you will build a team of giants. Then you will build a team that's complementary in its skills and abilities and impact. So if you did this well, of course, then I should simply ask you a question, because I think we have had some time. Pick out your phones again, because the next question is coming in. How do you really learn the best? Okay. Do you read books? Do you listen to others? Do you engage in healthy discussions? Or fourth is by listening to others. Because each one of us has a different way to learn. And hence I thought I'll put this out. Because you know what, I was thinking that people who make it to ISB are all above 100 IQ on an average. And the issue with people with higher IQ is that you're most likely to fall for stereotypes. Because in an instant you recognize the pattern and you say, to win, this is what I have to do. People with higher IQ fall for stereotypes than those who are not. And hence, once you know, okay, all right, I was looking at the score and it's moved. Go back, yeah. Okay, by trying new things. Oh, this is wonderful. You know what, in the context of capability building, there's a rule called 70-20-10. What does that mean? You know, you have finished a large part of your theoretical learning as you get out of ISB. But throughout your life, nowadays we are talking about lifelong learning. Remember that 10 is about formal courses that you will do, sitting in a classroom or going to an online repository of things which will help you do gap closures. 20% is what you learn from others, being part of a team, observing somebody, listening to this chat, maybe that's 20. And 70% will be learned by doing yourself, by learning new things. So when you try new things is when you learn the most. And I'm happy that most of the people in the audiences of the kinds were saying that if I were to unlock the possibilities, this is what I will do. That's what I thought I wanted to talk about. I want to leave you with this thought. Of course, we are in the next millennium now, and it's not relevant anymore. But when you get out, take action. I always tell people who work with me that if we have chosen you, if you are part of this organization, if the responsibility has been given to you, please go and do it. Don't send mails asking for permissions. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than asking for permissions. Yeah? Go and do it. Be the man of action, because that's what this world needs. Because this quote, I don't need to repeat if you're reading it, you know, if the same grandson quote, I hope that each one of you, when you tell your stories, you don't say I was shoveling shit in Louisiana or equivalent of that, whatever that may be. So, of course, on this day of immense possibilities, I wish you all the best and pray and hope that you will be able to fly high, because I strongly believe that skies are to soar higher and higher. Thank you very much. Have a good day and a good career ahead.
Thank you for an amazingly interactive session, Mr. Kedar. The audience really would have wanted to ask questions from you, but due to the paucity of time, we will not be able to take any questions now. But he's here for a couple of hours, so we can do it later. I would now invite Amandeep Singh and Harsh Ranjan Das to present Mr. Kedar Lele with a memento and facilitate signing the prism.
Okay. Stand here. I thought there's a circle here, so it's stand. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, yeah, now I can get what I was looking out for. Okay, thank you very much. All right. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's okay.
Whilst we set up for our next speaker,
Oh, yes.
let me tell you a few things about
Thank you
her.
so much. Sir.
Oscar Wilde once said, "Life imitates art far more than art imitates life." When I sat to write the introduction of our next speaker, I was taken aback by learning how much music and leadership have in common. I'll help you folks connect the dots by bulleting them down for you. Both touch people's heart. Everyone is on the same page, quite literally. Attention to detail and a view of the big picture at the same time has to happen. Our next speaker has done these countless times. San Francisco Jazz Festival, United Nations in New York, Theatre de la Ville Paris, you name the world's greatest venues, and she's performed at them. Through her spellbinding performances, she has placed the Saraswati Veena on the world map. Dr. Jayanti Kumaresh, a sixth-generation Veena virtuoso, started playing at a young age of 3. Apart from her collaborations with several star musicians of Indian classical music, her concerts with Ustad Zakir Hussain, Indian National Orchestra, the British Philharmonia make her an ambassador of the rich musical heritage of India. She has been honored with innumerable awards, including Kalaimamani by the government of Tamil Nadu and Sangeet Shikhar Saman by Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. Her fresh expressions of the ancient rags and tals through the voice of the Veena make Dr. Jayanti one of the legendary Veena masters that the country has ever produced. But wait, she is not just your usual classical musician. She has taken the internet by the storm through her innovative web series, Cup O Carnatic, which demystifies Indian classical music to the world audience and has more than 2.5 million views on social media. With a doctorate in the art of Veena playing, her online Jayanti Kumaresh Academy for Veena has students from over 15 countries, with over 1,500 individual registrations in the age groups spanning 10 to 75 years. I would now like to invite Dr. Jayanti to grace the stage with her presence. I would request everyone to kindly remain seated.
Chair. Namaste and good morning to you all. If you're wondering what I'm doing here, I'm wondering the same thing too. Well, you're all entrepreneurs, managers, business people, and well, here we are on one journey of uniting of the Atma and the Paratmatma in the classical music. So I asked Dwarak, are you sure you want me to speak here? He said, yes. So let's see how we can fit what I have to say with why we are here today. Gives me immense pleasure, first of all, to be here in my capacity as a musician representing the national instrument of India, the Saraswati Veena. How many of you are seeing this instrument for the first time? Well, this is the national instrument of India, and it's called the Saraswati Veena. You probably saw it in the hands of Goddess Saraswati. How many of you have seen Goddess Saraswati's picture? We are in good shape. So there is a veena in her hands, and not this one particularly, another veena, but this instrument has a beautiful history and it dates back to the Vedic times, some 2,500 years and more. So I come from a family replete with violinists for 6 generations. So every single person in my family for the last 6 generations has been a violinist. The legend Lal Gudi Jayaramanji was my mother's elder brother. So you can understand how much of violence was around me. There was only one aunt who played the veena, and she was self-taught. There was no one to teach her how to play the veena. And my mother played the violin. My sister played. My aunt played. My cousins played. My grandfather played. Every single person. And for some reason, my mother started me at the age of 3 with the Saraswati Veena. I don't know what decision you can make about a career choice at the age of 3, but she embarked me on this journey. And while all of us, my cousins and I, sat to practice, they had these chestnut color, walnut color, loud, made in Germany, lovely copies of Stradivarius violins around me. And I had this huge instrument with one dragon glaring at me from the other end. And I was the only one at that age with this instrument. And the speaking length, I mean, the length of an instrument, be it a violin or a flute, is only this much, a complete octave. Whereas I had to take 2 buses and 1 train to go the entire. And I was little, and when I sat in this end of the veena and looked like this, it looked like a huge railway track to me from this side. I was wondering, how am I going to play as fast as they all play? Well, my mother said, you figure it out. And I asked this aunt. She said, it's simple, practice twice as much as they do. So we would start every morning with something like, it's not just playing the octaves, but also doing something interesting with what you're doing. So simple basic exercises would be. So you take a phrase like that. So if you look at a violin or a flute, you didn't have to do so much movement. It was only so much. Okay? Just this. Sarigama padani sarigama, sarigama padani sarigama. That's all. And so you have to do a journey like that to cover the entire gamut of a fretboard. So then I asked my aunt, can I come and stay with you in Chennai and learn? All my cousins warned me. They said, no, she's extremely strict. Don't even go there. But I said, well, I want to do something different from what you all are doing. So if I have to play this instrument, I have to go stay with her. And then she started me. I stayed with her for 22 years. And in what is known as a Gurukula Vasam, I mean, staying with your guru, where she wakes you up at 4 and you have to practice for 8 hours. And it's a whole, that's a separate PhD by itself. So I learned, and when I played, I didn't receive the reaction as I thought. I was practicing hard, but I was wondering what's missing. And then she said, see, what I'm giving you is information about this art. So you become a musician, but you have to become an artist. So how does a musician become an artist? How does a manager become an artist? When does an engineer become an artist? When does a doctor become an artist? When you have a 360 degrees knowledge of what you're saying. So communication is not about what you say, but about what somebody understands, which is very important in music, to communicate. There may be 10 Veena players who are equally good, but if there's one who can communicate what he or she wants to say to the audience, they make it. So I said, how do I translate it? She said, in Carnatic music, everything is vocal based, voice based. So everybody is playing the repertoire that people sing. So why don't you try and find out the voice of this instrument and find out what you want to say, how you want to say your story through the veena, not just play the information I have given you. So I would take a raga alapana and I would try, different techniques like, a guitar is fret based, right? So like, so I'm playing along the frets. So when we pull strings, literally. So when you play a raga alapna or something, you don't think of the notes, but you think of a story. Take a sentence, are you coming? So, are you coming? Are you coming? Are you not coming? Come now. Please come. I thought you were coming. See, you said you were coming. Come. Now. Immediately. Don't delay. Everyone is already there. Please come. You're coming. And then you finish it in sa. So every note has a possibility. It has an emotion. It's not Dani, but it is, are you coming? How you translate each of these notes into something that can convey something. The possibility in instrumental music is that it is de-religious and de-regional. So you can imagine when I play a piece, you can imagine a horse galloping, you can imagine a sunset, you can imagine anything. So immense is the possibility with instrumental music. So now trying that, and I found there was a big advantage and things were picking up, and it was time to go on international tours. And then I said, okay, the first tour is to United States in 1994. How do we go? And then my aunt made a case, 6 feet long wooden case like this, 2 feet like this. You know what that looks like? A 6 feet case in wood like this, covered on all sides. So I had to take that and travel across the globe. First thing, it was heavy, and then it didn't look pretty. And when I wheeled it into the airport for the first time, everyone was like looking at me, and here this bright girl smiling. I'm going on my tour, concert tour, but what are you carrying? Are you okay? I mean, you know what it looks like. So I finished the first tour everywhere. I paid oversize, overweight, and my shoulders gave way, lifting this everywhere. And I told her, if I have to put the Saraswati Veena on the globe and people have to listen to this, the national instrument of India, this is not how I want to travel. She said, okay, we'll see what we can do. And then she faxed all the airlines and asked them their cabin size. We didn't have email those days. So they sent, and then she designed this Veena, which is portable. You saw the dragon coming off when I don't know how many of you noticed that I fixed it only when I came here. This portion, all the portions of the Veena that do not essentially contribute to the tonality or the sound of the instrument was made dismantleable. This portion, half of this portion. I can still play the veena when it's not fitted, but there are so many portions that can go into a small case and I can keep it in my cabin. So I don't have to worry whether the veena will come in one piece, what people are going to say, looking at these huge boxes. Of course, after 1995, there was a big revolution in how we carried. We had fiberglass cases, but every time, some airlines don't let us check in instruments. So then we are worrying, twiddling our thumbs, whether it's going to come out in the proper shape or something. But look at the possibility that she made this portable, and I could keep it with me, a big instrument like a veena, in the cabin and travel everywhere. So with that, the world travel started and I could take the veena and go everywhere. Then coming back, I found that a lot of the audience were all 45 and above in around 2000, 2001, coming to concerts. Concerts were full, it was going fine, but where are the youngsters? What are they busy doing? So I realized there's a big gap between what we want to communicate as classical musicians and what people the youngsters want to hear. So how do we bridge that gap? So we needed to speak a language that they would understand, take them from known to the unknown. So how do we do it? And by then, internet and social media was all peaking. And then I started the series called Kapo Carnatic, which he spoke about, and he did very well. We started with concepts of classical music. We started about different things in classical music, demystifying, as you may say, and all of that. Still, I found something else needed to be done. So we started what is known as a fun series where we would play popular melodies that youngsters recognized, resonated with, and took it to, bridged it with classical music, ragas and thalas, and somehow found out how the whole thing came together. And then we started, the pandemic struck, and then we started this academy, online academy. I wanted to create a center for veena, like you have for business here, Academy for Excellence, because I think the national instrument of the country deserves an institution like that. So at that time, what we wanted to do with bricks and mortar, I could do only with pixels and bytes. And we had an online academy called the Jayanti Kumaresh Foundation Academy for Veena. We've had, master classes. This is basically for master level students and PhD level students about the techniques and different rags. How do you play? How do you conceive the music and how it is presented? So long story short, the journey still continues, but where does the bridge come? Let us see. थोड़ा वॉल्यूम दीजिए भैया. Are you smiling? There is a ragam called Shanmukha Priya. What is this? What was that? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to say bye to you with one thing. Indian classical music is a very, very potential field for you all to explore. See, yoga, Ayurveda, All this is doing very well worldwide. Classical music has a great potential and untapped market out there in the world. Not many musicians can afford an MBA like I have. I'm blessed to have someone to manage my career. But musicians need people with professional know-how to manage their careers, to present them in packaging Indian classical music to the world. It's really cool, and there's a whole lot of things going on. Look at this instrument, How many of you can boast of having a dragon listen to you all the time? So think about it. If you can do something about Indian classical music in your journey, do it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for a melodious performance. I would now like to invite Saad and Alapati to express our gratitude towards Dr. Jayanti and felicitate the signing of the Prism of Possibilities. Thank you, ma'am.
We are honored to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Smita Sabharwal, IAS. Since the formation of Telangana state, she was handpicked for the assignment of secretary to the Chief Minister of Telangana. And she's the first lady IAS officer to be appointed to the CMO. From 2014 to date, ma'am continues to serve the government of Telangana in this capacity. Smita ma'am also holds an additional responsibility as in charge of the Mission Bhagirath department. She has been nominated for Prime Minister's Award under the individual category for excellence in public administration for Best District Initiative Ammalalana program in the former United Andhra Pradesh. Let's welcome our People's Officer, Ms. Smita Sabharwal, IAS, with a huge round of applause.
Afternoon to all of you. After this rather lovely musical conversation by Dr. Jayanti, I've forgotten everything that I had prepared. So you'll have to bear with me because this is not as musical, but hopefully we'll have an interesting conversation. And also bear with my very, very sore throat today because I'm not doing too well, but just the thought of interacting with all of you, I thought it's worth the, the lease of life to us old bureaucrats. So I was told that the conversation is about Prism of Possibilities. And in my case, I basically thought that it is better for me to share with you the possibilities that we faced regarding the state of Telangana, which I represent, which I've been working in now for the last 21 years. And as you know, that Telangana is the youngest state to take birth in our beautiful republic. It is a state which was born out of the aspirations of almost 4 crore people. And in various times in history, there were concerted struggles, which finally took shape in the form of the youngest state on June 2nd, 2014. So my attempt today is to take you through the journey and to share with you the possibilities that we were faced with and what baby steps we have taken. So I have called it Telangana, the first decade. And goes without saying, the burden of expectations was very heavy. The need of the hour was not just about, a new government. It was about transformation. So there was a need, there was a pressure on us for transformational governance. And we had to pick and choose the right sectors, the right priorities, which will actually impact lives, which will actually cause that kind of transformation to take shape. So putting it in a nutshell, I would say that it was about the statement of intention being converted into an experience of reality. So that is what it is today in front of you. And we will talk through 2-3 sectors, which I thought is of common interest to the students here and all the business leaders here. Like you can see, these were the basic prime sectors of interest as far as governance is concerned: economy, governance itself, and of course, social indices like health, nutrition, and education. So taking you through the economy sector, I'll not dwell much on it because today it is a reality. You're experiencing 24/7 power supply not only in Hyderabad, also in the rural areas. But we started on a very unstable footing. In 2014, we were faced with a lot of power cuts. The agriculture sector was in doldrums. We had number of crop failures. And can I request the crowd to please settle down? It's a bit distracting if we see a lot of movement. Thank you. So from that situation of a lot of power deficit and crop failures, today we boast of a 24/7 power supply, not only for the domestic, but also for the agriculture sector and for the industrial sector. And the quest continues. We are looking at 100% electrification of all villages, including the last Tanda, the last habitation. And also from being power deficit, we are moving towards almost 28,000 megawatts of installed capacity, which is probably the highest in any state in our country. Water resources is something I will talk to you a little bit more in detail, and hopefully you will find it more interesting because I have put in lots of pictures to make your life and my life easier. And also it is a sector with which I am closely associated. These are my charges. I have been responsible for some of the project executions on these fronts. So definitely I've been a bit partial to this sector and you will hear more about it. First of all, as you've been hearing on and off, I think many of you have heard this word, Kaleshwaram. Have you heard of it? Right. So Kaleshwaram is the lifeline of Telangana, putting it, in so many words. It is the lifeline of Telangana. It is that one intervention. It is that one possibility that we tapped into, literally, and which changed the face and the ecosystem of this particular state. So I'm not very good at this pointers. I'm not used to giving too many presentations. So I'll try my best to just explain. If you see on the far right, that is the Godavari River. How does this work, this pointer? First button. Okay, can we see this? This is the Godavari River. And the job which is done is basically lifting this river from its course. That is at this point, you see this particular red line. This is the dam. This is the dam which is at a place called Medigadda. And Medigadda is at a tri-junction of 3 states, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, and Telangana. It's a highly volatile area. There was a lot of Naxal influence, a lot of disturbances in that local area. So with lots of planning and difficulty, this particular area was dammed. And the idea was to basically lift the river, that is lift the waters, which is a perennial point here, push it into this system. You see this whole line, and then these storages, these storage points here. Can anyone tell me what this point is? Anybody who's familiar with Hyderabad? This is Shamirpet, just to give you a scale. This little tiny body here is Shamirpet Lake. Have you people seen Shamirpet? Okay, I can hear a bit of Telangana here now, finally. Yeah, so this is Shamirpet, and this is somewhere here. Bottom of the slide is Hyderabad city. So all I'm trying to say is that this is across thousands of miles, as you can possibly, it's not a scaled map, it's just a line diagram for a simple understanding. But this whole lifting a river in Kaleshwaram, I thought it will be good if I simplify it for you. So it is basically lifting huge amounts of water when the monsoons come, when the rivers are in perennial flow, when the inflows into the Godavari River are very high. We lift, we store, and we make sure that through these channels, we are a water sufficient state. So this particular water is used for everything, from your drinking water to Hyderabad city, to agriculture use, to industrial use. So this is basically the lifeline in the true sense. And hence onwards, my presentation is very easy. It's all pictures, so no worries. Whatever you see as these big blue points, this is what I'm trying to show you in reality, what it looks like. So this is the dam. This is the Honorable Chief Minister, whose visionary idea converted into reality in a very short span of 6-7 years. Because as you know, dams of this size, projects of this size, in a country like ours, takes decades, takes 2-3 decades. So this was, in my view, one of those transformational leadership attributes. And the vision, the planning, the engineering, the coming together of so many stakeholders. This is a live example. So this is the Medigadda Dam. Move on, just quickly move on to the pictures. These are pictures taken from my own cell phone long back, because this was when it was under construction. This is a great pump house. They are called the Bahubali pumps, because they lift huge quantums of water from the riverbed and lift it to a height of almost 90 to 100 meters. And then this lift systems operate. So this is one of those blue blobs you saw in the line diagram. This is one of the reservoirs. Just a little pause here to make it interesting for you guys. Any of you are from civil engineering or irrigation backgrounds? Okay, the Hussain Sagar, our local tank band. In terms of quantity, just to give you a scale, it is called 1 TMC, 1,000 million cubic meters of water. So our local tank band, Hussain Sagar, is 1 TMC. Now these reservoirs are almost 50 times tank band. So for you to understand the scale, I thought this was a like-to-like comparison. This is Ranganayak Sagar. These are those, those 6-7 little water blobs you saw along the way. Some of them are man-made, some of them are natural reservoirs, but most of them we have created in the last 6-7 years after a lot of hard work in terms of resettling villages, a lot of effort in terms of actual creating the right of way, what we call the right of way for water to move forward. So these are some of the reservoirs. Malana Sagar, this is the latest. It is 50 TMC. So it is 50 times the size of Hussain Sagar. So you see these beautiful water bodies. Tomorrow, hopefully, the possibility of tourism, water sports, so many other allied activities will also be giving us a complement in these sectors, is what we hope for. This is, of course, again, initial stages where we started all of this work. Move ahead. So this picture is just to tell you that this is a group of district collectors, engineers, technocrats, bureaucrats who all came together, planned the land acquisitions, planned the resettlements, had to convince thousands of villagers, had to resettle them in their new areas, secure their livelihoods. And then only we could actually execute the projects. So the amount of planning and hard work which went into the whole process is something which is not documented, but I just thought it's worth a share with all of you. Right. So these are the Bahubali pump areas. These are now operating huge pumps. I will show you pictures as we go along. So I had the privilege to start one of the pumping stations, and this is what we call welcoming the Godavari River into the mainland. This is Kaleshwaram when it first started. This is the tri-junction of 3 states, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, and Telangana. Yeah. So that's about all that I think you can take of Kaleshwaram. So I'll move on to the next water sector major, landmark for Telangana. It is Mission Kakatiya. Mission Kakatiya was an attempt to link up all the water tanks which we have traditionally. Like these were what I was talking is a man-made irrigation projects. But Mission Kakatiya was basically to revive the chain tank structures in Telangana, which were some of them are built during the Kakatiya period also. So a lot of revival took place through local village cooperation. The sarpanches, the communities came forward. A lot of desiltation happened. The surpluses and the weirs, all of those things were reconstructed. And then we'll show you some before after pictures just to, you can see, this is typically one tank close to a village. Like this, there are 42,000 water bodies across Telangana, which are local storage points. It is like in your house, in your home, in Hyderabad, we get water once in 2 days, once in one day. So we put it up in the Syntex tank and then we use it as and when we need to, right? So these are like storage tanks for the local villages. So you can see the before after images. Right, so coming to Mission Bhagiratha, which is actually a department which I also head as a secretary and as an administrator. This is a very ambitious project of the government of Telangana to provide tapped drinking water. Tapped drinking water, I repeat, to every household in the state. No matter which village, no matter which habitation, which tanda, which last mile, Mission Bhagiratha, the project, supplies tapped drinking water 24/7 to the household point. So this was an ambitious project started in 2014, 2015, and we are proud to tell you that today we cover, without fail, every household in Telangana. I'll give you a minute to read that while I clear my very clogged. So like it says, it's an end-to-end design. It was a beautiful design. It was an engineering marvel, in my opinion, where we have utilized the natural benefit of gravity. So we have used the Krishna and Godavari waters, treated it, filtered it. It has gone through various processes. And finally, we push it up into overhead storage reservoirs with great height and great gravity advantage. And then it is pushed down to the villages in terms of the actual home-to-home supply. So I'm simplifying it, but of course, it's a very complicated engineering feat. But this is, again, in pictures. Hopefully, it keeps your interest to see, but this is how it looks like. You see the water filtration takes place at the base. Then we take it up to the top of the hill. We create gravity, we create what is called head, and then it is pushed down. So our pumping cost and cost of failure of actual supply comes down. So yeah, please keep moving. Move ahead. These are just pictures to show you. This is the point of the river from where the water is taken into the intake well. And then these big pipelines, you can see those big pipelines, and they carry it to the next point of filtration. These are called secondary lines. So they pump the raw water, what we call the raw water, which is untreated water, into the filtration units. Next. 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 Keep moving, Michelle. So this is what we call the clariflocculators. I think most people with a technical background would know that there are 3-4 stages of filtration which happens. So since it's raw river water, a lot of treatment process happens before it is actually potable. What we say, potable meaning consumable as drinking water. So these are clariflocculators, these are aerators. Keep moving, keep moving. So we have across the length and breadth of the Telangana state, we have created 100 to 150 odd such structures which locally tap the water, filtrate, and then supply. This is just to give you a scale of size. That's me standing there, and this is one of the overhead reservoirs, which is meant to supply to say 15-20 villages, at a point of height, or what we call a contour height. You can just go back to the last one. You can see the next, yeah. You can see this particular length from the ground. So this is what creates the head, so that we utilize the advantage of gravity for pushing down the water down the terrain. The advantage for us is in Telangana, we have a very undulating terrain. So we create head and we push. It's much more power friendly and less pumping, power friendly design. That's what is the advantage. Move ahead. So these are again big lines going up. This is just for you to get an idea of the scale. Next, you see this gentleman, he was one of our previous chief secretaries. So this is the size of these, water supply lines. Next. So we have crossed, I think, thousands of railway crossings. We had to create what we call, the alternative railway crossing. There's a lot of technical work which goes into crossing these points, but all of these were negotiated, and with the help of, see these railway crossings, canal highways. So thousands of these were negotiated under the Right of Way Act. And this pipeline, if I tell you from 0 kilometer to the last mile, today covers 2 lakh kilometers. So that is the length and breadth of this project. So it has actually, moved around 2 lakh kilometers in terms of the actual network of pipelines. Right, move forward, please. What we still face and what we still struggle with is our last mile, what we call the last mile connectivity. Basically, the typical nature of villages is such that even after the main village, there will be few hamlets, what we call tandas, where just 5 families, 10 families, 20 families go and reside. Some of them may be from other communities like, scheduled castes and all. It's a traditional practice. Some of them may be tribal families. So they are generally far away from the main habitation. So today, Mission Bhagiratha's challenge, which we are trying to, brace up to, is to reach those last miles and ensure 24/7, drinking water at their doorstep. Even if they're on the top of the hill, it's our mandate in Mission Bhagiratha to reach their home and to make sure that they get 24/7 water supply. So towards this grand purpose, the effort is still on. Right. So there have been many appreciations from Government of India. It's touted as one of the most successful schemes, and many state governments are planning to come study. Many of them have already studied the whole, models, and they're planning to replicate in their own states. Move ahead quickly. So this is just a thing I thought I want to leave you with regarding Mission Bhagiratha. I don't call it a water infrastructure project. I call it a health infrastructure project, because you see, it has actually changed many things in the lives of people. Number one, basic health. The disease burden has come down. Things which we normally hear, typhoid, waterborne diseases, seasonal diseases, which is typically prevalent in villages. This scheme has caused a huge reduction in that disease burden. You might have heard about fluorosis. I don't know if any of you are familiar. Nalagonda areas, we hear about the fluoride problem. So this particular one scheme has changed that, centuries old problem with a single point solution, because it is filtered, clean drinking water. So no longer, and fluoride is something, fluorosis is something which if you go and see in those villages, it's heartbreaking, because their entire, the children are born with congenital defects. They don't live beyond 35, 40 because some of them have such serious issues thanks to the century-old, consumption of this fluoride affected water. So in many ways, this particular scheme has drastically changed the disease burden. It also has added to the time saving, especially for women folk. As you know, many small little girls in the rural villages, they are tasked with the job of actually collecting water. They walk miles into forests. They face man-animal conflict. They even sometimes, have to face wild animals for fetching water. And as a result, many of the girls, they drop out of school. So generally, it's a traditional thing, as we all know, that girls are tasked with this job of fetching the water. So Mission Bhagirath, I believe personally, has really added to the productivity of the manpower. It has allowed women to have more productive sources of, livelihood, rather than just spending their day in this drudgery of fetching water every day. Healthcare, as I've already mentioned. So yeah, that is that about Mission Bhagirath. And quickly moving on to agriculture, I think I need not explain. Once the water resources of a state becomes so vibrant, it is but natural that the agriculture sector will flourish. So today, from a deficit, from suicides, farmer suicides, to all kinds of drought scenarios, we see excess production. I'm sure you must be reading in the newspapers. Now there's another problem on the other extreme regarding procurement of all the paddy that is being produced. So in one hand, we can call it a problem of procurement. On the other hand, I call it a problem of prosperity. So in my mind, this entire investment in the water resources has caused the shift from scarcity to prosperity. And today farmers are producing paddy, producing many kinds of diversified crops. And in the coming seasons, we will be definitely one of the prime states which account for the food security of our country. So with those few thoughts, I will leave. Is this video going to play? Is it going to play? We wanted to show you what nature does when we do our bit, what nature does. What happened, Nishal? It's not playing? To press it, huh? Sorry. Okay. It was a very pleasing video. I thought it would be a good break with all this one-sided monologue. Okay, it doesn't matter. Let's move ahead. So quickly now regarding governance. Now governance is a very broad terminology, as you know, but from Telangana's perspective, governance is about empowering the local villages to be self-reliant, to be self-sufficient. So Palle Pragati is a program which was designed by the Honorable CM towards creating some basic parameters in every village, irrespective of whether it is 10 kilometers from Hyderabad or it is 500 kilometers from Hyderabad. You will find the uniform set of parameters across all these villages in Telangana. Number one, greenery. This is a big drive. You must have heard of the program called Harita Haram. Did you hear about it? Harita Haram. So Harita Haram, one of the verticals is in the villages. There are of course many verticals, but one of the prime verticals is in each of the villages in Telangana. So you see these pictures are from random villages. I have not selected any specific this thing, but you see a lot of greenery, lots of parks. This is what we call a Vaikunta Dhamam, a crematorium. So the beauty is that in Hyderabad, each ward or each population of 10,000 may or may not have a crematorium. But in every village in Telangana today, we have a crematorium. This has been constructed because the philosophy is that we must accord dignity in death. During life, there are lots of pulls and pressures of caste. There are some caste groups, some don't get along with the others. But in death, Dignity in death is the philosophy behind this. And today, every village of Telangana has a crematorium, has a burial ground, and dignity in death is accorded. So these are the greening efforts. Just quick pictures for your. This is the sanitation effort. Solid waste management is done. Green and the solid and the wet waste is segregated. Door-to-door house collection of waste takes place every day in every village. Avenue plantations, as you can see, Pakka roads. So this is a Gram Sabha where we are addressing a Gram Sabha. I kept these pictures just to show you the joy de vivre, what we call the joy de vivre, which is finally we are experiencing the villages where people are sharing their experiences. They're enjoying telling us about how they run their village. We don't go and lecture them anymore. They lecture us. They tell us this is what is going right. This is what government is not doing right. And this is the gap. This is the critical gap. So these are people sharing their experiences. We celebrate the local festivals, and it's a very vibrant rural economy which is coming forward thanks to these 4-5 parameters: sanitation, greening, asset creation, burial grounds, dumping yards, and the basic core necessities, and drinking water, of course, which I explained in the previous slides, that door to door, we have drinking water supply. So it has definitely changed the face, so to say, Roop Rekha Marindi. That is what people say. Right. Second aspect is a very administrative brief. District reorganization, we started with 10 districts. Today we stand at 33 districts. And I'll just quickly show you photographs here again. These are our new collectorates. Similarly, we have, they are our new integrated district office complexes. We are no longer permitted to call them collectorates because collectorates is a very colonial terminology, and the whole shift of the new governance is towards people-centric, people-friendly offices and approaches. So these are our IDOCs. They are no less than your ISBs. They are no less than the Microsoft offices, which and they have the entire district machinery available in them, department-wise. Similarly, we have, as a complement next to these offices, we have the police offices, the police headquarter offices. So it's like a citizen-friendly, citizen-approachable complex where we look friendly and we also look accountable to their. So these are getting done, and almost 13 districts are done. The remaining are also on the way. Right, law and order, one quick word. I think all of you live in Hyderabad, so you will appreciate that. Law and order slide. So this is something which you've been seeing off late. We are thankfully at the bottom of the list. Hyderabad is one of the safest cities, right? You see that? Yeah, and the new command control center is a landmark. It's a matter of pride for all of us. So, but it's, of course, it's concerted. Some of you are checking out your own cities here. That's what I'm presuming. Who's from Delhi? We feel for you. We feel for you. No, so law and order is not just a construct of a building, as you know. It's a whole integrated complex of efforts. The patrolling which is done, the accountability which is built into the system. A lot of manpower has been recruited. A lot of women constables have been recruited. So, and also the complementary effort called the SHE teams. You must have heard about the SHE teams. It's a deterrent force. It's not in your face. You will not know where the SHE team is, but they do watch and they do keep track that eve teasing doesn't take an ugly turn or does not, affect the basic fabric of civilized society. So this is a model we are proud to say we copied from Singapore. Let me tell you, because I had the pleasure of being with the CM when we saw this model in Singapore. And we both almost agreed to the public caning part, but then we thought, no, we are not ready for this yet. So SHE teams was a scaled down effort to create deterrence, and like you, I think on the internet it keeps popping. Can you figure out who is the officer? So the idea was that they remain incognito, and the crime is nipped in the bud. So I think it's working well. And she teams and the police law and order effectiveness is one of the prime feather in the cap of governance of Telangana as a state. Yeah, quick last 2 slides. I promise this is the end. I had to put this in because this is again something to my heart, which is very close. After Telangana was born, we made a concerted effort to look into mother and health care, because we had the highest rates of maternal mortality and infant mortality in the country. So with all the other progress we do as a society, we cannot claim ourselves to be a healthy one unless and until we look after the next generation and the present generation of mothers. So the KCR kit was designed in such a way. You might think it's a freebie. What is it? It's a bag with some few items, and it is meant to attract people and get a vote bank. But no, there was a policy thought behind it. People, mothers who actually are registered for the KCR kit, we travel the entire journey of 9 months with them. So their antenatal checkups, their birth weights, their high risks, and the immunization of the infant that is born is also tracked. Only then the KCR kit is given. So it was designed in such a way to be able to touch the social indices, which is very important as a state for us to monitor. And as a kind of a reward, the KCR kit is given to the newly born infant and the mother to tell the family of a poor household that childbirth is a happy event in the state of Telangana. It's not a burden anymore. You might wonder why she's saying that, because the honest truth is that in the villages, a pregnant mother has to forego her coolie, her daily labor in the fields when she, towards her last 3-4 months. So KCR kit is meant to compensate her loss of livelihood and to, reinforce to her family that childbirth is a happy event. I repeat again. Right. So, yeah, just move ahead with the photographs, please. This is also a nutrition kit, which is now being added. It is not yet implemented. I'm just sharing it with you as a precursor. This is going to be a special feed given to the expecting mothers in the 3rd and 4th month, so that we don't have future generations of malnutrition, low birth weight. We want to curb the vicious cycle at birth, so to say. So this is a kind of a futuristic input which we are planning and which will be rolled out very soon. It's called the nutrition kit. It is meant to increase the birth weight of a newly born infant, so that the whole cycle of malnutrition and the related issues which you keep hearing about is curbed and the vicious cycle is broken at birth. So that's it. And there's a little personal touch. There's a nice mug we've designed where she's supposed to drink her mother's Horlicks and feel important and feel that she's a mother and she's going to give birth to a new baby, and that she is responsible for the health and the future of the child that she's going to give birth to. So this is the nutrition kit, which, like I said, is yet to be launched, but I just thought it's worth a share with all of you. So with that, I wind up. Like I said, the quest for excellence continues, and once we move into the 2nd decade, there'll be so much more to share with you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Smita ma'am. It was a very informative session. I would now like to invite Vignesh and Pujita for presenting a token of our gratitude to Smita ma'am.
There's no questions from them?
Due to the positive.
Sure, not on me. This is on them. Huh? Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. I would request the audience to kindly be seated until our dignitaries leave. These last few hours have been thought promoting and have left us with a lot of learnings. We will now break for lunch, which is arranged at the atrium downstairs. I would request the audience to kindly be seated and be back by 2:10, by when we'll start the next session. Thank you.
Hello. Check, check, check. 1, 2. No, we don't want that. It's fine. Check, check, check. We just ask someone in the team. Bhargavi से पूछते हैं. Bhargavi, वो पूछे. And we will use microphones.
Hello, everyone. I would request everyone to get settled. We'll be starting with our next session in the 5 minutes.
Hey guys, I hope you all had your lunch. Please settle down. We'll be starting in the next few seconds, in about another 30 seconds. So settle down, take your seat, sit back, relax, because we have a bunch of amazing back-to-back sessions lined up. Please put your phones on silent. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. We're going to start very, very soon in the next few seconds.
A very good afternoon to everyone and welcome back. I'm Shalja.
And I'm Harit.
And we'll be your MCs for this session. Hope you all enjoy the lavish spread below and are geared up because we now have nothing less than an incredible speaker lineup coming right up for you.
To start with, I would first like to call upon Shivam Malhotra for a candid conversation with our next speaker. Shivam is currently an MBA student here at ISB and a right-arm fast bowler. He's also an ex-Ranji Trophy and a Vijay Hazare Trophy cricketer.
Thank you, Shivam. Now, our next speaker hails from the cricketing backwaters of Andhra Pradesh, who through sheer talent and hard work managed to go against the tide and forced his way into the national reckoning with the weight of his performances alone. He was a reliable batsman and one of the several wicket keepers tried out by India around the turn of the century. He was also responsible for selecting stalwarts into the Indian cricket team from 2016 to 2020 and led the selection for the 2019 Cricket World Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome the former chief selector of the Indian national cricket team, Mr. M.S.K. Prasad.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to have you. I will start the first question from the point of view of hardcore cricket lover. Tell us all, how did it all begin? From having a love for cricket, turn into passion, into profession, and then the chief selector of the Indian cricket team.
So many things. Can somebody help me out here? All right. You asked so many things in one question, boss. 2020 generation. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank the entire management of ISB, especially Ajay sir, with whom I have a lot of love and lot of liking, and all the other big heads, because frankly speaking, I don't know. I came here for the first time. If not for being a cricketer, if not for being a former chief selector, it would have been very difficult to step into this campus. You're all fortunate and you're all privileged to be in this great organization. An idea which was conceived by the great people of the past. Spent fortunes to develop this wonderful campus. I think you're all blessed. Yeah, coming to my point, I don't know how many of you know Guntur. Arey, so many Guntur Michis are here. So nice, so nice. We're all we're all called as Guntur Michis. You know why? We are the best exporters of mirchi, tobacco, cotton. So, in fact, my nickname was given by Kapil Dev. It was Guntur Mirchi. So, the journey starts like this, that if a boy is born in Guntur, by default, he has to become an engineer. If a girl is born, by default, she is a doctor. Unfortunately, I was born there. I was a little different, tada. So there was so much of stress, so much of peer pressure. If there is an apartment of 20 flats, you will have 10 engineers and 10 doctors. So this is the atmosphere in which I have grown. It was we used to live in a place called Agraharam in Guntur. It's a small street. Every day after the school, I used to come to a place and hang on at the gate and see four brothers playing in white and white. You know who those four are? They're all father and uncles of Kidambi Srikanth, the world #1 badminton player, produced by Pullela Gopichand. So I used to hang. There's such filthy rich people that they had a mini playground in their backyard. So they used to wear white and white dress and they used to play very aggressively. Literally, they'll be fighting against each other. So I used to hang on. I used to somehow develop this love for this sport. And more than developing love, this is a way of passing time. I was the most naughtiest fellow in the house. And my life was more a mixture of less eatings and more beatings in the house. So I wanted to find a place where I can vent out myself. So I found this wonderful gate of Kidambi Srikanth's family. So every day I was coming after the school and they asked me, "Arey, every day you're coming here. Why don't you get inside and stand somewhere?" So the only place that was left there was wicketkeeper's place. Because they were putting, they were using wall as a wicket keeper. So they said that, "Why don't you do wicket keeping?" And they gave me gloves. First ball they bowled, I gathered it. Second ball they bowled, I gathered it. I kept on there was some consistency in what I was doing. Suddenly, all those four brothers were surprised because first time I'm wearing these gloves. But my focus and concentration was so good that in fact, if any of you try these gloves, wicket keeping gloves, it's like those booth hands actually. It's very difficult to hold the ball for the first time. I think there is something natural in me and I was holding the ball very well. So that was the day where I thought I belong to this family of wicket keepers. So we had school match. In one of the school match, I did some 6 stumpings. Then my best friend, his name is Munir Ahmed, who is my classmate from first standard. By the way, you all should know that my wife is also my classmate from first standard. I know that she's been doing homework of my homework right from first to second standard, and she's still doing homework now. After getting married also, she's doing homework only. So anyway, God has blessed us like that. So how many people are blessed to have your wife sitting beside you from first standard? I'm blessed. So it was Munir Ahmed, my close friend, who introduced me to a coach. His name is Mr. K. Purnachandra Rao, sir. He's my first coach, my guru. And so when I got introduced to him, he asked me, do you want to bat or do you want to bowl or what do you want to do? I said, wicket keeping. There are 200 students there. And this is the donkey job. This is the labor job, wicket keeper's job. It's the toughest job actually. Because you have to sit, get up. It will take a toll on your legs and your body. Nobody wanted to do because it's very difficult to do this. So I chose this wicket keeping. Then he was surprised. Out of all, how did you develop? I don't know. So he started hitting some catches. He put 2 cones and he was hitting catches. He said that ball should not go between these cones. He hit some 20 catches and I didn't leave 1 catch. That day, this man realized that he found a real student. He called Andhra Cricket Association Secretary, Mr. Venkatrao, sir. He said, Mr. Venkatrao, all these years, we are looking out for a player who can play, who will be the first player to play for the country. So that was the conversation our coach had with the state secretary. This Mr. State Secretary told me after I played for the country. So the journey started and, within 6 months, I started representing Andhra. Then suddenly South India, my, VVS Lakshman, S. Sriram, all these people are Mamul Mujanda. We're all, 10 and a half, 11 years old kids. We've grown together. Lakshman plays for Hyderabad, I play for Andhra. But end of the day, we all meet when we play for South India. So that's how the journey started. Suddenly, I picked up so much that by the age of 16, I became the best junior cricketer in the country. And I was on, so my parents are also very happy that I'm getting scholarship from BCCI. So I'm not a burden for them. So once I realized this, there was like any other middle class families, there was a discussion happening on the dining table. My father, brother, sister, mother, myself, all of us were sitting. I know because we are so chalu and we are so smart, we know the end result of this meeting. I know that this meeting was for my sake only, my dad put. So my first thing my dad asked my eldest brother, "Arey, what do you want to become?" I said, engineer. He asked my sister, what do you want to become? Doctor. Then he looked at me, what do you want to become? I said, cricketer. He said, why? Why do you want to become cricketer? You might end up becoming a railway clerk or a bank clerk. Are you happy with that kind of a life? Or you want to become doctor like your sister, an engineer like your brother? He said, I want to play for the country. He said, you're coming from a place called Guntur, where you don't have Ranji Trophy cricketers also. How come you're dreaming of playing for the country? And he said that we don't have a sporting background. Nobody has ever played from Andhra. I said, there is always a beginning. That beginning can be from your son. And I pursued deep down inside. My father was so happy. He actually wanted to bring the best out of me, and he was grilling. He really wanted to understand me. So he was grilling, and I kept on answering him. That's how my journey started. When I became the best under-16 cricketer in the country, I think a lot of people should understand this, that, when you readjust your goals, when you reset your goals, you should have that ability to, develop that ability to reach each goal and keep on readjusting your goals. So from 16 years to 19 years, I thought, because that was the generation where 1 year elder to me or 2 years elder to me, Sachin Tendulkar, is already played for the country. And he's put so much of pressure on the younger generation. We also wanted to play for the country, but it's not possible. At the age of 16, we only have one Sachin in the whole world who has done that. And so, and you see, when I be like, it's like, that when you see lion, tiger, and even the, fox also start putting those watal, what they say. So we were just putting so much of pressure. I want to become like Sachin, want to become like Sachin. In an unscientific way, we are punishing our body. The more we are working hard, the more we are seeing the failures. A stage has come that I was reaching till under-19 India probables and falling back. And, got into a depressive mode. I was really, there was no day where I have not got up at 3:45 a.m., complete my 10 kilometers run, then again go for practice, again come back, then eat, then go for practice, come back, train in the evening. This was my schedule for 3 years, but I never achieved anything during those 3 years. You know why? I was trying to overdo it. I was trying to punish myself. I used to kill myself. There is a situation where I got into a depression. I just want to give up my life. I don't know what to do, because I promised my father that I'll become international cricketer, but I'm not able to score in regular state matches. I'm not able to perform. You know why? The pressure of achieving that goal, it has actually taken a toll on me. Whenever we have a goal in mind, we should have a plan to achieve that goal. There is only a goal, but there is no plan in me. So I was not heading into the right direction. My goal is here and I was going here. So I'm not able to meet that point. So got into depression. At some stage, I lost a lot of weight. I was looking like a skeleton at that time. My parents were crying, looking at me. I don't know what to do. It was very, very toughest period in my life. So one fine day, I stopped playing cricket. I just hanged on my shoes and everything and gave it to all the cricketers. I said that I don't want to play this sport again. Then what to do? I'm already 19, 20 years. I can't go back and again study engineering or medicine. So I'm a leftover in the society. Didn't know what to do. So there's so much of dilemma. There was a stage where I want to give up my life. I don't know. I don't know whether I should be addressing this in front of you, but you should also listen that there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. In this Hyderabad, in the same place, Hyderabad, so we were playing against Australia in Gymkhana grounds. Their team was Gilchrist, Andrew Simons. So our team was, both presidents level. So I was doing well. They didn't pick me. So I don't know, sir, professor, just let me know whether I can open my mouth and speak truth. Because you should understand what a player goes through. So they announced the under-19 India team. I was not there. Twice I came till the probables and it got dropped. So I was coming on a bike because I hired a bike. I took a bike from my friend and I was coming from Gymkhana grounds. On the way, at the tank bund, I put the stand and went to that place. I said, there's so many people gathered there. I just want to give up myself, my life. There were so many people gathered there. somebody was shouting, this stupid girl, what their parents are thinking. This girl has done this, that girl, his parents must be really feeling bad. I said, what's happening? So I went close and saw one girl committed suicide. Her body is floating in the water. And the way they were shouting at this girl, what must be going through their parents who gave birth to this girl for the rest of their life. This girl will really give that heart pain to them. For 1 second, I just stopped myself and thought about my parents who gave me this birth and what I am giving back, the pain for the rest of their life. So I just went there. So many thoughts were coming. For 6 months, I didn't know what to do. Then, see, in a real time, that's where all your good friends, all your real people comes up and shows up to you. And that's when my coach, who left me after my preliminary coaching and all, he got transferred and he went to some other state. He came to know that MSK is going through a tough time. He came home. He looked at me and he said that, what's wrong with you, boy? You're looking like a skeleton. What's wrong? Sorry, sir. I touched his feet and said, I stopped playing cricket. I said, why? I don't know. I can't achieve anything. If I can't play under-19 in India, how do you expect me to play for senior India? Said that there are a lot of players who played senior India with, even if you don't play under-19 India. Then he said that as a Guru Dakshina, I am asking you, just go for these inter-university matches for my sake. I said, if my Guru asks me, I cannot say no. So I didn't know, I was not even having my shoes also. I bought some guides from somebody, took something and took bat and went there. Everybody was looking at me and where did this fellow come from and all. Suddenly they put me in, we went to Manipal, we were playing inter-university matches. First match, for 6 months I have never touched the bat, got a double 100. Next match, I got 180. Third match, I got 100. I was shocked, man. I can feel the goosebumps now. Said that, how am I doing this? What am I doing this? I never touched my bat, I never trained myself and started getting these number of runs. And suddenly they made me South India University's captain. We went to All India Universities, we became All India champions. And the way I performed is, and immediately they called me for under-19 national camp. Though I didn't play for India, they called me for national camp. From there, Andhra Cricket Association felt that this guy is ready for Ranji Trophy. First match I played, I got a half century. Then first season I represented South India because wicket keeping is very natural. I can, even till today, I can challenge that I'm one of the best wicket keepers this country would have ever produced. But so I did so well that played Ranji Trophy, Dilip Trophy, and within no time I got selected for India A, went to Pakistan, stayed there for 2 months, came victorious against, Pakistan had these Shahid Afridis, Basit Ali, the Akib Javed, best of the business. We are just young team. So see the divine interventions, how certain things, nature has its own way of supporting us. We never in the history of, I think right now, Pakistan is having a lot of floods. Never in the history of Pakistan, they had so much of floods. So we went there. First day, it started raining. Our manager did some shairi. He was saying, "Moye mosam bhi dekho, kaisa support kar." Something and all. He started saying something. So I mean, Pakistan, Indian, bhai. He was hugging our manager. So I thought that is for some fun. But the next day, I think 40 days he was only hugging, no match actually. Because it was every day we are going, get back, coming back, no match, nothing. So eventually what happened is, because a lot of matches got washed out, they postponed the tournament and they had one delayed by 15 more days. In that series, I came out successful. I was the man of the series. And then once I came back from Pakistan, got selected for Indian team and played under Azharuddin. That's I played my first game. So, see the twists and turns in everybody's life. Say, it might look so rosy now that at the end of the day, you have a number of Indian cricket team or something like that. You achieved, I really achieved playing for the country. But gentlemen, your ISB students, you shouldn't be like MSK. You should be like Sachin Tendulkar or more. You know why? Because MSK Prasad had the dream to play for the country. So if this is a Mount Everest, all my energy has sapped in reaching that level. And once I played for the country, I didn't know what to do. Then I slided back. But for Sachin Tendulkar, if this is Mount Everest, playing for the country is just a base camp for him. Reaching the summit is getting hundreds for him. So that's how things have changed. And I would advise as ISB students, you're not like just like any other MBA students. I think you're very, very fortunate few in the whole world. So your aims should be like that. And just playing for the country, I didn't do anything for the country. Subsequently, I might have done something as a selector, but as a player, because my energies are sapped out by the time I reached playing for the country. So you guys, girls and boys, you should, playing for the country should be a base camp for all of you. I mean, it's not about cricket or it's about goals. So you readjust it, and you should be the best in the business. I'm sure the entire management will be proud of you. Thank you. What, man? You became emotional, huh? No words?
No, sir. Thank you, sir. These were some, not some, all of them were brilliant takeaways. And I'm very sure that the viewers here have learned a lot and they will use that in their life. So during your tenure as a chief Indian selector of the Indian cricket team,
yeah,
the Indian cricket team ranked #1 in all 3 formats. And that's not something easy to achieve. Tell us, how did you achieve?
When I became selector, I was the butt of joke in the entire country. We have about 500 TV channels. Every channel, every Tom, Dick and Harry sat and said, who the hell is this MSK Prasad? How is he becoming selector ahead of Venkatesh Prasad? This Prasad, that Prasad. So many people applied. Why did MSK Prasad become a national selector? So I need to tell you that for every job, it has got different etiquettes. It has got different fundamentals. So just because you played 100 test matches doesn't mean that you go on to become the best selector. Inzamam Haq has played 135 test matches. He becomes the chairman of the selection committee and he is thrown out in 6 months' time. Because for everything, there are certain fundamentals, there are certain qualities, there are certain characters which are required. Just before becoming a selector, I was living very comfortably after retired life. One day, one gentleman from Andhra Cricket Association has come and said that, man, Andhra Cricket Association is struggling with a lot of fights, infighting. So every day I watch TV, it looked as if like a TV serial. It's going on and on. They are fighting against each other. And eventually, it has come to a stage where they are supposed to be banned, that association. So one big head of that association came to my house. My wife, all through, just 15 days before, I was 31 or 32. See, today's world, who will retire at 31, 32? The more you play, the more money you will get. Simple fact. That's how they think. I don't think like that. So I said, one fine day, my wife asked, all these years, you are away from the home. I looked after children because I want to see your dreams are my dreams. I want you to keep winning. With MS Dhoni coming in, do you realistically think that? Because a few days before, when I saw him in the interzonal matches in Siliguri, That guy came and oh, he was like this with a lot of hair like this. He came and tapa, tapa, he was hitting. And then I realized, what talent, man. Then I gave a huge article that Indian cricket team has found wicket keeper for the next 15 years. That was a big article in Mumbai. I still remember the headlines was current wicket keeper projects about future wicket keeper. So Rohan Gavaskar is a very good friend of mine. So he called me, MSK, what the hell is this, Ra? I said, what happened, Rohan? You screwed up your career. I said, what? So you're still playing. How can you write an article about the other wicket keeper? I said, something has come from inside. I felt that this boy is of different metal. Then I sat back. I saw the talent on that day and I said that I think he should be groomed. So came back home after the season, spoke to my wife. She said, after seeing that talent, do you think you should allow him to grow? Or do you think that you can fight with him and still be better off him? I know that we shouldn't have given up. Back of my mind, family is also one thing, because all these years, wife was sacrificing her professional career. So all these things I weighed in, said that, no, I want to quit. Within no time, it took me 5 minutes to decide, and I just stopped playing cricket. So everybody was happy. My wife, my children could see, finally daddy is in the house. Oh, otherwise they were thinking his uncle. He comes whenever he wants and he goes. So, who is this guest appearance? They used to look at me like that. So then they're so happy that, we built a lovely house in Philip Nagar. We broke a lot of mountains there. We killed the environment there and built a house. And one Amar Silpi also was breaking those stones for 2.5 years. So finally we built that house and we were very happy there. In 15 days, the story began. That man from Andhra Cricket Association comes and says, what is Andhra cricket to you? Said, I'm coming to your house, your wife, your children, your parents should be there. I want to have a serious talk with you. So he came all the way from Vijayawada and he said, what is Andhra cricket for you? I said, my parents have given me birth and it is Andhra Cricket Association which has raised me. Then he said, there's so much of fighting happening. And I said, it's like my mother. Andhra Cricket Association is like mother. He said, when your mother is crying, are you happy? I said, he put me in a dilemma. How can anybody be happy when mother is crying? What stupid question I felt. So he said, Andhra Cricket Association needs you. And he just said that if you have any problem, I am leaving this blank check with you, signed by him, his 2 children. He said that in any of the company you can join, because he's got 20 companies, big company, he's a big man. But you write, and I'm giving you this check, and I'll giving you this opportunity to be the CEO of Andhra Cricket. Come down. Then 3 nights I couldn't sleep. So he left a question saying, my mother is crying. How can I sleep when my mother is crying? So I was walking like this for 3 nights. Asked my wife. My wife was saying, what nonsense? Why is this fellow night? He's doing some sleepwalk or what? Night I was walking like this. Then one day she asked, what's wrong? What's happening? I said, my mother is crying. She said, what is stopping you? Go. When your mother is crying, stand by mother. Within no time, I had 28 years of service in Bharat Dynamics Limited in Hyderabad, where I would have ended up as an executive director for my age. And quit and went to Andhra. In 6 years' time, we developed 18 first-class grounds, 4 residential academies, 2 international stadiums. Anurag Thakur, the president of BCCI, he came to inaugurate one of the grounds and he was shocked to see the number of grounds that we developed. So, see what every association has got 30 crore rupees every year. BCCI gives 30 crore rupees. So I gave a presentation to the association. How do we use these 30 crores? So I said that 40% to the infrastructure, 40% to the game development, 10% to the salaries, and another 10% as corpus. That's how we worked a formula. And in 6 years' time, we developed all this. And 3 girls went on to represent the country. 5 under-19 boys went on to play for the country. And 2 boys right now. Hanuma Vihari is actually not a product of Andhra, but he came, he's settled there, and he's working in those academies. And 2 boys, K.S. Bharat and Hanumat Bihari, are representing India right now. That's the result. So when Anurag Thakur came to see one of these grounds, and he said, "This is unbelievable. A small association like Andhra, how can they do it?" That's when this great gentleman, he told that it's not me, it's the sacrifice of this person, which is the result of all these things. So, and that fellow, president of BCCI said that this is not Andhra Cricket Association, this is Adarsh Cricket Association for the country. That's the role model cricket association, and your place is not here, your place is in BCCI. So that's when he made me the selector, and in a 1 year span of time, went on to become the chairman of the selection committee.
Thank you, sir. These are the skills that we ISB students and our viewers will surely learn from. Last question, we all have been waiting to ask. Tell us something about MSD and Kohli.
Man, wherever I go, I have to tell this, because no, seriously, I'm telling you, they're not normal. They're superhumans. So I'll tell you a series of stories. When I became selector in 2014, I went to, there was a match happening in Ranchi. Sorry. When I became a selector, my first call was to go to Bangladesh. So it was from Vijayawada to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Mumbai, Mumbai to Dhaka. It took me 2 days to reach Dhaka. So when I reached Dhaka, lot of reporters were there. I said, "What the hell is this, man? So many reporters." Said, "Sir, what is your opinion about Dhoni? What is your opinion about Dhoni?" I said, "What's wrong with Dhoni?" He said, "No, what? Sir, what is the alternative for Dhoni?" Dhoni alternative is a captain of the side. I didn't know, because in 2 days' time where I was traveling, I was completely away. I didn't know what was happening. And I said, smartly, I gave this answer like Atal Bihari Vajpayee. No, whenever very tough questions is asked to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, "Sir, आपके पार्टी में ऐसा किया, वो लोग अच्छा, आपने कुछ और पूछा, he'll leave that person, and he'll be, and it is a question that he likes, so he keep on answering. Suddenly will come, आपने कुछ पूछा, next time बोल देता हूँ. So he is very smart. So I used to love that. So then I said, okay, seriously, I'm just stepping out. I'll answer all your questions. Come to hotel. Ran to the hotel. First thing I went to is Ravi Bhai's room. Ravi Shastri. Oh, you know Ravi Shastri. Oh, Professor Bole. He's like, he talks like that. He's actually a very funny character. He's very, very sweet character. So I asked Ravi Bhai, what's happening? So many reporters are following me as if I am a prince of some UK or something. They are following me wherever I am going. But you don't know, he said. What happened? Last night in the gym, MS Dhoni fell down, and he was doing late night, 11 o'clock, he was doing gym, and it was a wooden floor that slipped. He fell down, and the entire bench press has fallen on his chest. And he was literally like this. He couldn't walk, and there's a big catch in his back, and he literally crawled and pressed that alarm bell. The entire hotel bell, that alarm, that entire hotel it rang, and entire hotel it rang, and then people came and they saw MS Dhoni crawling, literally. said, Ravi bhai, aap to mere ko phone karna tha. You didn't tell me. Oh, I thought you know it, gentlemen. I said, how will I know? This is the national news. So I said, sorry, I somehow missed on the journey. So now what is the solution? What is the band-aid solution? Then he said, oh, let's wait and watch. He said. So after 3 days, we are going to play, I think 2 days, we're going to play against Pakistan, our first game. Against, you know what is the game against Pakistan? My goodness. So then I went straight to MS Dhoni's room. He was just smiling at me. You know, there is no feelings on this fellow's face. You don't know whether he's laughing, whether he's looking at you, or whether he wants to kill you. So you can never judge by looking at his eyes. That's why he always wears glasses. No, it's very difficult to judge this person. So he did this, and he was saying he's not able to move. Huh? He's saying, what happened, my? He said, Arey, this is my first assignment there. I came all the way to Dhaka. You give me this kind of scenes. I mean, what to tell, man? I need to answer my fellow selectors. Sandeep Patil was my chairman. I need to answer him. He's saying like this. What? Antanadu. He's saying that. I was scratching and he said, my 2 days we have match against Pakistan. Antanadu. He's saying this. I was shivering actually. I said, see, you know the tournament rules and all. We need, see, if you are not going to play, there is no second wicket keeper in this team, and the entire selection committee will be blamed for this. So I need to identify substitute for you. He was staring at me as if, you know, with that stare, I was taken back actually. Suddenly he was staring at me like this. Then I said, so then I realized that this fellow is not going to give up. Went silently to Ravi Shastri's room, set up a meeting with the manager and said, boss, I don't want to take this risk. Let's call alternative. Said, it's your call. He said, Ravi Shastri. So I called Sandy Bhai, ऐसा है, so suppose थोड़ा replacement भेज दो, Parthiv Patel बैठा हुआ है गुजरात में, उसको भेज दो. So Parthiv Patel also came all the way. So, you know, next day again I went to my room. Morning, he was looking at me and he said, he's saying that. I said, what? He's saying that on the bed also I know that you made an alternate replacement for me. He's saying, acha kiya na tere ko, khush hai? He was saying like that. He said, I had to this, man. I know that we all love you to be on the field, but looking at you, it looks like impossible. Then said something he said. So that day evening, and the next day is the game. That day at 11 o'clock. So every 3 hours, I'm just going and watching whether he's recovered or not. So he's the captain of the side. Then at 11 o'clock again, I went at the night. He's not there in the room. Searched everywhere. I asked physio, where is he? Nahi bhaiya, mere ko bhi nahi malum. So searching. I saw one guy on the 22nd floor walking in the swimming pool. With great difficulty, he's walking step after the step. He's doing little hydrotherapy. He saw me. He said, better. I said, क्या कर रहे हैं माई? थोड़ा चलने के लिए देख रहा हूँ. चलने के लिए देख रहा है? कल शाम को मैच है ना माई? मैं इधर उधर घूम रहा हूँ आपके लिए. आप नहीं बोला क्योंकि morning I have to give the final list. Though he has come, he said, we'll see till tomorrow morning. I know the rules. He's very, very, very thorough about the rules. I mean, he's master class. See, what happens is, you know, when we eat on a leaf, you know, in villages and all, there is a leaf upon which, when you go to functions, we eat food. No? So that's called istaraku in Telugu. They say there is a saying, when your istaraku is full of food, your curry, your rice, your this, that, it remains stable. When istaraku doesn't have anything on it, it just keeps flying. He is a complete man. That's why he's always cool, calm, under any sort of pressure. So that's how, see, I'll tell you that pressure point, I'll talk about that pressure. So next day morning, we went for breakfast and was taken by surprise to see first guy to sit on the breakfast table was MS Dhoni. Nicely, evening is the match. He wore t-shirt now itself. Said, man, what is this, my breakfast kind? So we had breakfast nicely. So all of us had some fun. We were going. He caught my hand. He took me to his room. I said, Miss Kebai, why are you worrying? Worrying? This is a national issue, Mahi. You're injured and we have to have a replacement. You're Indian team captain. You're next to a Prime Minister of India. Indian cricket captain is something like that. So everything that you sneeze, you do anything, it's a news there. So I need to, I'm responsible for it. Don't you think I'm not responsible for it? What? Then he removed his shirt. He showed he was wearing a wrestler's belt inside. Wrestler's belt? So thick, leather one. It's really so thick that you can tighten it up, then you don't even feel anything back. It fully tightened it up, put that belt, and wore a t-shirt. He said, Miss Kebai, ab pehla baar selector hai. I've been seeing this for the last 10 years. I know what it is to play against Pakistan. And forget this back. If one leg cuts off also, I will still play against Pakistan. That's what MS Dhoni. So these are different people, different champions, different metals that they are brought up. So just to add to the story, what makes these people? So we need to understand, it's easy to tell stories, but what really made MS Dhoni that he is? Why does this champion doesn't feel pressure? Because what is pressure? Pressure is nothing but, it's like a practice match, and when you go to a practice nets, you just start hitting the ball. When you go to the same guy goes to the match, his legs will be shivering. When we come to the classroom, you don't feel any pressure. When you go to the exam, you feel pressure. How? So my solution to this is, pressure is self-inflicted. When the same brain that is used in the practice and that is used in the match, why this brain is not feeling the pressure? Why this brain in the match is feeling pressure? Because here you just focus on the ball because you are not worried about winning, losing, getting out. So when your mind is free, your body reacts so naturally. And so you start hitting the ball consistently. The same mind, when you get into a match situation, you get into pressure. I feel that pressure is nothing but when you're thinking about the outcome, when you're thinking about the result, whether or not I get this mark, see, the outcome and the results are not in your hand. What is in your hand is following a process. So if you follow the process, 2 + 2 has to be 4. It can never be 1 or 2. So when you plan, have a proper plan, you execute, you have a proper plan, create a roadmap, believe in your plan and execute it. It will never go wrong. When you know that if I go that way, I'll reach my goal. If I'm going that way, I have to reach the goal. Like, unless you go this way or that way. So this is what these people are made up of. It's not that Mahendra Singh, I mean, this is the solution. Why these people, these greatest people in the world, never feel that pressure is because they don't think about the outcomes. They don't think about the results. They believe strongly in the process, which eventually give them good results.
Thank you, sir. It was great having this chat with you. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's a great pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. Thank you so much. That was a very insightful session about the grit and the hard work it goes into, achieving something as tremendous as this. So thank you so much once again. Now I would like to call upon Revant and Kenneth from our cohort to offer a token of thanks to Mr. Prasad.
Thank you so much. Great pleasure to have all of you. I'll be very happy. I'll be very happy to see all of you reaching the greatest heights in the world, like how we are talking about Sundar Pichaya or how we are talking about Satya Nadella. I'm sure many of you should be reaching those great heights and make India proud. Thank you so much.
Basically got to ask 2 questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain a little bit of silence when you exit the room.
God bless you. Don't have this.
Now, without keeping you all waiting, our next session is a multi-treat because we not just have one, but 3 of our very own alums who have brought countless laurels to ISB.
To moderate this session, we have Raghav Dahuja, who is currently an MBA student here at ISB. Raghav pursued his entrepreneurial passion right after his undergrad, where he catered to the packaging requirements of pharmaceutical companies. He also holds a degree in law and has worked at the Delhi High Court. Thank you, Raghav.
Our first speaker is a partner at Lightspeed Ventures and also an angel investor with first-round investments in multiple unicorns. He also takes on the role of a lead investor in Atrium Angels, a micro VC fund by ISB alums for ISB alums. Having previously held key leadership positions in Netflix, Uber, Facebook, and Hike Messenger in their exponential growth phases in India, he brings to the panel extensive experience driving strategic partnerships for internet companies. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our very own ISB alum, Mr. Abhishek Nag.
Our next speaker is the co-founder of Better India, a disruptive digital platform that brings together technology, media, and social consciousness to galvanize large-scale social good. She has scaled solutions-based content-driven impact platform to 300 million readers and 3 billion social media impressions on a monthly basis. She and her husband also founded The Better Home in 2019, a sustainable home care product company with an intent to solve the puzzle of finding products that are good for the consumer as well as for the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Anuradha Kedia.
Now, final speaker for the panel is the co-founder and CEO of MyGate, an alumnus of National Defense Academy. He spent 10 years as a helicopter pilot with the Indian Air Force before attending ISB. He was then a vice president at Goldman Sachs before embarking on his self-made business journey. He's also a recipient of the Shaurya Chakra, a peacetime gallantry award for his rescue efforts during the 2004 tsunami. Everyone, please welcome Mr. Vijay Arisetti and a big round of applause for our entire maiden ISB panel.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the ISB Leadership Summit again. I take this pleasure of hosting 3 alums with us, and it's going to be a different session because we can take the leeway of asking them questions which we can't otherwise. So, and it obviously gives me a great, immense pleasure to be here moderating a session with your own very alums. You don't get this opportunity often. So we've all heard at ISB that alum Bhagwan hota hai, and we have one permanent Bhagwan on campus, but others that keep visiting us. So we'll begin by testing their memory a little. So they're a decade away from today at least, and Arunada was here, I think, about 14 years ago. So we'll start with asking them their PG IDs, SVs, and sections. Vijay, you want to go first?
6111370, I think.
Oh. SV?
SV4.
4.
Yeah.
Block?
E.
E. Section?
H.
H. Hammer H. Not bad. Anuradha, I know you were struggling to recall your SV.
Oh yeah, so I did some cheating here. So I managed to get my SV. It was SV3.
Wow. And section?
C.
C. Keithas, now we got Abhishek.
6110087, section F, SV4, G05.
G05. Now you know he's investing in the right companies. So, I mean, the year at ISB is touted as your year of transformation. For all of us, we are under that process at the moment. I mean, back in those days, we take you about a decade ago. How was your year of transformation that made you your Bhagwan? I mean, some highlights from the year and how probably life thereafter, now that you visited campus again, has changed. I mean, anyone would want to take that first. Anuradha would want to go first.
You're talking about the life
Yeah,
and after.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I think I'm one of the oldest out here. So in terms of not in age, I don't know about these two. They might be older than me. But in terms of seniority, so I was in the batch 2006 and 7. I think it was a great time to be at ISB. It was one of the very, I mean, the 5th or 6th. I mean, it was one of the very early batches, right? And it was a great time of exploration. We had some amazing professors. We had a lot of international faculty coming and teaching us. You know, and the best thing is those, you know, a lot of the professors, you know, continue to stay in touch with you. You know, you know, the warmth and you know, camaraderie continues over the years, right? And I think life on campus. So the good thing about ISB is that people come with some experience, and you know, you have a very diverse, and I'm sure it continues to be so. So diverse sectors, age groups, life experiences. So there's so much learning and unlearning that happens in the span of that 1 year. So I think that was phenomenal, right? And of course, I think we had a lot more parties than you guys seem to be having. I mean, frankly speaking, you guys have mellowed down a lot. Very sad to see.
I wouldn't want to agree to that, but I'd like to ask, what's your favorite party spot on campus?
Party
spot on campus back then.
So we used to do everything, you know, khuleyam. So we had mirror pools,
the
right?
deputy dean
which actually had water back then. So they were reflecting, and that's why they were called mirror pools. You can't call them that anymore. And the party scene was around that, right? So almost, I mean, it was so very frequent. And I think the fun thing was that, you know, it was a great way to unwind, you know, every weekend, almost, I think every weekend itself, and probably several times over the week also. So it was a great way to unwind and to get to know people, you know, across different sections and all of that. And the other thing is, I think the kind of electives and the subjects, you know, the fact that ISB offers the dual degree gives you so much flexibility in terms of figuring out what you want to do, right? And it's funny that in spite of all of that, I went and did something that was completely different. But I think all of that that exposure gave me so much, you know, perspective, which I think got built in that 1 year, which is amazing. I think that amount of perspective, nothing could have helped build. And post that, I think it was all of these factors coming together, right? People's experiences, the exposure. I mean, even in terms of impact and social, I mean, the social and development sector, I got a lot of inputs from my 1 year in ISB, where I came to know people from the sector and how they work. We were actually taken to an experiential impact, outing sort of a thing in the very first week, which was very eye-opening. So all of these, inputs and exposure really helped build perspective and frame me as an individual going forward.
That was quite an interesting, summary of a year here at ISB. We're still living it, but it definitely is very, I mean, you learn and unlearn a lot of things. That is true. So coming to Abhishek, Abhishek has, I think, seen most popular internet consumer-facing in the companies that you could think of, from Facebook to Uber to name it, and Netflix, and now he's the partner at Lightspeed. What part of ISB for you has helped you, I mean, perform your role better post ISB? And given that you've, tried your hands at angel investing from a very tender age, I've heard. So in our microecon classes, we are often, told of the bad lemons problem, and I think you face it every day. So how do you deal with that usually while investing into a startup? And I'm then going to ask you a question after that.
So you asked me 2 questions in one.
And one more.
And then one more after that. But let me start with the first one. So, my biggest learning on campus was that almost everything you do is a people's business. Right? I think the people who come in through the gate on campus are going to be great. All of you have fantastic GMAT scores. All of you have excelled academically in your lives. And so you don't need much augmentation there. You're going to be natural sponges when you sit down in the classroom and are taught by the fantastic professors that you get on campus. I had a perfect GPA the first 2 terms, and that's when I felt there was something missing. And that something was I just wasn't spending enough time with my peers on campus. And that became my singular focus. So over the next 6 terms, all I was doing was I was trying to spend as much time at social events, as much time, in people's quads. And really that was sort of what I took back from my year on campus, which I still use today. My first angel investment was in MyGate, right? And that happened because I got to know Vijay, and on one sort of fortunate December evening, he decided to call me in 2016 for something that he wanted to pick my brains for. If he didn't remember my name, that call wouldn't have happened. Everything I've learned about scaling or being a part of these companies that scaled from very early to very large, Facebook, Uber, and Netflix, was just about how to be, a great enabler of the people who work there. And in the investing industry, especially in the early investing industry, which is what I have done and I continue to do, much more of it, the business will get figured out, the product will change, it will iterate, the teams will change. The founders don't change, the founding teams are the same. So, and the way you work with them is what eventually determines success and the only value you can add. So getting to understand people, getting to see how you can be useful to them, and just, constantly enriching yourself through their experiences and learnings in life are what I learned at ISB and what continue to help me today.
Thank you. And I mean, you invest on guessing not a daily basis, but very frequently. I mean, how do you happen to figure out, when you don't even know the founders that well at times, how do you figure out what company is actually worth investing into at a very early starter, stage?
Yeah, I think you look for, fundamentally, at least what I look for is, why is this a problem that this person or these people are getting down to solve? And, invariably with the best founders, you find this deep personal connection to the problem, which leads to a degree of conviction, which is going to ensure that they're going to work on that problem for many decades to come. And there will be bad times. There will be great times and there will be bad times. What keeps the best founders going is because they feel passionately, viscerally about what they're doing for some reason. Something about when they were growing up makes them resonate with this problem, or something else about what they see around the world and they want to change fundamentally makes them feel connected to that problem. So that's something that I always look for. I tend to avoid people who are trend surfing, because then those people don't tend to have this deep personal connection to the problem that they're solving. And then beyond that, when it comes to the people, often it's teams. I look for sort of why those teams are complementary. Like in the case of MyGate, there were 4 people, right? Vijay obviously is a fantastic leader of people, and also, when it comes to operations, Shreyans is one of the best people you can find in the country when it comes to product and engineering. And then Abhishek and Vivek brought their own strengths. So, who brings what to the table? And if it's not a complete team, then are they aware? And do they have plans to complement this? And then finally, can they sell the idea well? The reality is, because it's a people's business, they need to sell. They need to sell to hire high quality early talent, because nobody wants to go join a startup from their comfortable jobs if they're high quality professionals. They need to sell to people like us, because capital is an important fuel in any company early on. So can they sell well? Can they build that narrative together? Having a vision is one thing, and then being able to tell the story of that vision such that people come along with you on the journey is another thing. So I look for some of those things.
And we've seen the trend change at ISB. I mean, the college is trying to push a lot of entrepreneurial work at the campus, and a lot of people are taking the risk of early in their life of starting a venture, and most of them have their co-founders from college. So this year is really interesting that way, that you come across a lot of people who you would have otherwise not met, and the synergy is quite intense. Now going to Vijay. Vijay has, I think, a very diverse background. I mean, being a helicopter pilot at IAF to heading some big banks, and then eventually shifting to entrepreneurship here. I mean, I'm sure must have had a lot of, cross-sectoral learnings. I mean, from your defense background. How do you think all of them tied together to help you start MyGate and then build it further?
I think mostly a lot of people ask me this question, that you've gone through a different set of experiences, and finally you're running a tech company. How is it different? But fundamentally, I see no difference, right? When when I was a helicopter pilot, also we used to go and operate in uncharted areas where there's nothing there's no standard operating procedure. There was especially a lot of things that I've done was in disaster relief operations, right, where the state administration is completely collapsed and there is no external help possible there. We had to go there and start the disaster relief operations, right? So I think the job that I was doing in the Air Force was also more entrepreneurial, right? Trying to figure out things on your own and start kicking off operations there and do continue the relief operations. When it came to banking, that's where I found that things were very well organized, but my DNA was to look for things that are status quo and wanting to challenge those, and again look for optimization and efficiencies there, right? I think Goldman Sachs, I applied all the principles that I learned as a helicopter pilot, that on a first principle thinking, start identifying problems, and if you can solve in a different way. When things are running smooth, then that is the time I feel that there's a lot of innovation, optionality that comes, and that's what helped me to do something different in Goldman Sachs. And at MyGate, I think it's a culmination of all the efforts and the experience that I had throughout my life. In fact, it's not only at Air Force or ISB or Goldman Sachs, it's basically what I kept learning from my childhood as well, right? So I think at different points in time, you start applying different things what you learned in your life. Like one of the things that before the session I was talking to was how useful is ISB. Basically, I don't think even I have fully extracted the juice of whatever I learned from ISB. I think it will take another 10-15 years for me to fully take out whatever I learned from ISB. Like last 10 years has been probably 2-3 years of the learning that I've got from ISB in the first 2-3 months is probably I'm applying now. And as the organization keeps building up, or I keep getting more mature as an individual, I'll start applying more the things that I learned here at ISB. I think the application of what you learned in your life will continue for the next, what you learned in the last 20-30 years will continue for the next 20-30 years. So
going back to your days at ISB, what was your favorite course at ISB that you did?
Favorite course?
Favorite course that you did here?
Yeah.
I was told operations.
I think favorite course, so like everything was interesting, right? There was a lot of math, a lot of statistics and all those things which, upar se jata tha, but what I did was the bottom line, right? The conclusion of all this math, right? I tried to take that home. And I think whenever, I want to question those bottom line, then probably again, I ring up, remove the books or, come to the campus and speak to these same professors, batao bhai kaisa tha ye, right? I think you can't, like, I was not from a math background or an engineering background. So a lot of this math and statistics and all those things was, I know that we need to apply these to come to a conclusion. The conclusion was much more important in terms of how did you reach to that conclusion. So I took away those conclusions more than the math and the statistics. So.
And he also told me at lunch today, everything at ISB eventually converted to statistics.
Yeah.
We were hypothesis testing everything. So, but the year is definitely great in its own way. Changing the course a little, you've all been associated to the entrepreneurial ecosystem in India today. Two of you have your own startups, one's investing actively. We've seen in the past, a lot of startups became possible in India because a lot of foreign capital flew in, right? And we've seen this aversion from a lot of Indian investors putting in their own money, even the big ones in India. Why do you think that exists today, or is it really changing? Because if value creation is happening, we see a lot of returns flowing back to the original investor, be it through IPO listings eventually, but after exiting. So why do you think there's that inhibition on Indian investors, particularly to invest in high risk startups? I mean, any one of you would want to. I think all three of you have inputs to give, but we can start with Abhishek first if you want to, or Vijay.
So I'll give my opinion. Like the thing what you said, that just because capital was coming, entrepreneurship was not coming. Because entrepreneurship was coming, and that's the reason capital is coming into it, right? And what I feel is, all the returns that the investors are getting, right? A good part of that returns are again coming back to India. It is not that it is staying or it is going out there, right? Yes, it may, see all the corporates, right? They have some part of their, or the liquidity what they have, they need to, invest in various diversified portfolios. Some will invest in stocks, some will invest in, forex, some will invest in gold, and some will have to invest in, high risk, avenues like startups. So every company, right, have got their corporate, they have that certain asset allocated for this. So it is never going to dry out. So always the money will keep coming back to India where there is opportunity. So that's what is my, that's what I learned from when I spoke to a lot of investors and what I see generally in the market.
Abhishek, on the Indian investors staying a little.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a while, but my belief is we are in the first over of the first session of the test match of sort of the Indian startup ecosystem, right? So we're very, very, very early on, and we've got to look at it from that lens. And whenever change happens, a few people will make the leap of faith, and in the case of investors, let's say, a few people will invest even when there's no historical proof. But you can only expect a very few people to be that stupid, and I was in that bucket in 2016. As there is greater proof that, oh, hey, this is an asset class that works, and you can invest smartly and earn returns which are better than the public markets. People start seeing that when there's greater proof, there's greater capital that follows that proof. And we are beginning to see that now. We are beginning to see homegrown funds, funds like Stellaris, Ivy Cap, who are raising hundreds of millions of dollars from Indian LPs and institutions, right? LPs being limited partners. So that my belief is that the flywheel has started spinning. We will also we've already started seeing it, and more of what we will see is founders who took the plunge in the last 10 years will see extremely successful outcomes. And then those founders will want to give back. And so then there's that capital. A bunch of the early employees who took the risk to go and work in these startups, they will have liquidity. There's that capital. So which is why I'm extremely optimistic about what the future looks like. My belief is that we're just very, very, very early on. And 10 years back, you needed a few people to be unreasonably optimistic to sort of invest in India. But that time is gone now. There is enough proof, there is enough liquidity. And so we are only going to see accelerated deployment of capital from Indians in India.
Thank you. I'll ask you some words, and I would want the first word that comes to your mind when I say that word. All right, we'll go in clockwise direction, starting with Abhishek. When I say leadership, what comes to your mind?
Empathy.
Progress.
Progress.
Keeping people together.
Keeping people together. And ISB?
Remarkable, unforgettable. Sorry.
Pathbreaking.
Pathbreaking.
Networking.
Networking. So one startup to stay away from?
Don't let me start.
No.
Stay away if I'm starting up, because Vijay and I have spoken about this.
One word
Remembers. I'm not a great founder.
Okay.
Better do this.
The one that's not empathetic.
The one that's not?
Empathetic.
Empathetic. I didn't know that's going to be a very difficult
for a founder.
The one that's not
I think
mine. The one that's not mine.
The
one
one
that's
that
not mine.
The one that doesn't have a purpose.
Doesn't serve a purpose. Good. So if today is someone in the industry that I think we'd all know of, and tomorrow if you had to hand over your company to the person, who would that be for you, Vijay, first?
Come again, this question. I couldn't get your question.
So I'm saying tomorrow if you had to hand over your company to someone, who would that one person be? And could be a slightly popular, already startup runner in this ecosystem.
I think it will be my co-founder.
Let's not stick to your company, someone outside, it'd be better.
So I look for a person like, who would understand the space and probably look for more innovative things to do in the company.
Rather, for you, it would be?
Someone who can understand the opportunities and the potential, right, of scaling this up massively.
Want to build to that, you went into a very unconventional field and you must have had to raise capital initially. How did you work on convincing your investors back then, because you were starting something so new and there was nothing to look back at? So how did you go about doing that?
Don't even get me started on that, right? That's a whole different session. So when you said Indian investors, right, catching up, and Abhishek was mentioned that it is very new space, right? Now the challenge we faced, and this was like when we started talking to investors, and investors also reaching out and to understand what we're doing in this space. The one question we were repeatedly asked is, what is it like? What is its equivalent in the US, right? And that indicated that herd mentality that Indian investors typically had. I'm glad to know things are changing now for sure, but it has been one very difficult journey, because when you are doing something that does not have any comparables, or precedents, it's extremely hard, because an investor has to invest. It's a lot of conviction and to some extent speculation, right? Because the investor does not have enough data points to compare it with. So in India, the risk appetite is definitely a lot lower for investors, and it's a very uphill task to show an investor that this is going to the way this is going to scale up.
What would be your greatest ROI at ISB? I mean, what is it that you took back from ISB is of most value to you?
Oh, definitely the network.
The network. I thought it was going to be your husband.
I'm sorry.
Ma'am happened to find her partner at ISB, but I was hoping his name would come up. But yeah, so we have there's obviously always paucity of time. But this is, I mean, we're all at a time where we feel, this is probably the make it or break it year for us. I mean, I'm sure 10 years ago you felt the same thing. And the term that we are in is also, in sync with that feeling. So looking at life, how you saw it, and in this very instance, 10, 15 years ago, what do you have to say to all, students at ISB today? I mean, because it's like that crossroads that's very important. So what do you think, how important it is, and is it really a break it or make it?
It's not a make it or break it, it's only make it, right? So I think, most of us get stressed out during this time for, getting through campus placements and all. But I'm as I told you, right, what you learn for the last 10 years, you'll apply it for the next 10 years. I think, like what in the previous, session, he said that you need to take this as a basement, as a base camp, and the peak is going to come, right? Multiple times you need to play for the country, right? I think all of us need to go with that frame of mind. Is just a phase which which will go, but the end goal, what you want to achieve in 4 or 5 years time, is what you need to aim for, and not this next 6 months or next 4 months to get into any job is not the thing that you should look for.
I can go next. I can't think of a single person from my class who didn't make it if they did not lose hope and just kept working hard, right? So I think we tend to attach too much importance to the here and now. Think back at how important the 10th standard boards felt to each of us in that year, and think about how important that feels today. So try to contextualize what's going to be a very long and rewarding journey for each of you, with where you are today, which is a point in time. No one decision is going to forever change your life. Unlike sports is just so much harder because age is working against you. You can't be a world-class cricketer at 50, but you can be a fantastic entrepreneur at 50, right? So thankfully, age is not a dimension that works against any of us in the world of business. So there are, I don't think any make it's or break it's in what we're doing. So just never lose hope and never stop working hard.
Slightly different take on this. I'll just say that nothing that you're fretting about right now is going to matter. So just take a very different perspective to this whole thing. Enjoy this year. And the thing is that what you believe currently to be the make it is not going to be the same make it 5 or 10 years down the line. You are going to find your own make it. And that's going to be completely different from anything you ever imagined, which was driven by peer pressure, FOMO, whatever it is at present. You're going to run after that consulting job. You're going to, fret about not getting that. But believe me, 5 years down the line, you'll be in a completely different sector wondering why you were even, why did you even bother about it? So you will make your own path. And every experience that you have over here is going to add to it.
So I'd like to, just wrap it up, and one line of advice that you would want to give to everyone sitting in this audience today, and just one crisp line of what we can take back from each of your lives.
Yeah, I think next 10 years is going to be a beautiful phase for the country, and I think you guys are coming out from the school at the right time. I think the opportunity and the light outside the gate is really fantastic. Lots of opportunities. Just brace them out. Yeah.
Don't stress about this 1 year. It's a world of opportunities out there, and you're going to find your groove.
Learn to think for yourself. Don't get misled by what everyone thinks is right and what everyone's doing. Learn to think for yourself from first principles, build conviction around that. And even if no one else is doing it, have the courage to go and do it.
Thank you so much. There's always paucity of time. I can go on and on and on. Sitting with your alum, I think I've been with them for a couple of hours now. I still want to ask them so many more questions. But Thank you so much for being here. It was very insightful. See you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, speakers. Thank you. Hello. Thank you, speakers. Thank you so much. That was a very, very engaging conversation with multi-dimensional perspectives that all of us can pretty much take away and feed off of like next 5 to 10 years down the line. Thank you so much for that.
I would now like to call Shrija, Janvi, Archit, and Arushi from the cohort to offer our token of thanks and facilitate the Prism signing by the speakers.
Thank you so much, folks from ISB. Okay, now it's time for the last segment of the entire day. It has been brilliant so far. I'm Aditya.
And I'm Ayushi.
Okay, before we go on, a quick update. Due to unexpected health reasons, Mr. Roman Saini will not be joining us today. We wish him a speedy recovery. But don't worry, we have an equally amazing Mr. Vivek Sinha joining us in his stead.
Moving on, our moderator for the next session is Shivangani Kakkad, our very own in-house architect. Graduating from School of Planning and Architecture in Delhi, she started her professional career at Atkins Global India. Design is her passion, which makes her the perfect person to converse with our next esteemed speaker. It's no easy feat to launch an international fashion label, but our next speaker has paved path for many women in India as the very first one to have done so, and that too in the early 90s. From styling Bollywood stars to showcasing her work on global platforms such as Paris Fashion Week, Cannes Film Festival, and even the UK India Year of Culture, where she was invited by the late Queen herself, she's done it all. Surprisingly, she's had no formal training in design. Yet her work, which are perfect amalgamation of Indian aesthetics and modern cuts, has put India on the global map. In her attire today, she renders all that I say absolutely true. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Anamika Khanna.
Okay. Hi. So welcome AK to the campus, and I'm sure that you were welcomed by a sea of peacocks and a lush campus. So welcome to the campus and to the city. So first off, we know Anamika Khanna as this magnanimous fashion designer who works with, like, her own label is so big, she works with the biggest stars all over the world. But what we really don't know is the journey. So how did you become Anamika Khanna? Was fashion an accidental choice, or was it something that you always wanted to do?
Good afternoon, everyone. And before I answer, I have to say that it gives me so much joy to be here today. Besides the queasiness in my stomach, to have known that it is the Indian School of Business, just the word business itself makes me stressed out already. I think I got lucky to have stumbled into this profession. I used to sketch, and there was a fashion contest to which I sent my sketches. I was invited to showcase a fashion show. In my life, I had never made a single garment. I didn't even know what a meter of fabric was. But you know how excited you get when you hear the word fashion itself? That's what happened to me. Somehow I managed a tailor, I managed some stuff, and that was the start of where I am today, 6,000 rupees and 6 garments. And if I may say so, that 6,000 rupees journey up to today, it's all my own. So I won that contest, and then some stores started noticing me, and it was one thing after the other. I didn't go to design school, and I have to admit today that I don't know how many technically defective garments I must have put on people, because I didn't know what I was doing. I was just learning and making mistakes. So from one store into another store, from one tailor to like 5 tailors and then 10, it was an organic move. Fashion Week started happening at that time, and I was invited to be part of Fashion Week. During one of the Fashion Week interactions, I met with a very important personality in international fashion who was very fascinated by the fact that Indian costume or Indian fashion was costume, and one could wear it to the Met Gala or to a Halloween or something, but not wear Indian fashion regularly internationally. For me, that was my that was the beginning of my journey, if I may say so, because I realized that my love for Indian craft and Indian textile had become more greater than anything else. I think I must have put together every ounce of courage in my body, and I did something which I could have been slaughtered for. I took the Indian sari and I cut it up and I put that with pants. It was a gutsy move because nobody at that point of time was messing around with the Indian sari, which was more than anything else to all of us in terms of our culture and who we were. I did that. I have to say I was dying when I did that, but suddenly I realized that it had not just been accepted, it had opened this prism of possibilities, if I may use the word in Indian fashion. Suddenly, experimentation became the thing to do. And it had not just changed my career, it had also changed in some way Indian fashion as a whole. And that journey gave me the courage to keep experimenting more and more. I started putting international fashion, mixing them up with Indian. I started using international shapes, mixing them up with Indian. And all of that then eventually led me to launch my international label, Anamika Internationally. And very soon, we were in more than 120 stores. And if I may say so, that whole vulnerability, or that, you know, that when you feel that, that humbleness, that when you know you've gone from this country where you're considered this queen and you've started from scratch where nobody knows you. And that humility of learning that you don't know enough, that just doing embroidery is not fashion in the world. For me, it was like going to college. When I went to do this, I sold in very important stores, but it went so quickly and I hadn't organized my back end. Eventually I had to wind that down and come back and say that, you know what, I need to strengthen myself. I need to learn more. I need to get better with my business. I need to know what I'm doing, and then I will go back. And that process started again after that. In the meantime, more stores, more people, more shows, different events just kept happening. But I have to say that in this entire journey, I go to sleep every day and I wake up with a new dream. And every day I dream, what is the next new thing? And that's where my journey keeps continuing. And that's where I am today, that what is it going to be tomorrow?
Thank you so much. The next question obviously is that 2 years back, the world came to a standstill when the pandemic hit us, and the luxury apparel industry being as volatile as it is. So what were the strategies that your label and you personally undertook to sort of get out of that and, you know, work on, and did something change? Did the functioning of the business change? And if so, like how did you implement that?
Whilst we were going through the lockdown, I think everyone in the whole world went through the same thing, that we were shut down and everyone was looking for different ways to sustain themselves and see how to carry on. For us, everybody I knew said the same thing. We are in crisis. Who's going to think about fashion? And which was true. You know, that's the feeling that you had. Who's going to think about clothes when you're struggling with health and you're in crisis? Having said that, once the whole, I'm talking about India right now, that once this whole lockdown started easing out, all of a sudden, everyone who was engaged for that 1 year and couldn't meet or whatever, everyone just decided to get married. And it's like literally the whole country was getting married. Now, to get married, you definitely need a new outfit, whatever else you want or not, because you got to post on social media. Plus, you're getting married, you want a new outfit. It was very interesting for us because a lot of people were reaching out, but the weddings that were happening were 2 people weddings, 10 people weddings, 15 people weddings. So it was not as grand and glamorous as our Indian weddings are. The requirement for the actual outfits had changed. So it was supposed to be simpler, much lesser. And of course, costs and budgets also changed because it was not that grand anymore. Now it was up to us to actually take that up and say, no, this is not what we do, so we're not going to do it. Or it was up to us to say that, you know what, this is an opportunity. Can we redesign, readjust, adapt, and say, how can we do this? And that's what we decided to do. And eventually I realized that just after COVID, instead of struggling for business and retaining people, we were literally expanding and looking for more people to grow our business. That's one thing that happened. The other thing which continues even now, which is a very interesting change, is the way people started looking and buying fashion. It was not about buying clothes anymore. It was about investing in special pieces made by brands that understood that honesty and integrity of designs. Now customers wanted to know our stories, how we made those products, why we made them, how much were we sustainable, what were we going to do for the environment, what is our carbon footprint. All these questions have become really important questions before we do anything else. That was the other change that has taken place. The very interesting thing that has also happened is the entrance of technology in fashion. Suddenly, there are talks about metaverse. There are really big brands that are collaborating with gaming companies and getting into NFTs. There is virtual try-ons going on. There is cryptocurrency being used by accepted by brands like Gucci. So there's like this big upheaval. In any case, fashion industry is about change. So every single time the world changes, we change in every possible way.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So a few years back, you experienced a health setback. So post that, what gave you the motivation and strength to come out of it?
This is a really personal space that I'm going to delve into. I think I just took myself for granted. I took my mind for granted. I took my body for granted. And I thought that nothing is ever going to happen to me, which is what most of us think. If something happens to someone else, we know something happens to someone else, it can't happen to us. And that's what I kept thinking, that nothing's going to happen to me. I was abusing myself by working in a way that I was constantly stressed. I did not have the ability to say no. There was more and more and more work that I kept taking on. There was one show to the next, there was one event to the next. And I did not stop. I did not think. I just went on until the time that I think it was a sign that, you know, you can't do this. I had a constant headache and it was carrying on for more than a month. I even neglected that headache up to a point that I was sent to do a scan. And after the scan, my doctor called me and said, you need to check into the hospital room. And instead of going to the hospital room, I went back to work. I mean, that's how much I took myself for granted. I had had multiple strokes, and for the longest time, I think I lost my cadence. I could not think straight. I could not even form a sentence straight for the longest time. And at that point, I felt that I had lost what I lived for, which was design, and I couldn't design anymore, and it had been taken away from me. If I may say so, that I have been fortunate enough to get a second chance in life and to move slowly. As I started coming out of it, I was also very fortunate to be surrounded with love, and the amount of people around me who supported me and loved me was quite incredible. But this journey was my journey alone. I had done this to myself, and it was up to me to come out of it, to fight back, or to let it go. And the love of design plus this responsibility with my boys and my family and all my friends around me, I just felt that there is no way that I'm not going to fight back. It was a huge fight. It was a struggle, but when I went back, I also went with that freedom that I had nothing to lose and I could start from scratch again. And there was not anyone who was going to judge me. That was one thing. More than just this, that spirit that kept me going is that for 20 years, I had done this from morning to night. This was my identity. I had stopped going out for almost a year. And to get back into that whole social comfort was also a challenge. You know, everything was a challenge. For me to talk to anybody, to make a conversation was a challenge. To come out of it one day at a time, I do get emotional when I say this, but I realized what I had done to myself. I worked in a way that I shouldn't have. And today, I possibly do 5 times more than what I did these few years ago. Interestingly, I found my joy with what I do. I work without stress and with the spirit that what's going to happen. I'm going to give this my best. What's going to happen? And that's what keeps me going. For example, in July, we did almost the impossible. We did 3 very major showings. In a year, a designer can do 2 shows, 3 shows maximum. Every 10 days, we did a show. And the best part was that I was having fun. I'll just give you a small example. A couple of years ago, if I was invited here to speak, I would be this stressed out person. Oh my God, I have to go there, I have to speak. I don't have the time, my whole day will go. I'll have to take a flight and blah, blah, blah. I would just carry on. Today, I've come here with this spirit, just looking forward to interaction, looking forward to make new friends, looking forward to chatting, looking forward to sharing with everyone and just loving being here. So that's the difference that I have made to myself because I've started taking out time for myself. I've started looking after my mind, my health, and my body, knowing that it's not going to happen if I don't have my health.
Thank you for that. I think that's all we also wanted to and needed to hear at this point. But since we're in a business school and you are the creative entity in these, practically minded people, but do you think creativity and business, like the business acumen and creativity, are they opposing forces, or do you think they go hand in hand? And if they do, how?
I don't know if I should answer this question honestly, because you might throw me out of a business school really soon. See, the truth is, if you're a creative person, business becomes a demon in your head. But like for me, if somebody brings me accounts, I start sketching. I mean, that's the reality of my life. Having said that, I do run a business. I have more than 2,500 people associated with us. I've made a lot of mistakes. I've been cheated very many times because I didn't know what I was doing. It is extremely important to know what's going on. That doesn't mean you have to do it yourself. There are better people who know better than what you do. It's always easier to get them to do this job. But if you don't know your business, how are you going to grow that business? How are you going to live that business? How are you going to do what you do? Because fashion itself is not just about designing. Fashion itself is about running this whole industry where you're supporting people, where they are working for you. A lot of them are not even educated. Besides that, you need to be like this marketing person who knows what they are doing. More than that, you need to be on top of the game because you need to reinvent and change every day. Above that, you got to pay your bills. I was just sharing with some of you here that GST is an important part of this business. I still can't figure it out for the life of me. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to do it. I'm going to get it done. So I need to at least know what's going on. So yeah, it has to go hand in hand. But it doesn't need to become this demon on your head. If you're the creative person, then that's your priority and that's your strong point. That will lead to everything else. That's what happens to me, I think. I've surrounded myself with people who will empower me to design more and do the other things.
So the luxury fashion apparel industry is as volatile as it gets. So, we have new incumbents coming and, what does your label and AKOK do to sort of stay relevant in the industry?
I'm going to take a minute and go back to AKOK, which is our ready-to-wear label. While I was in hospital, there was always a thought that there must be a ready-to-wear label that we start and something unique because there's this gap in the market and there's a very big need for it. So while I was in hospital and going through the lowest of my life, my boys had just come back from the States, and at one of the moments, I have twins, so I just say one of them, I don't know which one still, said that everything will be A-OK. A-OK is a term that, in America, they use it quite easily. And this was probably to reassure me on something. The other one said, suddenly, everything will be AK-OK. And then that started, which went back to saying that everything was AK-OK, everything will be AK-OK. And that conversation in the hospital literally started this brand AK-OK. And now our catch is everything is AK-OK because we use AK-OK as a lifestyle where we include everything, and we're also okay with everything the way you are. We accept you as it is. So that is something which actually came out of So when I look back, I feel that whatever happened to me was not traumatic. It helped me not just change my life, it also gave me an extension to my business. So yeah, just learn from it. Sorry, I'm going to go back to you talking about fashion being volatile. The only constant in fashion is change. And that's a fact. On an everyday basis, if you're a client, you're going to sit with me and ask me the same question. So what's new? Even if I've shown you 100 new things that I've just done, you will ask me, so what's new? And that's what fashion is about. It is about constantly reinventing, and it's about constantly not just growing in design. It's also about constantly now growing in technology, because that's where fashion is going. To stay relevant, I think the very fact that I accept that change is the only constant in my life. But besides that, this influx of youth into the brand, I keep my mind open. And when I engage with not just my boys, but the group of people that are around them, it sort of helps me make that change itself. Because if you're doing something for more than 20 years, it is very easy to fall in the pattern of your own habits, be comfortable because it's selling anyways, you're not going to be questioned anyways, so you're going to keep doing the same thing. But for me, I feel that engagement with minds like yours that are so not just curious, it's a different way of thinking. It's a very, very intelligent, analytical, but also a very empathetic, conscious way of thinking. And that I feel just helps us keep, stay with the time, stay relevant. I feel that now I also work with courage. I go to work every day thinking, let me take this risk, what's going to happen? And the day I do that, I bring change because I'm going with freedom. For example, we did our couture show just recently. We literally embroidered from top to bottom, took a pair of scissors, shredded everything. It was like letting go. The entire collection was shredded. Very interestingly, I had started with the mindset that when I do that, I'm not going to sell a single piece, but it doesn't matter. Let me just go and experiment. When I was shredding, it was almost like letting go of the past. It was almost like entering into something new. And very interestingly, the amount of orders I have on this collection just shows how ready for change we are. And that shows the dynamism of the fashion industry that we're in. People want change, they're ready for change. You give it to them, they are going to take it.
Definitely. Thank you so much. And I am so sad to say this, but even I'm cutting my question short at this point. But it was an amazing conversation, and we are so happy and honored and grateful that you graced us with these wise words. So thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Once again, thank you so much, Anamika ma'am and Shivangini. That was truly an inspiring conversation about the fusion of fashion, success of building your own label, and also learning in the face of adversity. I would like to invite Ritika and Abhinav to present a token of gratitude to Anamika ma'am and facilitate the signing of the ILS Prism.
You have opened Instagram. You have seen some faces. You have heard the stories behind these faces. You've heard the narration, you've heard the tale. And some of these stories, you never thought you would hear them, but it makes you feel like you're so glad that you did. Our next speaker is a self-made businesswoman, entrepreneur, and a published author. Her love affair with books and stories translated to the phenomenal success of her company, Humans of Bombay.
She's also involved with cause campaigns that have created a meaningful impact over the years and believes in keeping a positive mind and taking risks. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to hear the story of the storyteller herself. Please welcome Ms. Karishma Mehta.
Hi everyone. Thank you for having me. It's been amazing so far. I've been to ISB Mohali and somebody has promptly asked me the question, which one do you like better? Not answering that question. Faculty, teachers, organizing committee, and most importantly, students at ISB, thank you so much for having me. It's an absolute pleasure. Let me begin by saying that the only real degree I have to my name is my undergraduate degree of industrial economics, which I've made close to negligible use of. But the one thing that did happen when I was in college that changed my life was that I stumbled upon Humans of New York and I fell in love. I would wait for the next story with bated breath. And as I immersed myself in the lives of people I didn't know halfway across the world, I wondered, Bombay is a world within worlds. There must be a Humans of Bombay. The only way to describe what happened next was acting upon a gut instinct. I went onto Facebook. There was no Instagram back then. I typed Humans of Bombay in the search bar and saw that there were no results. Without wasting a second, I blocked it on Facebook. I had no idea what I would do with it, but something told me I should. That's the first thing I can tell you about leadership, about success, that there are softer nuances that define your journey, something that cannot be taught, but can be honed. And throughout my life, I've studied all kinds of things. I'm a theater student. I've extensively studied history and English. I've seriously considered a career in theater and in law. But after college, when I was 21 and returned to Bombay with an industrial economics degree, I had no clue. I didn't want to work at a bank or a large corporate. So I did what, looking back, I feel was one of the best decisions of my life. I took a sabbatical. I read, I explored, and I wrote a lot. I initially wanted to start a magazine in which Humans of Bombay would just be a column. But when I went on that first shoot on Marine Drive, I was rejected several times. I approached strangers. I said, I have this college project. I just want to talk to you for 5 minutes. People in Bombay were like, who is this girl? And why are you being annoying? Just, like leave. But I kept at it. And the 10th person who actually spoke to me, 10th, 11th person who actually spoke to me was this really sweet old lady who was just sitting by the water, and she spoke to me for an hour in Bombay. And she lost her husband and told me the story about how she's getting back to work because she wants to kind of provide for her kids. There we were, two strangers having an intimate conversation with the twinkling queen's necklace in the backdrop. I fell in love again. And I made the decision then and there that telling stories of seemingly ordinary people was what I wanted to do. And so on Jan 28th, 2014, I launched Humans of Bombay on Facebook. By launched, I mean, I made a Facebook page and I made a logo on Microsoft Word. The first logo actually was just on Microsoft Word. And then I went to Collage Maker. We had those covers back in the day. So I went to Collage Maker. I found really random photos of Bombay and I put them all together. I was so lazy that, at the bottom, it said made by Collage Maker. I could have cropped it, but I didn't even crop it. I was like, it's fine, whatever, who's going to read it? And that's how Humans of Bombay began. Since then, I think that the three things that I've spoken about, or I at least try to tell whoever asks me about starting out, I'd like to at least tell you about it now, is the first thing is that your gut never lies. Your instinct, that distinct feeling from within is undeniable. Hone that, use that. So when I'm often asked about purpose, I've given a bunch of these talks and most of them are somewhere along the same vicinity: purpose, success, and leadership, and all those things. I say the same thing, that you already know, and the answer is already within you, right? On what you want to do or what you'll really be good at. What makes you truly happy when an assignment doesn't feel like assignment, or when work doesn't feel like work. For me, I've always written. I've always been a writer. I would look forward to English classes. I would sit on the first bench as my English teachers would recite poetry and prose. But I never considered it a career because it wasn't considered lucrative. I love writing. And I wish I'd listened to myself earlier, but I still found it at 21 that this is what I want to do. But that's what you should do. Start listening to yourself. Don't just blindly chase the paycheck or the company name. Start chasing doing what really drives you. That's where the magic is. The second thing is begin. You can never really be fully prepared. That's the truth. It doesn't have to be perfect. Whether it's a business, an idea, or an application, your flaws, the mistakes you make is what makes you human. And you should wear them like armor and go all in. There's no such thing as the right time. The right time is when you begin. And the third thing is that you are defined by the decisions that you make. Your life today, the trajectory of your career is a combination of decisions. But no one in the world, not the best managers, not the best CEOs, make 100% correct decisions. But what you can learn is how to overcome the decisions that didn't work out, or let's call it failure, and bounce back. When I started Humans of Bombay, I was questioning my career choices on how just a Facebook page or what my business model is. As a 21-year-old, it was intimidating, but the one thing I did right was ignore the noise and let the journey unfold. Today, that Facebook page is India's largest storytelling platform with 5 million followers. We have a 30-member team. And we work with the largest companies in the world. They trust us to tell their stories. So the only person who really needs to believe in the vision is you. Not everybody's going to believe it, but the only person who's important and who you have to convince is yourself. Absolutely nobody else. And that's why I want to speak to you about something that's overlooked very often while speaking about success, and that's failure. Failure and success are two old friends. They go together. They're the same. They're two sides of the same coin, because it is inevitable to have failures and setbacks. How you overcome those setbacks is the biggest difference between what sets you apart on the success metric. We make blunders. At Humans of Bombay, we make blunders all the time. I can write a book about it. We've lost money, we've lost clients, had massive interviews canceled on us. In the moment, it seemed like the world is falling apart. But as time passed, the more we realized is that it happens, and it's okay not to get it right every time. You guys are studying, placement season will begin. Have you ever aced it every time? Do you think that you're never going to be rejected? The answer to that question should be a big fat no. But what are you going to do about it? If you're rejected, you fail an exam, you fail an application, a company rejects you. Are you going to cry over that one interview or that one exam that you blew? Or are you going to pick up from the learnings and move on? And I feel like that's where the difference is, your attitude in dealing with what's gone wrong, because it's inevitable, right? And the one thing that you should know about going out there into the world is that people and society love pointing out these failures. But the only thing I've learned in my journey is that you have to keep doing you and keep your head down and put in the work. I've seemingly failed countless times. I was making no money for the first 2-3 years of Humans of Bombay. My parents were worried. Society thought I'd failed. As we grew and I proved that you can turn your passion into a business that makes money, I was questioned about my decision on certain controversial interviews. I've been the butt of many memes. Honestly, I love the Humans of Bombay memes. I laugh at them the hardest. But we've also had horrible headlines written about us. Bad press is the worst to deal with. From Mr. Tata to Amir Khan to the highest office in the country, we've interviewed great personalities. I run a business in Bombay. The rent really does kill you. I've given hundreds of talks, been featured in countless magazines. But do you know what question I still get asked the most? When are you getting married? So to society, I'm still failing, but it's all good. A wise man once said, success is going from failure to failure without losing your enthusiasm, and I endorse that vehemently. And as a leader, I express that sentiment in every way to the team. The running statement at Humans of Bombay when things are going crazy is ho jayega. And that's what matters. Attitude is everything. We're amidst a massive hiring cycle. This plug is because my HR manager said I couldn't return to Bombay if I didn't say it here. And the first thing we look for candidates while hiring is attitude and ethics. And it's through this journey of leading and negotiating and hustling that I realized I was being termed a few things that I want to address. Dominating, bossy, or tough. And these terms weren't used in a necessarily positive light. Why is that when a man does the exact same things, are they considered aggressively charming? But as a woman, you're distastefully dominating. So I decided to take this challenge head on. and wear these characteristics as a badge of honor with the hope that it makes a dent in the way the women are perceived in this world. Because it's being dominating that's led me to go from a blog to a business, from having thousands of followers to 5 million, from having no office to having a swanky 2,000 square foot office in Bombay, from having to chase celebrities to give me 30 minutes of their time to interviewing the Prime Minister. I could only do it because I vehemently refused to take no for an answer. So I'll end it with this. Y'all are all graduates studying in a great college. You know the technicalities of business, but I'd like to tell you about the one fundamental principle that I've followed my entire adult life. I can talk about it for hours, but I'll summarize it in 2 words. I can. I'm an author without any background in journalism. I run a business without an MBA, and I became a meme without becoming a celebrity. So if I can, you can. Thank you. Are we taking questions?
Thank you, Karishma. Thank you so much. We have so much to learn from your unwavering spirit. I think my biggest takeaway is how you face failure head on. Thank you, Karishma. Thank you so much for that.
Now, curiosity always stems after hearing a good story. Let's now open the floor to some questions from the audience to Karishma. You could raise your hands if you have a question.
Yes, we have one question there. Go on, one mic, please. Go ahead.
Yeah. Or maybe it wouldn't have happened. Maybe it was something else, but I guess it was written. Yeah. I've never had a plan. So even after I came back from college, I literally had no plan. People are like, you have a plan, you have a business plan. I didn't have any such thing. I was thoroughly confused. That's the only honest way to say it. Like for the longest time, I wanted to do Broadway. I wanted to do theater. I wasn't allowed to do it. So I very honestly, when I came back, I just decided that I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to figure it out because my friends back in college were either getting a master's or they were getting 6-figure jobs. And I didn't even know what I wanted to master. So I was like, let me just take a step back and figure out what I want to do. And then I guess when I took that step back, a lot of answers came to me. Yeah. Yeah. So it's very real, right? To compare with your peers, to compare with your cousins or people who are doing great things. The thing is that I couldn't imagine myself sitting for 10 hours in a place where I was bored or didn't love what I was doing. So it was a brave decision back then, and it got a lot of pushback. It's not easy to take a sabbatical, especially when you've gone abroad to study. Your parents have high expectations, and my parents were like, "We've invested all these money. Education is an investment. What are you going to do with this degree?" And I had to really convince everybody around me that I just need the time. And I think that if you feel strongly about it, instead of rushing into something, that little bit of discomfort actually pays off in the long run. So I think that's how I did it. I stuck with the decision that this is what I'm going to do now.
Hello. Hi, Karishma.
Hi, where?
Here, on the left.
There's so
on
many
the
people.
right,
Oh,
on the
hi.
right.
Okay.
Now that Humans of Bombay is such a huge page, you're not like, I mean, there are people willing to submit their stories now, right? You're not searching as hard for a story as you probably would have when you started out.
Yeah.
So one, how do you decide which story you want to post? And the other one I want to ask is, are there any stories that you feel are very disingenuous? And How do you?
The second question is?
Do you feel like there are certain stories that are disingenuine just to get featured and
That
or
aren't as genuine.
yeah, aren't as genuine? Yeah.
Okay, first question. So first of all, we now have like a 30-person team. So I actually don't make very many of the decisions. So we have a great sub-editor who decides, but we get inundated with emails. We have like thousands of emails a day on DMs, on emails saying this is our story. I guess it's just, we try to see as many emails as possible, reply. Everybody does have a story. So I guess it's a matter of just an editorial call. It's a very technical thing, but like, let's go forward with this. For the second question, it's happened, right? Like we've posted stories and some person has replied saying this person is not actually saying this is the truth. But I mean, we do a basic checks. There's basic documentation that we check to make sure that it's authentic. But beyond that, there's not much you can do. I mean, you have to take the person at face value.
Just one more follow-up on that. Like, if you're also like, so there are events on day-to-day basis that are more, that are shining a limelight or something, and you want to focus on that. Do you then like push the stories to the front, for instance?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So we have a content bank. I don't know if it's too technical, but we have a content bank where there's just stories and like lots of briefs of people that we've received over the years. So then we kind of also have the option of dipping into that. Yeah.
Please raise your hands so that we can come to you with mics.
Yeah, I hear. Here on the right top. Here.
People. Okay, hi.
Hi. So you must have heard quite a few stories like in the early stages of Humans of Bombay. So there must be at least one story that might have like moved you or made a great impact on you personally as well as professionally. So would you like to share one experience as such that has moved you?
Yeah.
Like made an impact on you?
So I think the one that I always talk about, there are two actually, but one in the interest of time. There was a story of Ali Bhatt. He was a Kashmiri man who was wrongfully imprisoned for 23 years of his life. So there was no proof, there was no evidence, but he was just stuck in this legal loop of being kind of categorized for a crime that he did not commit. And it was in jail that he lost his entire youth. He lost the love of his life. His parents passed away, so he was orphaned in jail. And then he was released. One fine day, he was released and not a rupee in compensation for 23 years in jail. So when I heard that story, it was shocking to me on many levels that this can still happen in India or anywhere in the world for that matter. And we told his story over 6 parts, and we ended up raising 23 lakhs for the 23 years that he spent in jail. But what's interesting is that after we got on a Zoom call with him, and we told him we've raised this money for you, and he said the world isn't that bad. And I think that one line of somebody who's been through so much for 23 years really changed my perspective on a lot of things. So that one.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, hello.
We'll just be taking one more question in the interest of time.
Hello.
Yeah,
am I audible? Firstly,
They're so confused, musical chairs.
thank you for this.
Let's have a toss then.
We must take these two.
All right, two.
Yeah, so firstly, thank you for this lovely introduction, and it goes with the theme of Prism of Possibilities. Thank you once again. So I would actually like to ask a very basic question. So you must have started very small as a project, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
So what was the journey in the very beginning of it? What was those basic checks or basic things that you did to get traction? Because we are also running this initiative called Humans of MBA.
Yeah.
So how was the initial journey in the very beginning?
So I had the advantage of beginners movement or luck because there weren't very many pages on Facebook. Instagram wasn't even there when I started. But I still remember the first post that we posted. Within a week, in the first day we had 1,000 followers, which was great. In a week we had 20,000. Yeah, and I think in 3 months we had 1 lakh. And the only thing even then, and I talk about this often when it comes to content, is that I posted consistently because back then it was just me. Just consistent, good quality photos. So there were a lot of people in India trying to do a humans off, but they were like really badly shot, low quality photos. Grammar was wrong. I'm a grammar Nazi. So we just did the basics right. We told the story in a nicely packaged way, and it was consistent. So till date, we don't miss a day. Like something has to be massively wrong if 2 posts aren't going up on Humans of Bombay every single day. And that includes holidays, that includes anything, right? So I think consistency and yeah, I mean, technical to get into the details. But yeah.
Can I ask the question? Hello, I'm audible? Yeah. So there was this controversy like 2-3 months back. I was seeing a lot of ads for a crowdfunding campaign for Harvard education. Yeah. So and this Muskan Bawa case was the thing. Like I won't let's not okay. I take the name here.
Yeah.
But so in the age of digital age, misinformation has become a bigger problem to deal with.
Yeah.
Now, how your team, since you're a 30-member team, how you take the responsibility, because you say that you do the basic checks, but when you are going to raise funding, like there are platforms like which are meant for crowdfunding specifically.
Absolutely.
But you are marketing your the person so that they can achieve it. That story might be false, that story might be true. The fact checking would be happening. And
So
all.
the story can never be false if it's on Humans of Bombay, because we've the basic fact checks for normal stories is very different. For crowdfunding, we have a CSR team who actually gets documentation, does due diligence, calls up the relevant. So if it's a medical, calls up the relevant doctor, the relevant hospital. In this case, the admissions office was contacted.
So you contacted Harvard and then
The admissions office, yes, absolutely. And everything was checked. What was amiss was that the communication on another crowdfunding platform that she was also running a fundraiser, which by the way is totally legal. You can have many fundraisers across many different platforms. She told us about the separation of her parents, which she had not mentioned to them because they didn't interview her. No story on Humans of Bombay goes forward without an interview. So the discrepancy in communication is what caused the question, but not the due diligence was 100% done.
Karishma, we just have one more question from our professor, Jonathan Pinto.
Thank you to the students for making an exception for me. I'm from Bombay, and a very short question. Why Humans of Bombay and not Humans of Mumbai? And have you received any pushback about that?
World of pushback. Somebody has filed many complaints also. Once somebody said a party, some ex-party is pissed off and whatever. It was just like I mentioned, I was 21. I was not even 20. I was like 20 in college when I blocked the name. Bombay just felt closer to home. So yeah, like I still can't say Mumbai. I still say Bombay. But yeah, there's been a lot of pushback. Every once in a while, somebody say the name is changed to Mumbai. I didn't know. Yeah.
Thank you, Karishma, and thank you everyone for your questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I would now like to call Nirusha and Praneeth from the cohort to offer a token of thanks and facilitate the Prism signing.
Thank you once again. I see a lot of tension building up in the audience. But I don't know how many times you guys have been asked already, but how are you doing today? Anyone? Good? Great, great, awesome. I asked myself this question about a year ago when I was preparing for GMAT. And I wasn't doing so great back then because I had about a week's time and I had to write the dreaded exam. But during that time, that last 1 week, I stumbled upon a YouTube channel, a platform which kind of enabled me to really push through that last leg and clear it. And this is where I am here today. Our next speaker heads the operations of one of India's most loved online learning platforms, Unacademy. In his role as COO, he leads the business verticals of test preparation, K-12, and careers. Additionally, he is responsible for central capability functions such as inside sales, business development, content and academics, and user growth. In a short span of time, his work has made a deep impact on driving growth, learner engagement, and customer experience for Unacademy. He has made a quick succession from joining as the senior VP in 2020 to COO today. He holds an MBA from ISB and has over a decade of cumulative work experience. In his stint as an entrepreneur, Vivek co-founded Bilza, India's first construction tech startup. Prior to joining Unacademy, Vivek served in leadership positions at MobiKwik and Oyo. We welcome you on stage.
Technical glitches.
Just a moment.
Thank you, everyone. Hi. So I guess we have about 25 minutes to talk on the topic of how to make most of opportunities. So the way we are going to structure is as follows. In the first 15 minutes, I'm going to talk about the thoughts that I have in my mind. And most of these are learnings or experiences that I have had as either as a failed entrepreneur or as a professional manager. And in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to talk about the things that you want me to talk about. Basically, we'll take questions from the audience and we'll have a fireside chat. Great. So I'm going to drive home some points through anecdotes and stories, because during my previous speaking sessions, I realized that our brain is wired for stories, right? Brain is wired for simple stories. None of you want very complex technical information. You don't want to solve DMOP problems here, right? So I'm going to keep it really, really simple. Short anecdotes which will drive home the points. Forgive me if at any point of time it comes across as if we at Unacademy or I as an entrepreneur or as a business manager had everything figured out from the beginning, because it wasn't. It was not a straight or a direct journey. The path was, I would say, full of road bumps. There were moments of, there were moments of frustration. There were moments of doubt. There were plenty of bad decision making on my part or on the part of my partners at Unacademy and other companies. There were some screws up as well, and some of them were widely covered in the media this year. So yeah, we have a lot of scar tissues, and that is what is most important for all of you to understand. The journey is not straightforward. In hindsight, it may look straightforward, and in hindsight, it may look as if successful companies or successful leaders had everything figured out, but that's not the case. So let's do this, because most of the anecdotes that I'm going to share here today are going to be from Unacademy. Let's have a show of hand. How many of you have heard about Unacademy? Perfect. That's not so bad. How many of you have actually used Unacademy? Awesome. Awesome. Still, I would like to ideally improve that ratio. Great, great. So for those of you who don't know what Unacademy is, or don't know entirely what Unacademy is, we are
India's largest edtech platform today. We have two core businesses. We have a education business and we have a job tech business. Education business is more straightforward. We have two brands, An Academy and Prep Ladder, and within the ambit of these two brands, we launched about 130 different learning courses. So there the idea is to democratize education for every learner in India. Our courses are typically available at 1/4 to 1/5 of the, or at a fraction of cost compared to what a typical offline traditional educational institute would charge you. The second vertical, job tech vertical, is fairly interesting. That's called re-level. So at re-level, we believe that credentialing should have nothing to do with what degrees or what certifications you have. Credentialing should be about how good are you at a particular skill set. So for example, in order to crack a data analytics job, it should not matter whether you have a certification or a degree in data analytics or not. The only thing that should matter is how good you are at that specific, let's say, skill set or trade. We believe that colleges are not doing a great job in credentialing. They are not, let's say, they're not producing candidates who are industry ready, and hence re-level is out there to disrupt colleges. Okay, saying that we are out there to disrupt colleges and colleges are not doing a great job is probably not the most politically correct statement to make here at the ISB Leadership Summit. So let me qualify it by saying that most of the colleges are probably not doing a great job. ISB, of course, is doing a great job. And you guys just keep solving your DMA problems and everything will fall in place. You'll kill it in the boardrooms. So yeah. So going back to the point, we are going to now talk about the things that we learned, the journey of building an academy and my journey of building my career over the last 15 years. But some of people in the audience are already taking notes on their iPads and notepads. So you already know who are going to make it to the dean list, right? Studio students. Okay. Now, this has been my most important learning, and probably this comes with experience, this comes with failure. Be humble and be grateful. See, to put things into context, I learned it, and I learned it the hard way, that there are better people out there. People smarter than us, people smarter than you, people more hardworking, more capable than you and me. But those people are not sitting here in the Kim auditorium or at ISB, right? And many of them are not here on the podium. So be grateful for the opportunities that you have been given. Be grateful to God. Or if you are an atheist, be grateful to science, or probably be grateful to the work of other people that has brought you here. I'm sharing you a short story with you. So the picture that you see on the slide is a person called Brotin Mandal. So he was an academy learner, comes from West Bengal, not from a metro or a tier 1 or a tier 2 city. He comes from a very small village in a place called Noida. I had not heard about Noida before I heard about Brotin Mandal. Anyway, so this guy cracked AIR 18. I visited his house. His father earns less than the minimum wages actually, or almost the minimum wages. Stays in a not pakka house of just one room with a family of 5, right? And this guy was able to crack, right? This guy was able to crack what is supposedly the toughest exam in India. And the zeal still hasn't gone. I mean, even after joining NIT, this guy is actually fighting it out. So when you look at stories like this, it makes you believe that all of us are privileged, in fact, or many of us are privileged in our own way. And I don't even have to take you through rags to riches stories or such drastic stories. I'll narrate a story that I experienced here at ISB. So there was a phase when I wasn't doing so well in academics here at ISB. I think I wasn't doing well throughout all the 8 semesters, but and I was generally cribbing about how the work pressure is here at ISB. And I used to stay in SV4, and there was this this participant, a female colleague who also was a participant of the class of 2012 PGP program. So she came to campus with a 4-year-old child, and during the 1-year course, she delivered her second child in the campus. And if I'm not wrong, she had a 3.6 GPA in the ISB course, right? And she had good marks in DMOP as well. So that makes you, so yeah, so that is why I say, never let arrogance get in your head. I learned it the hard way, because when you graduate from premium B schools, right? At times you tend to believe that you are God's gift to mankind. That is what happened to me in my initial years. Tier 1 prestigious degree, venture ecosystem was hot, easy to raise money. You start believing that you are invincible. Never let that get in your head. I will also share a personal story about Unacademy, which made me believe that we should be grateful, we should be humble. So until 2022, Unacademy had actually never faced a resource-constrained environment. So those of you remember the last recession, I think people talk about 2008, right? So that was a recession, and especially in the tech ecosystem, 2016 was a very bad year. So the funding had dried down, but 2016 was a tech-specific recession, I would say. So there were a lot of companies or a lot of entrepreneurs which were born after, let's say, 2008, right? So those companies had actually never seen let's say, a down cycle. And then, like it happens with individuals, the same thing happens with companies. You tend to get arrogant. So in certain aspects, the year 2022, even for Unacademy, was a very, very humbling experience. While we had built a great product over the years, while we had built great content, while the traction was quite high, while we were clocking good revenue, we did not focus on certain aspects of the business like profitability or like making our unit economics, let's say, more sensible. And the reality hit this year. And we had to steer the ship in a very, very different direction. Thankfully, the founders and the leader at Unacademy were the first to realize that the tide in the tech ecosystem or businesses in general has turned. And we were the first to shun our arrogance. I think we started addressing our cost structure and our efficiency way back in February. I think February first week was a time when we completely started shipping let's say, steering the ship in a different direction. Whereas most other startups or companies in general or entrepreneurs in general were living in their own bubble. This is why being grateful, being humble is so important. Now, many of you would ask, it's more of a personal trait. How does it matter for organization? For those of you who are actually going to be on, or let's say planning to be entrepreneurs or planning to work for early stage ventures, actually founder is the business, or the first few leaders are the business. So that is what makes it very, very important. Okay. The second very, very important learning from my own experience was making decisions and making decisions on the go and making decisions quickly. At times, I learned that even making suboptimal decisions was better than no decision at all. Because a suboptimal decision can be corrected later. You can go back and correct some of those decisions. But shying away from making tough calls is what kills businesses. It's just that you don't know it, but you die a slow death. However, there's a qualifier. If you read, and now the interesting part is that there is a qualifier. While I say that decide, the whole job of an entrepreneur or a business leader, especially in an early stage context, is making decisions, making this important decisions every day. But you also have to ensure that so I have this theory of don't get these two decisions wrong. So this theory says, of course, a rudimentary theory, but this theory that I've built is look at any company, look at Apple or any other company, early stage or a mature company, two decisions would have contributed to the 80 or 90% outcome of that company. Those two decisions can either wipe off, let's say, value, from that company, or those two decisions can be value accretive. You just have to ensure that you don't take those two decisions wrong. So I'll give you some examples for those of you who are aware about a marketplace, what a marketplace model is. So Unacademy started in a marketplace model. So it was a marketplace wherein a teacher, an individual teacher, can come and sell his or her own course. It wasn't a subscription product like Netflix. So it wasn't a curated subscription product. But why this is, one would say that this is just a pivot, and startups are all about pivoting. Even businesses in general are all about pivoting when there is a need. So what's the big deal? The big deal is that Unacademy at that stage in the marketplace model was doing quite well, right? For a startup of our size, we were clocking fairly good amount of revenue. So there was no external trigger as such. It was not as if the marketplace model was not working and hence there was a need to pivot. Typically, businesses or startups or entrepreneurs pivot when they are forced to pivot, when there is external pressure. So we had launched this marketplace model a few months ago. It was doing very well. The revenues were beyond our honestly expectations. But then we stumbled upon the fact that, hey, why don't we bundle all these individual courses in a curated subscription, Netflix-like curated subscription model and sell it? I think had we not pivoted at that point of time, we probably still would have been a very big company and a respected company, but we would not have been a $3.5 billion company today. So I think this one decision contributed to 80% outcome of the company. I think there is another such decision that we took in 2022. In 2022, we decided that we will not stay married to the idea of purely online. We reflected on who we are and what we are building and what is the problem that we are trying to solve. And the answer was that we are in the business of helping a learner achieve his or her goal. If parts of it can be better, let's say done, or let's say part of that goal can be better achieved in a hybrid format, why not? So we gulped it. We gulped the fact that, hey, from being a purely 100% tech and product company, now we are going to have probably some physical presence. It was a big pivot. And we have been running this for the last 6 months. And what looks like is that this is going to be this is probably going to contribute the most amount of value to my company in the coming year. There were some other decisions that we took in early on in our journey, which made the company what it is today. For example, and by the way, this is before COVID, so it's very important to understand. Until today, about 30,000 educators have taught on Unacademy. Usually, the prevalent model in EdTech was that companies used to build studios or offices, and teachers used to visit those offices and record from there. And those classes used to be streamed everywhere else. This was before COVID. Unacademy took a decision that we will not have any physical presence, no classes, nothing, no offices. We will build very, very low cost, small studio at educators' home. So they can literally teach from home. When COVID hit in 2020, every offline education player or every online education player, all of them were struggling on how to cope up with COVID, right? It took them 2 or 3 months to respond. Unacademy was always COVID ready because all my teachers, all 3,500 educators at that point of time in March 2020, they were all teaching from their homes. So this one decision that we took actually gave us a head start compared to many other edtech companies that existed at that point of time. I'll give you another example of making a bold decision. Again, and this is again from March 2020. By the way, I'm let's say spending time on March 2020 because in March 2020 there are about 10 edtech companies in India of our size. If you think about where they are today, half of them don't exist, and those who exist, they are nowhere close to what we are. So there were 2 decisions that give us a huge head start that leapfrogged us into a 3x unicorn, whereas most of our peers with almost similar ideas, almost similar space, were either not able to survive or not able to scale. This was one. And the other decision was, we were a very humble company in March 2020. So there was an annual budget and we had an annual marketing budget. In March first week, we decided that we are going to spend that entire year's marketing budget in one single month. Because there was a call with the stakeholders of the company. And we thought, and this is first week of March, we thought there was a voice in the room that said that, hey, this is 100x bigger than Big Billion Day. And this is only going to come once in a lifetime. Entire year's marketing budget invested in one particular month. That was a very bold call back then. Had it backfired, probably we would have been one of the companies that died. But what it did for us is, COVID was an external event, like demonetization was an event for fintech companies. What made Paytm, or why the reason why Paytm became so big is they were always ready with the mom and pop shop, let's say QR payment. Even this was even before demonetization. So we thought that this is once in a lifetime event for us. Let's put everything on, let's go all in, let's put everything on the table. Some other edtech companies shied from doing that because it was a very bold decision, right? That gave us such huge amount of traction that no other edtech company at that point of time, which was, let's say, our peers, today they don't exist. And even some of them exist, but they have become irrelevant. Yeah. So the example that I gave you about investing the whole year's marketing budget brings me to this point: take bold bets. And if they don't work, take even bolder bets. So I had, apart from Gaurav Manjal, who is the founder and CEO of Unacademy, apart from the good fortune of helping him build the Unacademy business, I also was fortunate enough to work with the leaders and the founders of OYO. And in one of our conversations, Ritesh Agarwal was quoting Masha San, the founder of SoftBank, that life is too short to take smaller bets. And that was his quote. By the way, if you guys know about that man, he, for some time, he was the second richest person in the world, and that his entire net worth got wiped off. And then he again, let's say, reinvented SoftBank. So yeah, imagine that's such a powerful idea. Life is too short to take any small measures. And I think companies which took those bold bets are what you talk about these days. I mean, think of any iconic company, especially new age companies or new age consumer companies. All these companies or all these iconic founders, whether you talk about Elon Musk or whether you talk about homegrown entrepreneurs, the sum of these bold bets made these founders or made these companies. Perfect. Now, there's another important point: you can't win alone. And if you're not, you can't win if you're not willing to put up a fight. While I would bet my money on the fact that Gaurav Manjal is probably the best product person or the best marketing person that I can know of, but he would not have been able to build an academy alone. There's Rohan, there's Himesh, probably the best tech brain. But I will mention two great examples. I told you that somebody in the room said that Big Billion, this is 100x bigger than Big Billion, right? COVID. That was Rajiv Kumar, who was a part of the founding team of Flipkart and now our board member. Switching from marketplace to subscription model, that was Shailendra Singh of Sequoia. So even Gaurav would not have been able to build it without his network of well-wishers, team members, friends, co-founders, leaders. So you can't win this alone. And the second is, you can't win if you don't have street fighter's instinct. I mean, if you can't have a view that, hey, I'm a creative person and my business or my venture is in, let's say, I just have to be creative, or I have to be good at coding, I have to be good at product. Till the time you don't have any meaningful scale, that works. But beyond a point, you should be willing to have the appetite of engaging in a fist fight, because somebody or the other is going to try and kill you. So you can't win if you're not willing to punch back. Finally, and this is the last point, we are running short on time, so I'll conclude. What do you believe in? Now, this is very, very important. Why do you want to even start up, or why do you want to, let's say, work for any high growth tech startup in general? Why does the world need your product, or why does the world need your company? How many of you know about Reed Hastings? The founder of Netflix? Okay, Reed Hastings is the founder of Netflix. Take a guess on what his net worth is today. 2.5 billion. I think that's quite close. There is a Gutka company in India which has recently hired 3, let's say, most popular Bollywood stars for their advertisement. The net worth of the promoters of that Gutka company is higher than Reed Hastings' net worth. The net worth of a Bhujia company in India, which is quite popular, the net worth of the promoter of that Bhujia company is actually higher than Reed Hastings. Now, I have nothing against, let's say, Bhujia lovers in the audience. I have nothing against Gutka lovers in the audience, by the way, except for the fact that it gives you cancer. But the point that I'm trying to make is, eventually your net worth, your stocks, your salaries, your packages, or the amount of money that you make will stop mattering. It will stop mattering beyond a point. Of course, when you are at ISB and you're appearing at placement, the only thing that matters is the salary package, right? But it will stop mattering after probably 5 or 10 years. Then what would matter is, what is the idea, what is the problem, what is that you're working on? Very quickly, 30,000 different educators have been employed by Unacademy. This was the power of the platform. This is what keeps the team going. About 100 million people have studied on Unacademy for free till date. Even today, 90% of our courses and lectures are actually free. About 100 billion minutes of content has been uploaded on the internet by Unacademy for free. 100 billion watch minutes is 1 lakh year worth of content. Yeah, and 85% of the people who come to Unacademy for our subscriptions are not actually from metros. These are people from tier 1, tier 2, or even villages. These are people like Broth in Mandal who never had the resources like we had, right? Who could have never come to metros. So this is what keeps the team going. Yeah, and re-level, I'll probably not, this is a touchy topic, so about disrupting colleges, so I will skip it. Yeah, so that was all from my side. Happy to answer any questions except the ones that make me uncomfortable.
Thank you so much, sir. Sorry, because of lack of time, we'll not be able to take Q&A. And I'm sure everyone of us have a lot to take from, how to make most of the opportunities. So give it up for Mr. Vivek. I would like to request Sanand and Arpit to felicitate Mr. Vivek and facilitate the Prism signing. Moving on to the final section of ILS 2022. Our moderator for the session is Mr. Akshay Rathi, a film exhibitor and distributor with operations spread across central Indian states of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh. He is a pioneer in the process of consolidation of film exhibition by orchestrating a one-of-its-kind alliance between his own chain of single-screen cinemas with Cinepolis, one of the largest exhibition chains in the world.
Apart from film exhibition and distribution, Mr. Rathi has business interests in FMCG distribution, education, and hospitality. He has an MBA from SPJ IMR and teaches students at various management and media institutes as a visiting faculty. He is also a regular columnist with various business and entertainment publications.
What introduction do I give for our next speaker? He's a pan-India film star who's made himself an impactful career as an actor, screenwriter, producer, and a director. But this is just a part of the picture. Apart from being a stellar actor and a great public speaker, he has taught communication and public speaking at workshops around India.
He is also an NCC cadet who has received training from the British Army, the Royal Navy, and the Royal Air Force. He represented India as the Young Businessman Conference in Japan and has also served as the cultural ambassador to India. He also cares deeply about humanitarian causes, having raised awareness and funds for various important issues. He has won the Compassionate Kid Award and has been recognized as the Person of the Year by PETA. You know what? I won't keep you guys waiting any further. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome R. Madhavan. Lol, joking. No, he's coming, just give us a minute. So that was anticlimactic.
Good things take time. So I think just hold on to it and Mr. R. Madhavan will be with us.
Okay, ready? Ladies and gentlemen, R. Madhavan.
Lovely to see you guys.
Good evening, guys. Jam-packed auditorium, lovely to see. I hope it's been a lovely summit so far. Can't thank Madhavan enough for being here among all of us. I don't think there can be a better climax, as we call it in the movies, to ILS than what we have today. The underlining theme of the summit today is Prism of Possibilities, right? So here's a guy who, when he was in his pushing his 40s, played a college-going kid, and when he was a little beyond 40, played an 80-year-old scientist who's among us in flesh and blood, both with equal elan. And after taking those punts or those risks, he can still go on and say all is well. So, Maddie, thank you again for being among us. Let's cut the chase loose and hit this. Prism of Possibilities, Maddie, and your career right through over the 2 decades as an actor and now as a filmmaker, producer, director, writer has certainly been full of possibilities that have been explored, untapped, and been turned into things that truly add to a great legacy. Let's actually speak, before we really speak about how the building was built, let's speak about the foundation, about the early years. Maddie, you come from a family that has absolutely nothing to do with the business of entertainment. Of course, while it's a sector that's very glamorized, that makes people, fall in love with the glam and the glitz of it. Back then, what was it that drew you to the possibility of being an actor?
Fine. Okay.
The science graduate succeeds.
I just wanted to answer his question with just one word and say money. But I don't think that's a proper way to begin. So first of all, I'd like to tell you all that I'm thoroughly had no choice but to come here because Akshay Rathi possesses the most persuasive skills I've ever met in any individual. So if there's a large amount of film industry coming here and gracing your occasions, it's all thanks to him because he frightens you as an exhibitor. Thank you. I'm really privileged and very honored, and I'm very touched to see a rather packed hall. So the pressure is all on me, but let me just jump into it quickly and not make this into a technical affair. Let me start off with what I was lucky enough to garner a lot of life experiences before I became an actor. So while I was born as a South Indian, as a Tamilian, I was born and brought up in Bihar. So with Tamil, my Hindi was also an asset. Knowing how the Biharis live, knowing how the Tamilians live, all that, inadvertently was driving me towards the film industry because I realized much earlier on in my life that I would not be happy or even safe in a 9-to-5 job that requires me to go to the same place like my father did over and over again, do the same job, have the greatest amount of loyalty for Tata Steel and exhibit it. And, actually, if you go to any Tata Steel employee's house, even today, you'll see Jamshedji Nausarwanji's Tata's photo stuck over there with a mala. Am I right? Yeah, there you go. So that's what loyalty meant at that point of time. I had to get out of Jamshedpur, where I was born and brought up, because Jamshedpur, Bihar, anybody? Oh, all right, great. So I think the instinct to probably get into the film industry was born with my first ever desire as an individual. I remember I was 7 or 8 years old, and I used to watch Mr. Ratan Tata or Mr. Marusi Modi and the big wigs and big guns of Tata Steel. They'll walk into a room and they will have the ability to just draw everybody's attention to them. So I remember very earlier on in my life, my first desire was that I should walk into a room and everybody's eyes should be on me. even if it was briefly. So the second thing that I remember distinctly that was very important in my formative years is I got an opportunity to be an exchange student on behalf of Rotary, and I went to Canada as an exchange student, and I went to a place called Stettler, which was a wild west. It is it's a cowboy country. I lived with cowboys. I'm a hardcore vegetarian, but I lived with families that slaughtered cows for a living. So all that was adharma for me. But what was the biggest adharma was, I was a basketball player, and I went into the school basketball team, and getting into the school basketball team was considered to be a huge achievement and especially for an Indian like me who was not even 6'2". I was, I think they kind of pitied me. So they said, he's working so hard, so let's go le lete. We went to play a match in the next town, and like it happens over there, in the next town, you play the match and then you come back to the boys' locker room and then you get into the shower, you have a shower and you go back and stay the night over there. My ordeal started when I had to go into the shower, because unlike what it is today, anybody who's played college sport will know that when you go to the men's shower, it is just one pillar with 6 shower heads around it. And all the boys go there like the God made them. And they take a shower together. It's the most normal thing for them to do. For me, the nervousness of playing the bloody game was not as much as having to go to that shower, being from this very, South Indian family where, you barely sit with, bare clothes. And now I had to walk in naked into the shower to have a shower. I did not know how I was going to muster up walking there. And so I decided to say, to hell with it. I'm going to wear my underwear and not take that off. There is a reason why I'm telling you this. When I went into that shower wearing just my underwear, and the rest of them were not wearing anything, I cannot tell you how naked I felt. Because nobody was looking at each other. They were all like, what is he hiding? And I had to do that repetitively for 7 days. Because the match, the tournament happened for 7 days. And every day I would say, nah, today I'm not going to be the one who everybody's going to look at. Today I'm going to do it. And after the 3rd day, I realized that's not me. I'm never going to be comfortable. So I kept myself covered for 7 days. It was during that time that I realized that if your instincts are telling you that you're going to be uncomfortable doing something, and if you do have the guts to actually not go with what is considered a norm, then you will have the ability to feel comfortable with yourself. And that was a very essential quality to get into the film industry. Because when I came into the film industry and I got introduced by Mani Ratnam, the norm was to wear green pants and orange shirt and go and dance in Switzerland. I did that too. But what happened was, while I was doing this one particular song in Interlaken in Switzerland, and I'm wearing green pants and orange shirts, after all my life experiences of doing electronics, management, conducting, going to England with, the Royal Army and Navy and Air Force and training, everything, finally you come there and you're actually dancing. And there was a farmer sitting on a coffee store nearby, having his coffee, and he's looking at me and he's like, he had the most disgusted expression because my choreographer was saying, okay, ready, 5, 6, 7, 8, ready, go. And I'm like humping, and I'm like moving my hip around. And I looked at him and I said, hey, come to Chennai, you don't know who I am, man. And that was a very crucial point in my life. You're saying, going with the topic, because I then suddenly had this out of body experience saying, what are you doing, Maddie? You are electronics graduate, you know how to fly a plane, you know, in public speaking, you conduct courses on communication skills, you're a biker, you played basketball for the state, but I was using none of that experience in the movies that I was doing. And it required the guts of having to wear that underwear in the basketball situation to actually come back, manifest myself and say, no, that is not me. Yaar. You don't put me in this pant and shirt and make me dance, because I realized that I have 16.5 left feet. I can't entertain the people with my dancing. So let me just wear my underwear, and started doing the kind of films that I thought I'll be able to entertain the people with. And that's why I was able to kind of get a foothold into the industry. It took a little while, it took a little bit of guts, but coming on to yourself and realizing who you are and what you're capable of doing and what your talents actually are made a huge impact in me having to sustain myself, having to start in a smaller way. It takes a lot of guts to actually take 2 steps down in the film industry. When everybody says that, out of sight is out of mind and you cannot take a sabbatical and you should, have one movie after the other, or people will think that you don't have a market. For me to take a sabbatical for 4 years, to reinvent myself and come back with a film like Sala Khudus or Idris Sutu took a lot of guts. And that's probably the instinct that I've relied on to stay alive and relevant in the industry.
Got it. Maddie, 2 notions, right, which kind of got shattered early in your career. So back in the day when you started almost 2 decades ago, there was never, barring possibly you and Mr. Shah Rukh Khan, hardly any examples of people who did TV and also made it in a big way in films. And the second was this whole thing which now is coined as a pan-India star, but you're one guy who's been doing Hindi and Tamil and various other languages for a fair bit of while. What again was the underwear in the locker room moment that actually made you take those leaps of faith, which were very against the conventional beliefs back in the day?
It's a very relevant question. So I question why the film industry by itself is called a film industry, because the rate of success of films is less than 7%. For every 100 films that are made, there's only 7% success. So there is no reason why one should actually look at it in the traditional industrial sense, which also means that every norm that is being created, every stereotype that is being talked about, or every rule that is being talked about is irrelevant till you're able to prove otherwise. So with Mr. Shah Rukh Khan, I remember when I joined the film industry, before that, I had done 1,800 episodes on TV. And everybody in the film industry or the TV industry said, you're so overexposed, you'll never become a film actor. And I said, yaar, I never came to be an actor in the first place. I'm a very reluctant actor because I never came to Bombay to act. I've never been to an acting school or a direction school or anything to do academically as far as the entertainment industry is concerned. It just happened by the way. And then I ended up doing 1,800 episodes. And then they said, you're overexposed, you'll never do a film in your life. And then lo and behold, I got a call from Mani Ratnam. And I do a Tamil film. Now, when I do a Tamil film, they said they will never accept you in the Tamil industry because you're so fair and you're more of a North Indian guy. And they told me that you're doing a romantic film, you'll never be accepted as a romantic hero because they don't like married heroes. And so the publicity department came and told me, Maddie, when you do the press conference, of course, don't talk about your marriage. We know you got married just 6 months before the release of the film, Alai Payude, which is Sakhi in Tamil, Telugu. So they said, don't talk to the media and tell them you're married because the film will flop. So I went to Mani sir and I said, Mani sir, they're asking me to lie. So he's another guy. He said, like, do whatever you want. That's all he said. Do whatever you want. I think it was an insult to him saying that, just because a hero is married, Mani Ratnam's film is going to flop. That's not not a right picture. And so I went for the press conference and truly, like, hi media, how are you? Media guys. So truly, like all the media is expected to do, the first question that they asked me was, sir, I believe you're married and your wife is here and everything. Are you going to be confident that the film is going to do well and be accepted as a romantic audience, a romantic hero to the audience? And I said, at that point of time that, hey, listen, I've come here as an actor and I'm portraying a character. And I cannot, in my life, this woman who I'm married to, who is beside me, I cannot ignore her and pretend she doesn't exist, because I think that's really humiliating. So I'm really sorry that if I don't become a romantic hero, then it's fine. But I want to say that I want to take that risk at the risk of not having to disrespect my wife. Now that interview went like viral and there was immediate acceptance. And so that norm that traditionally married heroes won't work was completely broken. Similarly, when they said that, now you're a Tamil hero, you'll never be able to do Hindi films because you're so Tamil. And then Ranayatari Dilme happened and Three Idiots happened and Guru happened. And so that next myth got broken. Then they said that, what is it? A third thing? They also said that one film wonder. The first film didn't, and by the way, I don't know if you all know, but the Hindi remake of Cheli, which was Ranayatari Dilme, was a flop when it was released. I am the king of actors whose film posthumously becomes hits after they die in the theaters, Kannathal Muttamittal, Anbe Sivam, all these were, huge disasters on when they released in theaters. So like Shah Rukh, who broke the norm and just worked his charm through, there was a lot of strength in accepting who I was, not adhering to the norms, because the facts were staring at my face saying nobody really knows. And so there's no harm in giving, take a tentative foot forward if you have to, but then once you find firm ground below that, take the leap. And that's always been my formula.
Got it. And I guess the other area where the shackles were really shattered was, so here's the thing, right? For anybody who starts to succeed, the stereotypical way forward is to consolidate that success. And here's a scenario where you started off with a certain film. The first success always encourages you to try and repeat it or to try and build on it. But after that, you go on to play a college student in Three Idiots, a boxing coach in Sala Khadoos, a journalist in Guru, a rocket scientist in rocketry, and everything else that you've done. And ironically, the brilliance of an actor is defined by the versatility that he can bring to the table. And despite that, we don't see too many of them doing that and playing to what is perceived as their strength, which gets them early success. So what was the thought process behind trying to, to break the success that you just achieved and trying to reinvent a new success with every film or every project?
I have a very insightful question. So, this is a formula that I've always followed, and I think it's worked for me in my management of my career. One is that, every time I have to take an important decision, I reassert and ascertain the facts many times over and over again. The data, the facts, I go over it as many times as possible. Once I've done that, then I try to look beyond the obvious and see what the source of that data is. Where is it coming from? What is the intention behind the person who's giving me that data? Sometimes you hold people in high esteem, but it's not necessary that the information they give you and however much sincerity, that it actually bears resemblance to what you're looking for or has any impact on what you're trying to analyze. The third thing I always do is I make sure that the decision I'm about to take is looking beyond the obvious. What is the data that is in front and what is the reason that this data is being provided to you? And then I don't overthink it. I go to sleep on it. And more often than not, when you're sleeping, questions start popping up on your mind. Subconsciously there is restlessness as far as that decision is supposed to be taken. And it's actually my mind screaming out saying, Maddie, you don't have enough data, so don't take that decision yet. So you wait till you know for sure that that's where the data, the facts, and your instincts kind of combine to help you take a decision. So when everybody was doing the same kind of films, when it was so easy for me to do Run or Cheli or Minlele and do those kind of films to consolidate your success, I was seeing all around me that the ability or the intention to replicate the success in that way was falling flat on its face. People were not ready to accept that in a creative process, you're able to create a mold that you want to keep making movies over. So that was the first thing that I analyzed and understood, that I needed to create a variety of stories and characters for me to work. The second thing is, I did not possess the ability to dance like some of my colleagues. They were extraordinary dancers and action people, and I have 15 and a half left feet here. So I did not want to dance. So I was trying to find avenues which I would be able to entice the audiences in. So when it comes to the barrage of roles that you're talking about, like I said in the beginning, my life experiences had been preparing me. So even though, for instance, it's a very interesting fact, in Rang De Basanti, I only had a 9-minute role as Captain Rathod. And that entire 9-minute role, I want to take a little time and tell you this. So Rakesh Om Prakash Mehra wanted me to play Siddharth's role in the beginning. And I was actually doing a film called Tambi, so I had long hair. I couldn't do that because they wanted me to cut my hair, grow my hair, look like Bhagat Singh and everything. So Amir said, you should do Captain Rathod's role. So I said, what is the role? And they explained the scenes to me. And I was actually aghast. I said, you want me to play a sincere friend for whom the friends are ready to give up their lives? You want me to play a sincere lover for who Soha Ali Khan is actually able to motivate all the friends to do it? You want me to play a proper patriot where all their friends will think it's enough, it's worthy of giving their lives for this guy? You want me to play a perfect son, and you're giving me 9 minutes. I said, you take one, you have to prove one thing, you have to do a movie ad. So Rakesh Om Prakash said, well, that's why we are casting you. I didn't know what he meant. No, I don't think that was a compliment. I think that was him giving me a wise answer, that's all. But then I remember going back to when I'm saying there is only one way that this character is going to work. And that one way is that if at the end of my role, they think that, God forbid, but Maddie actually died and not Captain Rathod, there should be a gloom because you don't really see how the person dies. I said, there should be a gloom of knowing, oh God, did Maddie just leave us and go? Okay. And so I said, don't direct me. Don't tell me how to play this character. My life experiences are enough. I know how a Fauji stands. I know how an Air Force officer salutes. I know how to be a son, hopefully. I know. And so all the other, but I'm saying, don't ask me to do it in a particular way. Just give me the freedom. So I was just being myself, the way I was talking, the way I was expressing the ideas. It was just the way I would do it. Koi bhi country perfect nahi hota was how I would actually say it in real life. It was not meant to be said any other way. And that was able to consolidate and make sure that you really felt that, oh, Captain Rathod actually died. So to play that character, the kind of life experiences that I had was enough to give me the confidence to say, I can do it. Of course, it was a leap of faith when we were all 40 years old and trying to play college students. But I'll tell you how the reverse psychology worked. Because when we looked at, if we were all 40-year-olds and we went to the IIT campus and Raju Rani and Vidhu Chopra were saying, Maddie, lose weight, look thin, make sure, which is all what my directors always say, but I'm just saying. And then he said, look younger, this is the best way to look younger. And I went to the college campus of IIT and I said, what the hell? They're all fatter than me. I said, I'm going to go clean shaven and I'm just going to be myself. And then we did that, Sharman, me and Amir. We just got clean shaven, got into the clothes, and we took a picture with the IIT students. And I can promise you, we were looking the youngest. Because those guys are all bearded, half of them already gone gray by the time they're 23. So it was really, it was an eye-opener. So, it wasn't difficult for people to swallow that we could be college students. And because it required us to play from college students to professionals at the end of it. So, looking beyond the obvious and dipping into your life experiences helped me confidently portray these roles.
Right. And while there was that leap of faith or that brave attempt to go from TV to films, among the earliest actors to go back from films to home entertainment, Among the earliest film actors that I can think of, you did Breathe. And then, of course, you did Decoupled, which I'm sure a lot of you have had a lot of fun watching. And there's more coming. So, in these changing times, with the advent of streaming that's becoming more and more stronger by the day, and this equally convenient, equally exciting avenue of entertainment, which exists besides terrestrial television and films and a whole lot of other recreational avenues. With all of this choice, this buffet at your disposal, how do you now go about making choices in terms of, hey, this is what I want to do, this is what adds to the end game that I see for myself as an actor in the context of legacy?
Great. So, you know, there's data around the world that's always constantly available. You just have to dip into it, right? When the OTT platforms are coming into India, I realized that it's a double-edged sword. You know, if my first venture into OTT ends up becoming a failure, then they will say, picture to chali nahi, ye television bhi nahi chal raha iska. And it's a true risk. So also I realized that the kind of content that you need to show on OTT will be competing with the world, which very few people understood that earlier on when we did Breathe. When I first did Breathe on OTT, there were people who had made films that were not releasing in theaters. They said, chalo usko OTT mein release kar dete. And that was the easiest solution. And a worse decision cannot be taken, because a film that is not worthy of theaters will definitely not be worthy of OTT. You know, and obviously they were all trying to get as much content as possible, so they thought there was success in it, but it all fell flat on its face. I knew that if I was going to do something in OTT, it has to be of world standards, you know, that where the performances are not over the top, you've got realistic stories. And the one I selected was Breathe after a lot of scrutiny. And I was thankfully correct. So Breathe turned out to be a great success. Now, when answering your question, how do I select between these three mediums? Let me tell you that one of the most, actually not one, the most difficult medium out of this to get yourself successful and you know, put something on would be the OTT. Okay, even though cinema looks like a grander scale, but for OTT, the kind of commitment you require as an actor is far greater than to do a 3-hour film. So if you're doing for example, let me tell you about Breathe. As an actor, if I was doing 8 episodes of Breathe at 40 minutes, you know, you're talking about 320 minutes, which is close to right now 3 films, right? You don't know when you're shooting a 50-day schedule, which scene you're going to do on the first day, whether it'll be the 6th scene of the 9th episode, or the first scene of the 2nd episode, or which, right? So your ability to maintain continuum in your performance has to be so sharp. You've got to know exactly where you're leaving, which scene where, and to be able to connect through it at 50 days at any given point of time. It's so easy to do that when you're doing a film, because in that 40 days, you know, it's just 3-hour content. But if this is going to be 320 minutes and each episode has, say, 15 scenes, you have to be very, very careful and astute and smart to do that. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, in the West, if you're doing one such series, you're forbidden from doing anything else. They provide you with enough money to sustain yourself the way you know. And so you're not really shooting for anything else except Friends or Breaking Bad or any of the series that you've been seeing. You're just doing that, and for 8 and 10 years, that becomes your life. Unfortunately, that we can't do in India because there are no residuals. You know, you finish once, you're done, and then you have to look for other work, or you have to look for work in between what you're doing. So the most important decision that I have to make right now when I hear content is this worthy of screen? Is it worthy of 8-episode series on OTT, or is it worthy of an OTT film? That is the most crucial decision. And then you have to make sure that everybody involved in that project is thinking on the same lines. If that boxes are all ticked, then it becomes easy for me to say, yeah, I'm interested in doing this.
Got it. And then, of course, you know, a more recent thing that happened, you decided to turn director, writer, producer, besides being an actor, with Rocketry. Incidentally, I'm sure you realize between Rande Basanti, 3 Idiots, Rocketry, you have incidentally been a part of a lot of films that have gone beyond just entertaining and that have actually had social impact in the true sense on the ground. And Rocketry, of course, is the most recent of them, which really became India's crown jewel at you know, the Cannes Film Festival earlier this year. Became a film that had so much of impact, brought forth the story of a rocket scientist who was possibly under-celebrated or not as celebrated as he deserved to be, and has really opened the eyes of a nation towards people who work in the background and take the nation forward in the true sense. What made you take that decision? And I'm not talking about the decision of directing, but choosing that story to tell.
I think that everything that was possible in that film was essentially because I related so much to Nambi Narayan's story. You know, it went beyond being a story. It went from somewhere sympathizing with him, then getting upset at what happened to him, and then getting, involved personally with every aspect of that story, and then getting angry at us as a nation and as a society. All that culminated in becoming a passion for me. It became like a all-encompassing, the only thing that I could think of. I tried letting go of it many times. You know, I tried saying, "Chhod de yaar, this is too complicated. Let's not do this." But it just kept coming back to me at night. You know, and then I saw one interview of Mr. Nambi Narayanan, and I saw him with tears in his eyes. And I just, like I've said this before, I got up and I clapped and I said, "What the hell are you doing? This is a story you need to say." And so it was very tentative steps, because when I went, I don't know how many of you have heard my interview, but I wanted to do this story. I met Mr. Nambi Narayanan. I realized that half his story was not known to the world. And even he was not talking about what he had done for the sake of the country. He was still talking about the case and how unjust it was. And I was the one who prodded and found out, my God, you're the one who made the Vikas engine. You're the one who did this. And you're not wanting to talk about it. And then I realized most patriots don't consider the patriotic duty as anything else except a job that they do and get paid for, even if their lives are at stake. And that's extraordinary. And that's something that I wanted to, it became, so I decided to get a producer for it. So when I went to a producer and said, this is the movie I want today, the first thing they said is, "Oh, very good, sir. Who's the heroine?" I said, "There's no heroine." Okay, then they said, "How many fight sequences and dance sequences?" I said, "There are no fight sequences or dance sequences." Then they said, "Okay, so, anything commercial about it?" I said, "No, sir, no commercial aspect of it. It's just a story." Then they said, "No producer also, sir. Please, you really don't think you're fools to put money to something like this." So I ended up becoming the producer. I could not find somebody in the industry to write his story because being an engineering subject, being about rocket engines, being about the Vikas engine by itself, and understanding the rocket science behind it and making it palatable to the audiences, I couldn't find a writer because nobody was interested in it. Unfortunately, the Hindi film industry or the Indian film industry doesn't have a scientific arm to it. The Hollywood film industry, if romance doesn't work, if Broadway doesn't work, if the Westerns don't work, Steven Spielberg gave them science fiction. It became a very successful genre for Hollywood to rely on. But we don't have that. So I ended up writing it myself. I've never written anything before, so I ended up writing it myself because I understood the subject. I wanted to act in it because every actor imagines himself doing a lifetime story like Nayakan. I've always been a big fan of Mani Ratnam and seen Kamal Hassan depict many ages. So I thought I'll act into it. I wasn't supposed to direct it till my director, who was, supposed to direct the film, for some reason fell off the bandwagon at the last minute. And so the question was, should we drop the film and forget about the money we had invested so far, or Madhavan, do you want to direct it? And Nambi Narayanan, sir, for some reason believed that I had the quality to direct it. Now, I have not directed one iPhone film in my life. I really haven't been to an, it's always great to be the hero on a set, man. You pretend to be all involved with the story. You come on the set the first day and like, "Arey sir, good, already all set. What time is backup today?" That's the first question every actor asks. What time do we finish? And then you wait for the film to get over. You do your job, you get your money, and then you wait for the publicity, and then you pretend to be really nervous because the real person who's nervous is the producer. But you just act like you're being nervous, and you walk away and you do a next film. But a director's job is far more involving, right? Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the crux of what I want to say. With God's grace, at the IMDb top 250 films of all times coming out of India, I've just been informed today that Rocketry is at #1. And I think if I look back at how that happened, I can't tell you how nervous I was on the first day of shoot. I kept asking Nambi Narayanan, how did you make your Vikas engine? You know, tell me, when everybody believed that was not possible, when nobody has made a rocket engine from India, what did you do? And he had told me multiple times, he says, Maddie, the only way to achieve success is to build a team and trust it. I remember seeing Tarantino's interview. He went, and I did all this research. This is what I was talking about at the beginning of my talk. I did all this research, and I saw Tarantino say that when I wanted to become a director, I would go onto the set to observe other great directors, and they would come on the set and set up a shot and say, it's not working. I'm not feeling the magic. It's, you know, it's not happening. And I'm saying, I don't know what was not working. What is the magic he's looking for? Because I can see through the camera that guy is acting. This is what you've written. It should come. So I thought I could never be a good director because I didn't understand what that magic is. Till he went to an old timer who said, your job is to get a story and believe in every aspect of it. Then find a team that shares that vision. Sit with them, romance them, take them out for dinner, see their weaknesses, see their strong points, and see if they share their dream with you. Their past experiences from you should not matter. It should, if with that particular story, how are they involved? Are they giving you the right vibe? And when you find such a team, then just give them the freedom to execute it. And that's exactly what I did with Rocketry. I've never been to an editing room. I do not know what to tell an editor. But I just told my editor, please tell me if I'm overstepping my line. But if I want to do this, how do I tell you this? I've never been to a music recording. I've never been to an effects studio. I do not know. Like I remember going and giving, meeting the team and giving them an entire spiel about what I wanted the rocket engine to look like and how it is supposed to do. Only to realize that my assistant director came and said, sir, that is the VFX department. You're talking to the CG department. And I said, I'm glad you got more information than you require. But eventually, it was just coming down to putting the whole team together, trusting them. And I came down to the first day of shoot. And I remember feeling completely like the day I felt in the locker room. Honestly, I just felt like everybody's looking at me saying, oh my God, now he's going to screw up. And strangely, I got a call from a friend of mine in the US. And he said, hey, wish you all the very best. I said, Babu, I don't know what I'm doing. I have no clue. Most people take a small fictional story to tell as their first film. Maybe they shoot it on an iPhone. Here, I'm shooting a film in 3 languages, over 8 countries, put all my money where my mouth is. I really don't know where to begin. I just don't know whether I should go on with this. And he said, Maddie, it's just one shot at a time. You're already there. Everything is just set up. Just take that first shot. Now, see if you're getting it. No, I'm done. If you don't think you're getting it, just pack up and go. I mean, you're already done. But just take that one shot. And then take that, if you feel confident, take the next shot. And that's exactly what happened. I was, for the first time in the history of Indian cinema, we were shooting a film in 3 languages. So all my artists spoke Tamil, Hindi, and English. They all had to look like rocket scientists. Everybody I cast had to be real. And there was sync sound, no dubbing. So you have to get your pronunciations right. So whether they were saying specific impulse or escape velocity, they should look like they were talking about it all their lives. So I just remember taking that very first shot. And it was not like any other director taking his first shot, because I was in my first shot. So, I used to come to the set in the morning as a producer, do my job and throw him out, then get into the set as a director, set up the shot, then throw him out, then get into Nambi Narayan's character, go be there on my first shot, and I shot it. And I came back and I looked at it and I said, it might just work. And so one shot at a time, and then here we are today.
Before I move to the last leg of questions that I have before we open it to the house, I really must say you're being extremely rude and mean to the Hindi entertainment industry. Sure, we don't have science fiction, but we have fictional science. But that about Maddie, as an actor, right? Here's the thing. Being an actor is doing a job that is scrutinized by the public at large at every step. You work to cater to the audience, right? And despite that, the irony of this job, and especially when you get more and more successful, is that you tend to alienate yourself from the audience at large. It becomes a little tough for you to move around as a normal citizen would. How do you keep in touch with the pulse of the people that you aspire to entertain or to, make an impact on? What are your eyes and ears? What's your modus operandi to keep in touch with the reality on the ground?
Wow. So the easiest thing is to replicate your success. The moment you get into the desire of wanting to replicate your success in the way that you've done it, you can be rest assured that your first step towards regression and being thrown out of the industry. The second thing I realized as part of the process was that the audiences was evolving at a much faster rate than the makers were. Okay, so you went from actors saying, please, begging the audience to saying, please, aap mere mata pita ho, please come to the theaters. I'm here because of you, and please watch it in the theaters. And the audiences were actually treating them also like servants. And it's very important. And you look towards the West at sometimes, and they're great at setting examples, right? None of the actors were doing that there. They were very confident about who they were. The makers were very confident about who they were. And then I realized they were because they were professionally extremely qualified. It's a fantastic industry with great amount of money to be made at a very short time. And there's fame and fortune. And, although all actors and celebrities might pretend like we're very exhausted with people noticing us and there is no privacy, I can assure you every one of them is lying, because you try take that away from them for one day, then the bugger's glasses will come off, then he'll get up in the plane, like I'm here. The whole insecurity sets in, man. But the professionals who were showing movies and they were making movies, be it Top Gun, be it any of the films, it was well researched. They were high-end technocrats who are involved in the films. So I realized that I don't want to go down to kowtowing and begging people to come and saying, because that's the way they're going to come. But the large screen demands that you become aspirational. The large screen will not forgive you for being at par with the audience. When you're lifting up your head and seeing it, you better make that character aspirational. So whether it be your dancing skills or your ability to have an 8-pack or your ability to kick above 3 times your head, as an action star, all that has to be, be awe-inspiring for the audience. If it is not, they lose respect for cinema. Now, the only thing that I could develop was not a 6-pack, but a decent family pack, which I live with very proudly. But having said that, I was trying to see which strengths I could play to, which keeps my characters aspirational. So when the time to metamorphosize comes, you really, I don't know how many of you all heard about, I'm sorry, I'm just going to go to this quick story, but do you know the American bald eagle story and how it has to decide on whether to choose to live or die? And I'm going to tell you this because in a vastly changing scenario, you guys, who I'm very sure are going to be the leaders of the world tomorrow, are having to, will have to imbibe this of having to constantly evolve depending on what state of mind you are in personally. But as a professional, there is no time period for stagnation. There is absolutely no time period for stagnation. So to answer Rati's question, the only savior you're going to have is research and analysis. So the bald eagle, the American bald eagle, comes to a stage in its life, maybe when it's about 35 years old, it lives long enough, where its beak has grown so much that it's incapable of tearing meat, where the talons have become so curved that it barely can catch its prey. And the feathers on the eagle is so full of fungus that it can barely fly. And it's impossible for it to dive down, catch its prey, and take it to its perch and kill it and consume it. So there comes to a point where the eagle has to decide, shall we say bye-bye and finish off and die of starvation or become prey, or do the flight of an eagle, which is it first uses its beaks to pluck out all its feathers. Then it uses its beaks to pluck out its own talons. It's a painful process, but it'll pull out all its talons, and then it'll bang its beak against the rock wall and break that. It'll break its beak, and then it goes into a cocoon. It just kind of waits with bated breath for all these aspects of its life to come back. So the feathers grow back, the talons come back, the beak comes back, and then there is the famous flight of the American eagle when it takes on to the second life. I have understood that as an actor, and I'm telling you as professionals, you'll have to break your beak and talons and pull out your feathers every year. Every year. And I do that, every year. And so coming to the last bit of your question, every year when I go onto the set for a new project, I cannot tell you the amount of nervousness I face when I do the first shot. However confident I look, however my experience, my favorite saying is sometimes I feel that I wish I was not burdened with the burden of my experiences, because it gets in the way of my progress. I wish that I didn't have it, because on the first day, I feel like my assistants have decided कि भैया ये तो बुद्धू हो गया, इसको acting नहीं आती, and let's find some other actor to go work for. I think the director is laughing at me. It all happens. And the reason I feel that nervousness, which is my savior, is because I don't take the star value seriously. The moment I let all your love and adulation make me feel like the emperor I should, then that nervousness goes away. So I have to keep myself safeguarded from the adulation, from feeling like an actor, from being privileged. So how do I do that? Like if I go to the airport, I make sure I stand in the line. However much the guy says, "Aap aa jao sir samne," I realize that there are 8 people who are saying, "Yalla, ye actor aa gaya, ye samne chala jayega," which I don't want to live with. So I try to keep myself, and it's not an act of humility. It's an act of survival for me. And so that's how I manage to handle it. Some people are very good at it. Some people like to walk around. I realize that when I walk into the airport, I don't need a bodyguard. If you walk as a normal person, nobody bothers you, and you request them, they're fine. Nobody's out to kill me. But if I want to be seen as a star, I know how to change that walk. I know how to make my presence felt. And sometimes you use it at times. At most times, you just want to be the common man.
Right. And we are at a premier educational institute, and therefore I must ask this. You spoke about the importance of research while we make our films and tell our tales. What do you think is the importance of, or the need for, education around the entertainment industry? So while in the West you have some fantastic film schools, in India there are very few that you really know of. And despite the fact that India has a thriving entertainment industry, what do you think can be done to educate people who aspire to make careers in the entertainment sector, educated enough to step into it?
This is a question that I don't really have a practical answer to, because I'm privy to the information that it's an ever-evolving industry. So anybody who trained with anamorphic cameras finds himself at large when it comes to digital cameras. Just an example. If you could be trained in digital camera all your life and still feel insecure about it. So what is it that you can train somebody with for an industry that is changing by the day? The basics itself are changing. It's not like engineering or mathematics where rules apply and stick to it. Every time you make a path-breaking film, it's broken all the rules. So I've been pondering and questioning about what sort of training an actor should get or a technician should get. I mean, there is one thing for sure, that you have to know multiple professions to a great level to survive in the industry. So a dentist cannot say that I'm just going to learn about how orthodontry. I don't want to learn about AI or robotics, because you'll be left out of a job. Similarly, an actor cannot say that I'm only learning how to act, but he has to know every aspect of the film technicality to be able to survive. So I've always been thinking, what experiences can be shared by a teacher to a film student where he's not already become obsolete? My question is that, because this is exceptional to every rule. Like I said, if only 7% of the films are working, how do you prepare for it? Except for me, the only walking stick is life experiences. So I do that. I take breaks shamelessly, and I will go play golf, or I've promised myself that every year I will learn a new skill. So last year I learned how to captain a boat, or I learned how to do ham radios, or I want to know how to learn cooking, or a lot of which I did during the COVID, and my wife has forbidden me to get into the kitchen after that, because cooking is easy, cleaning is a pain in the rare side. So I'm just saying every year, but but I don't know how else you can structure a course for it, and I'm quite lost actually for trying to find an answer to that question.
Got it. Either way. So one last thing before we open the house for questions from the audience. You start getting fame, you earn money, you get a certain degree of adulation and love, you achieve a certain degree of success. And then you start chasing one thing that is way beyond all of this, which is possibly a stage that you are at right now. And that thing is legacy. What's the kind of legacy that you intend or that you want to have on the day that you possibly decide to hang your boots?
Akshay, I don't think people who create a legacy start off wanting to make one. It is just them following their heart. And it's just them delivering, anybody who's played golf will understand that when you want to look at a ball and you want to hit it as hard as you can because you want to take it as far away as possible, you'll probably not hit it as far as when you're actually taking full control of it and hitting it lightly where every part of your body is actually making contact with that ball. And any golfer will tell you that. Any skier will tell you that if you want to ski down the hill, the last place you look is down. You can't ski because you're looking at every microscopic step that you're taking and you will fall. So as a skier, you have to look at the destination you want to go and your body follows it. As a diver, anybody will tell you, or as an athlete who's into gymnastics will tell you, the body follows where the head goes. So you don't want to try and manipulate your body. Just make sure your head looks and your body will follow. Similarly, the guys who are creating a legacy, I don't think they're actually wanting to create a legacy. You come to a period of your time in your life when you look back and say, you've taken the path less trodden. You've been sincere to it. Not all of them have been successes, but your sincerity towards trying to achieve that and falling multiple times is what creates the legacy with that one correct project. And I think I don't want to take that microscopic step. I don't want to create a legacy. I just want to make sure I follow my heart. It served me well till date, and I hope it serves me well in the future.
That's been fantastic. Let's get going with the questions, and we already have a lot of them. Let's raise hands. We have Dwarka right there who will be moving around with the mic. Yes, the person right next to you, right there. Let's go with him.
Sure. Hi, Madhavan. I'm Shiv. And we all know that Vedant Madhavan, your son, is a great swimmer, and he, of course, is not following the conventional path. And we are proud that his Abba Nahi Manenge moment has not come. But my question to you is that you also do not come from a filmy family, and you grew up in a Tata Steel family. So did you ever encounter Abba Nahi Manenge moment?
My answer to you is that I can promise you that every one of you have had an Abba Nahi Manenge moment. Be it the profession you want to follow, or in the future, the guy you want to marry, or the girl you want to marry, or the profession you want to take up, or the fact that you don't want to go into the family business. Every one of those moments is an Abba Nahi Manenge moment. Okay, and please understand that the parents are not your enemies. They try their best to, with their limited experiences, try to do the best for you. But you really have to take the walking stick of Abba Nahi Manenge very seriously, but very gently and politely. And it's worked for me all the time.
Next question, John.
Hi, Madhavan. My name is Sirisha. So I have a question to you as a father, right? You have gone through many in your career, right? You are an actor, director, producer, and then you've been there in the army.
Hey, I still am.
And yes. So you have done various roles in your, in your life journey. So as a father, if you have to guide your son, if he comes to you and asks, what career should I take? Or, what is your suggestion for my future? What is that you would do? Because I, being a mother today, have done all this. I am a sportswoman, music, dance, and then into HR, and, a lot of professions that I've taken up. I am so confused to suggest her. So you as a father, what is it that you would suggest to your son if, he comes to you asking this?
I haven't completely become successful as a father yet. It's a work in progress, but I can share the benefit of my experience to you. I've realized that the kids nowadays are far wiser than we give them credit for, okay? And I've realized the tools that have worked in my favor to achieve what I've managed to thus far. And the one word that I can tell you is grit. And when I mean grit, it's a mix between discipline and ambition. So I wanted to make sure Vedant had the ability to follow a routine. And if it involved getting up early in the morning, then 90% of my problems as a father is solved. Because if you are somebody who wants to get up early in the morning, and he got into swimming, and when he gets into swimming, he has to get up at 4 in the morning to train. The best part about getting up at 4 in the morning is that as a teenager, he has to go to sleep still at 8 o'clock at night. The problem starts after 9 o'clock only. So I have to keep an eye only after 9 o'clock at night. The second thing that I want to tell you is you have to let them be. Okay, their exposure to today's world is far larger than us. So if they're able to follow a routine, if they're able to follow a process that involves them doing something over and over again because they like it, without you having to force them, then you can be sure that they're well on their way to achieve something. Because in today's world, like I was just telling you, in the fast changing scenario, you can't really micro direct them to a profession, right? Unlike what our fathers used to do, they will not be sticking to one profession for their entire lifetime, unlike a lot of you people over here and like a lot of us here. So the vastness of experiences is far more important than speciality today. So I say just let them be. Let's just make sure that they have this discipline of doing something over and over again for multiple years, as long as they're with you. Then you can be rest assured that they have the ability to apply themselves to whatever is their interest. And for them to peak at a much earlier stage today is far more important and relevant. And for them to be an expert in whatever, even if it is sewing a button, if they're the best at what they do by the time they're 21, they really have the ability to apply themselves. And I think that's the least common, lesson that you can teach your child.
Right. Before we move to the next one, just a request, let's keep the questions short and precise, please. Over to you. Yeah.
Hello, Madhavan. This is Shaurya. Thank you so much for inspiring us. I highly resonated with when you said, I'm not doing this. This is not me. However, that's when I remember that this is precisely the mindset that I personally have been trying to get out of so that I can step out of my comfort zone. So my question is, how do you draw the line? How do you know when your lack of intent to do something is because it doesn't sit well with your core, or if it's just psychologically inconvenient for you?
Oh, it's going to happen over and over again, and for both reasons. You know, sometimes you'll find look, brother, what I'm trying to say is, you can sit down. It's fine. I'm just saying that every time you come up with a new idea, right? Every time you come up with a new idea and you want to go into head into a direction, then it's a given law that the old guard will not allow you to do that. Because when you find a new source, you're making them irrelevant. Okay. So it could be an ideological problem or the fact that you're not committed to it. Like I said during the earlier talk, if you want to take that important decision and it doesn't let you sleep at night, and I'm telling you that's a specific situation. It's not metamorphical. I'm saying that if it doesn't really let you sleep at night, if it keeps you awake, if you wake up in the morning with that thought, then you can be rest assured that that's what your body or your mind wants to do. And you'll be able to commit to it. So if it does not, if it looks like it's influential of other things, all your friends are doing it, everybody's doing great, everybody's going to peak at a different age in their lives. So you cannot afford to compare their success with yours and wonder and question yourself at every turn. So I would say that both the situations apply. You just have to use, like I said, your instinct and question the source of your discomfort and then take that decision.
Got it. We have someone here. Yeah.
Mr. Madhavan, I'm Raj Shekhar. We both traveled together in Jet Airways in 2005.
Was I polite?
That's from Hyderabad to Chennai, both of us were traveling to each other. The same way, how you're mentioning about the values and the kind of respect, mutual respect, all that. Throughout the airport, walking through and holding the bus, going to the aircraft and from there. But we didn't sit together, side by side, of course. I remember you were mentioning about it's to be simple what you are mentioning now. It was exactly the same, how you were walking, how simple you were making your movement in a very, very ordinary presence among the public around the airport. Thank you so much for getting it. My only one question I would like to ask you is that management, this happens to be the ISB, Indian School of Business, plus many other management institute students are here. Management in film industry is one. does it really managed in a professional way or in a family managed way or a proprietor managed way, the producer? You can just tell me. And subject to one request to have a photograph with you. Yeah.
Well, thank you for validating what I said as a person in the airports. The second thing is, yeah, you require the most astute level of management in the film industry. Because you must understand that when a film starts, and let us say you're putting 60 crores into the film, then you have very pivotal aspects of the film that you cannot change. Once you've invested the 30 crores, you're working at the mercy of the actor and the actresses and the people without who the film cannot be completed. Unlike other industry, if you've invested 60 crores and you've done the film and it's ready and it doesn't work, then to show for your investment, you're just left with the disc. That's worth 60 crores, you know? So that management of the highest order is required. And most part of that management is actually people management. You know, the structure is very easy to formulate. It's a well-oiled machinery as far as the process is concerned. But people management, you know, adhering to people's egos, making sure you are the boss sometimes, or the friend sometimes, or the benevolent dictator sometimes, all that is extremely very important. Roles that most people don't have to play in their normal lives. And I really think that you do require the highest level of management skills in the film industry. And the photograph, of course, is...
One last question. Let's go for that.
I request the audience to kindly maintain the decorum of the auditorium. We have a last question.
A very good evening, sir. Over here.
Hi.
My name is Jigyasa, and I would like to first congratulate you on Rocketry, and I do hope it gets nominated in the Oscars. So putting that aside, as someone who has encompassed almost all the roles within the film industry, why do you think Indian films do not get that much success in the Oscars, whether be it in the nominations or winning the Oscars?
I think the ability to portray India as a sort of a struggling country, you know, and the kind of movies that we have sent to the Oscars and the kind of films that have been made about India are not actually in line with what India really is. You know, the West has learned to romanticize the idea of a struggling population of people who have to, you know, fight for their bread on a daily basis. I don't think that is what India is. With Fortune 500 companies, top 20 of them being led by Indians, it's about time. It's about time that we start portraying India the way it is. And I think that's not a popular concept in the West. And so we still end up sending films that show people struggling for water or struggling for food. And I think I'm kind of done with it. I hope that we're able to make films that show the progress of India, and then maybe we'll qualify as opposed to not qualifying. And I also think it's about time we have our own Oscars and don't look for validations in the West every time.
I guess that's a blockbuster session already. The applause shows it. Thank you, Maddie, for being here. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for inspiring this bright young crowd that we have today, the future leaders of tomorrow in the true sense. I'm sure everything that they learned today from what you said will help them make the journey that they do going ahead and find them, you know, make them fly the eagle's flight with all its glory. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for being a lovely, lovely audience. Thank you.
We'd request the audience to just please sit down. For about 5 minutes, please. Sorry.
Aditya, 1 minute.
I'm sorry to disrupt you, but I'm not going to ask any technical question. It's very emotional. So I work with kids, and I'm a huge fan of yours. So I keep telling kids about, you know, I watched this, that. So we had a Netflix series, Decoupled, and I got to know that it was not for underage people. But the kids loved you most. And today I flew down after dengue because they wanted me to have a picture with you. So I traveled 7 hours today and canceled everything just to be here and tell my kids that, okay, I was here with you. And I want them, it's Gen Z, you know, they talk about Gen Z. And when I talk about the actors I like, they don't know. And I want them to know you. And I want them to watch everything you have done, every movie you have done, so that they know you exist and you existed so good. Yeah. Thank you so much.
That's a very compelling story. I have no choice but to give you a picture. So we'll take one with her. Come stand here. We'll take one. Take his number and take the phone.
I urge everyone to remain seated. We are under strict protocols until Madhavan doesn't leave the campus. I really urge you all to remain seated. And again, I thank you so much. While I'm beyond starstruck and about the conversation with Mr. Rathi, I'm also very, 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 very excited to see how properly you detailed out the filmmaking process. It was so simplistic and effective. And I really, really admire that. Now I would like to request Deputy Dean Professor Ram to present a token of gratitude to Mr. Madhavan and Mr. Akshay Rathi. I also request Mr. Madhavan to please sign the prism for us. Meanwhile, the team ILS can come upstage for a picture with Mr. Madhavan. Professor Ram.
Madhavan, if it's not too much to ask, can we take a selfie with the entire audience?
Crowd, it's your time to shine. Another one.
Shout, guys. Come on.
Come on.
Okay. I request the audience to just please be seated until Madhavan leaves the campus. Not me. The other one. Just joking. Good.
I don't know, people are leaving.
Hello, everyone. Please remain seated. We have a felicitation ceremony, and with that, we'll close ILS 2022. I again repeat, please remain seated.
Nobody's certain. Is what it is.
All right, so ILS conducted a few competitions before the event, and we'd just like to call all the winners of those competitions to come and take their certificates. Prof. Ram, I'd request you to please come on stage. The first winner, Shreyas Gosavi. Can we hear some claps, please? Shreyas. All right, Surit Mamidi. Anirudh Patnaik. Kuturu Kritika. Shreya BBS. Hitesh Reddy. Raghav Kemka. Nirvisha Mankad. Rishabh Kumar. Shekhar Dasgupta. Aryan Jain. Aryan Jain. Okay, great. And finally, Soumya Priyadarshini. Thank you, Professor. Now I just pass on the mic to Shreya, the LC for this event, for the vote of thanks.
Hello, yes. Well, when we started working 2.5 months ago, we had an idea in our mind, and that was to make ILS great this year. It feels surreal to see our blood, sweat, and a little bit of tear in between, seeing all of it pay off. It feels great. On behalf of the ISB Leadership Summit team, I would like to thank our esteemed speakers for such enriching sessions today. We will definitely leave this auditorium more inspired and ready to explore the prism of possibilities the world has to offer. I would also like to thank Dean Madan, Deputy Dean Ram, Professor K.V. Subramanian, and the rest of the ISB faculty for the guidance throughout. Shiv sir, Anita ma'am, Aziz sir, Steven sir, and the rest of the SEAL team. Thank you for always going the extra mile, even at odd hours sometimes. ILS would not have been possible without your guidance and support. Further, I would also like to thank the operations team, the Sarovar team, the Marcom team, and the entire ISB community for the constant support always. A huge shout out to the students from all around the country that graced us with their presence today. After 2 years of the pandemic, it feels great to host all of you. And of course, my cohort. Thank you for showing up amidst all the resume review madness, the interview preps, and the 10,000 different things that we have to juggle every day at ISB. Thank you for all the love and support that you've shown in the past few days. It really feels a lot, really good, and it really means a lot. Last but not the least, and the most precious of them all, my ILS family. Thank you for everything. This might sound a little cheesy, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think I really lucked out with all of you guys. And thank you for being the new chosen family that I found at ISB. Each one of you is so diverse in your own ways, and it is not easy to work at everyone's pace. But trust me, you guys have outperformed yourselves. Thank you for owning the show today. We did it, team. Signing off. Until next time, Shreya Chabra.
I think really big round of applause to the ILS team. Wonderful job, Shreya and team. I think it's been a long time since I attended almost an entire day of ILS. So I think it was a very, excellent set of speakers. Of course, we had a real showstopper at the end, but thanks everybody for working hard. I know it's been tough managing your MBB deadlines as well as working with ILS, but thanks a lot. Great job.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Shreya. For those of you who are sitting here, there's high tea up for you guys. So go grab some snacks and tea.